Hello and welcome to Pabbly. So today in this video, we are going to discuss the top 15 Google Form automations that you can set up with Pabbly Connect. So we all know Google Form is one of the most popular online form building applications, and there are a lot of tasks related to Google Forms that you can automate. Let's discuss a few of them. So using Google Forms and Pabbly Connect, you can automate the process of adding the new leads which you are getting from Google Forms directly into your Salesforce CRM or any other CRM as well. So you can automate this process of getting the leads from form submission and add them into your CRM platform like Salesforce. The next automation which we are going to discuss is creating a task in Asana or any other task or project management application on Google Form submission. Let's say you or your team members are having Asana as a project management tool. Now you can just simply enter the details of the task in Google Forms and automatically a task will be created in Asana. The next automation is sending files on WhatsApp on form submission. So if you have created some kind of lead generation or some kind of file generation form, you can automate that as well. So whenever you generate a new lead, for example, using Google Forms, you can automatically send a WhatsApp message to the new lead and also mention or add some kind of files to that WhatsApp message. For example, your product brochure or company brochure as well. The next automation idea is sending Google Form responses on Slack. So whenever you receive a new form response, updating your team members for that new response is very important. So you can automate that process too. Sending and receiving Google Form responses on SMS. This is also one of my favorite automation. Using this simple automation, you can automatically send a SMS notification to the user who has submitted the form in Google Form. Also, you can receive a SMS notification on your own number or your team member's mobile number as a new form submission is received. In this way, you can always get updated for the new form submission from Google Forms. The next automation is automatically generate certificates using Google Forms and Google Docs. This is also one of the most favorite automation. Now here guys, using this simple automation, you can get the details from the users using Google Forms and you can automatically generate some kind of certificates or documents using Google Docs. The last one which we are going to discuss right now is automate invoice creation with Google Sheets, Google Docs and Google Forms. So basically what you can do, you can set up a simple automation where you can get the details of a new invoice or a new order from your team members or directly from the customer. And you can automate the process of creating some invoice using Google Forms, Google Docs and Google Sheets as well. So these were just a few of them, but in this complete video, in this complete guide, we are going to show you how you can set up all top 15 Google Form automations all by yourself. So without any further delay, let's begin. So in this video, we will learn how to create invoice using Google Forms and Google Docs. Now suppose guys, you have created an online order form using Google Form and you want whenever a customer fills the form and places a new order, you want to create an invoice of the same order automatically. So guys, using Pabbly Connect, you can set up this automation. So the trigger of this automation will be receiving a new order on Google Forms and the action will be creating an invoice in Google Docs for the same order. Now how you can set up this amazing automation? To know this, you have to come with me to my screen.
So first of all, we will go to a browser and search for pabbly.com/connect. And after reaching to the landing page of Pabbly Connect, by clicking on sign up free, you can create your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes. Or if you already have an account, just click on sign in. So I will sign into my own Pabbly Connect account. And after signing in, we will reach to this all apps page of Pabbly. Here we just have to click on access now below Pabbly Connect. And now we can see that we have reached to Pabbly Connect's dashboard. So in this dashboard, click on create workflow and give this workflow a name. For example, I would like to name my workflow as Google Forms to Google Docs. And then just click on create. Now we can see that a workflow is open over here. And in this workflow, we have two different windows. First one is trigger window, second one is action window. So triggers and actions are basically those two concepts, those two principles on which this whole automation works on, where the trigger says when this happens and the action says do this. So let's begin with the trigger window. So the idea here is first we have to get the details or the data of form submission from Google Forms in Pabbly Connect. Now suppose guys, using Google Form, I have created a order form and I have placed or shared that form with all of my clients and customers. So whenever a user wants to order some product from my business, just take example of a cake business. Like I own a cake business, and for that to receive orders from my customer, I have created a Google form. So the customer can enter their details, their requirement in that form and submits the form. So we want that whenever a customer enters the details and submits the form, basically they place an order, the details of that order should be captured inside Pabbly Connect. And then using Pabbly Connect, we will send that data to Google Docs. And in Google Docs, using an invoice template, a template document, we will be creating invoices on the basis of order which we have received from Google Forms. So let's begin. So here in Pabbly Connect, in trigger window, first in choose app, we will search for Google Forms. Select Google Forms. And in this video, guys, we are using Google Forms, but if you want, you can use some other form building application of your choice as well, like Typeform, JotForm, Pabbly Form Builder, or any other form building application. And after selecting Google Forms from Choose app, here in Trigger Event from the drop-down, select New Response Received. After selecting a trigger event, Pabbly Connect gave us a webhook URL. Now we will use this webhook URL to make the connection between Google Form and Pabbly Connect. So guys, here what we have to do, we just have to copy this webhook URL from here and follow the help text given below over here. So after copying this webhook URL, just go to the form, the order form which you have created in Google Form. So this is the form, and in this form, I'm asking some details of the order from the customer, like the name of the customer, email, mobile number, delivery address that where we are supposed to deliver the product, just example for cake, delivery date and time, what's the name they want to be written on the cake, what's the flavor of cake they want, and what is the quantity. So here guys, whatever order form you want to create, you can create in Google Form. Just ensure that the last question of that form should be turned on to the required section. So last question should be mandatory to answer by the customer. Just turn it on. And after that, right now we are in the questions tab. We will switch to the responses tab over here in Google Forms, and we will click on this tiny little icon of create spreadsheet. Just click on it, select create a new spreadsheet and click on create. When we will click on create guys, in a new tab, a Google Sheet will open up. And this is the same sheet guys in which the form submission response or form submission data are stored of our Google Form. So whenever we will receive a form submission in Google Form, automatically that data is by default stored in this sheet. So from this sheet, we will be sending the form submission data to Google Pabbly Connect. And instead of Google Forms, if you are using just Google Sheet, you are manually entering all of the order details in Google Sheet. And in that way, you want to generate new invoices, you can follow the same process over here. Now to connect this sheet with Pabbly Connect, we have to go to Extensions, Add-ons, and click on Get Add-ons. After clicking on Get Add-ons, here we will reach on Google Workspace Marketplace. And here in Search app, we have to search for Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Pabbly, Pabbly Connect Webhooks. And as you can see, this add-on of Pabbly Connect Webhooks is already installed in my Google Sheets. You just have to install the same add-on into your own Google Sheet, and after that, just refresh your Google Sheets once. This is a very important step. And after refreshing it, once again, we'll go to Extensions. Pabbly Connect Webhook add-on can be seen over here. Just hover on it, and here click on Initial Setup. Now when we click on Initial Setup, a dialog box appears in front of us, and this dialog box is asking us three basic questions: selected sheet, webhook URL, and trigger column. So here in selected sheet, we have to select the sheet that from which sheet we want to send the data to Pabbly Connect. So here in this spreadsheet, you can see there is only one sheet right now, and that is Form Response 1. The name of that sheet is Form Response 1. That is why by default this sheet is selected. Then the second thing it is asking us is the webhook URL. So you must be remembering guys, Pabbly Connect gave us a webhook URL. So we have to paste the same webhook URL which Pabbly Connect workflow we have received and paste it over here. And after entering the same webhook URL, the next thing it asks us is the trigger column. Now you must be thinking, what is this trigger column? So trigger column is basically the last data entry column of our Google Sheet. So guys, here in the background example, you can see that column I will be my trigger column because this is the last data entry column of my sheet, this sheet. After column I, in none of the column, any of my data does not exist. That's why I will select column I as trigger column. Instead of column I, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, any column could be your trigger column of your Google Sheet. You just have to ensure that it is the last data entry column. It is the last column in which your data is entering. And after entering this trigger column, click on Submit. And setup configured successfully. We have successfully connected this Google Sheet in which our Google Form responses will be stored with Pabbly Connect. Now just close it. Once again go to Extensions, go to Pabbly Connect Webhooks, and this time select this option of Send on Event. Just click on it, and by selecting Send on Event, we are telling this Google Sheet that whenever a data of a new row, data in a new row is added till our trigger column. This means by this use case, whenever a new form submission data is added in this Google Sheet, instantly send that data to Pabbly Connect. So by selecting Send on Event, we are telling this to Google Sheet. And now guys, we are ready to go. Now whenever we will receive a new response in this Google form, automatically that form submission data will be received in Pabbly Connect. So what we are going to do, we are going to place a test order, a dummy order using this Google form. Just copy the share link of this form. Just copy it, and in a new tab, we are going to paste it. So this is the order form, and we are going to place a dummy order using this form. For example, let's enter some dummy details. Example, dummy name. So this is just a dummy details of a customer, email address, a dummy mobile number, then a dummy delivery address as well. After that, we have to enter a dummy delivery date and time also. So for this dummy order, I want my delivery date to be, let's select the date as, for example, 25th of September 2022, and time should be, for example, 6 p.m. Okay, after this, let's enter the name of the cake. For example, name of the cake I want is dummy. Let's select a flavor. So I will be selecting, just for this dummy response, we'll be selecting flavor as choco chip, and the quantity will be, for example, 2 kgs. So these two details are very important as well. So right now, after entering some details, we are just going to place a test order, a dummy form submission in this form. Click on submit, and the form has been submitted. And because we have connected this form, or basically this Google Sheet with Pabbly Connect, here in Google Sheet we can see that form submission response is added. Instantly this same data will also be captured inside Pabbly Connect. And yes, here in Pabbly Connect we can see that we have received some response. And this is the response of the same form submission, same data, which we have just now made while entering this form. So we have the same name of the customer, same email, same mobile number, same address, same date and time, that at what date and time customer has requested the order or the cake should be delivered. Name on cake, same flavor of cake, and also the same quantity. So in this way, guys, we have successfully received the order details from Google Forms and Pabbly Connect. Now guys, to create the invoice, we need to add the total calculations and the total amount and total values of the invoice as well. That what is the product that has been ordered by the customer, what is the quantity, what is the price, what is the total amount, and all of those things. But guys, here, like you can see in this Google form which we have created, we have given an option, for example, of 4 products. You can basically give any amount of products of your choice, but all of these 4 products have different price. Like for chocolate, the price is, for example, 400 rupees per kg. For choco chip, it is 500 rupees per kg. Let's take an example of pineapple, that is 600 rupees per kg, and the butterscotch cake is 700 rupees per kg. Now guys, suppose all of these 4 products have different pricing. So the total amount of the invoice can also be static. And also not just the flavor of the cake, but the quantity of the cake is also a variable. Like the customer will be choosing what amount of cake they want, what is the size of the cake they want. So we have to basically multiply the price of the cake and the quantity of the cake to get the total amount. And we have to add all of those value into the invoice which we are going to create. Now guys, but to do so, first we have to introduce the prices of the cake in this automation workflow. And to do so, guys, we are going to use a feature of Pabbly Connect, that is lookup table. So using lookup table, we are going to create a pricing table in this workflow, a short little pricing table where we are going to mention the name of all the products and their price in front of that. And after that, using lookup table, whatever flavor of the cake, whatever product the customer will be choosing, whatever data will be receiving from Google Forms selected by the customer, the name of that product and the price of that product will be given by in the response by lookup table. So how it works, let me show you. So we will just scroll down and come to our action window, and here in choose app we will search for lookup table. Select lookup table, and in action event from the drop down select this, click on connect. Now, after selecting lookup table, the first thing it asks us is the lookup key. So here in lookup key, we have to basically map this response of flavor of cake. Basically the response of the product whose price we want to know in response. So this is the product, just we have to map this response of flavor of cake over here. And guys, the process of mapping is very simple. Simply click on this field, and in the drop down below, we can see all the responses we have received from form submission from Google Forms can be seen over here. And out of all of these responses, select the response of flavor of cake and it will be mapped over here. After that, the next thing it asks us is the fallback value. So this is not a mandatory thing, you can ignore it for now. And the next thing it asks us is the lookup table. So here one by one in label section, we have to mention the exact name of the product, the exact name of the flavor of the cake in label section, and in value in front of that, we have to mention the price of the product. So let me show this to you with an example. So let's see, our first product over here was chocolate. So we will just copy this exact spelling, the exact text of that flavor name, product name, that is chocolate. And the rate which we have decided for chocolate was 400 rupees. So I will enter 400 over here. Then click on this plus button. Then our next product, next flavor was choco chip. Let's copy the same exact name of choco chip, which we are going to get from Google Form response, and paste it over here. And the price of choco chip was 500. Click here, and in this way, basically we have to add all the products. We have to create a table of all the products and their pricing. So in label section, we are going to mention the product name, the response name or the flavor name, which we are going to get from form submission. And in front of that, in value section, we will be mentioning their price, which we want to get in response. And at last, the butterscotch. Copy this, paste it over here, and then the price is 700. So in this way, I have created a pricing table like the product name, and in front of that in value section, their price. So whatever product the customer will be selecting over here in Google Forms, we will get that response. That same response is mapped over here. So whatever product the customer will be selecting while making the form submission, in response of lookup table, we will get that product name and the price of it, the value in front of it. Let's click on Save and Send Test Request and check this. And yes, because we have mapped choco chip over here, in response we can see choco chip and the value of choco chip. That what is the price of choco chip, that is 500 we have entered over here. So in this way, whatever product is customer is choosing, in lookup table we can get the price of that product. So we have the order details from Google Forms, and we have also received the price of the product ordered by the customer. Now guys, after getting the price of the product which customer has ordered, we have to multiply this price with the quantity. To do this kind of multiplication, just click on this add action step button over here, and here in choose app, search for number formatter. So number formatter is a feature, is a module of Pabbly Connect using which we can also do the calculations. So after selecting number formatter by Pabbly, in action event from the drop down, select perform math operation and click on connect. Then the first thing it asks us is the numbers, that what are the numbers on between which you want to perform the math operation. So we want to perform the math operation between the price of the product which we have received from lookup table and the quantity which customer has ordered, the response which we have received of quantity from Google Forms in trigger window. So we will be mapping this quantity and price over here in this number field. Just click here, and from the drop down below, from the responses of lookup table, first select and map the price of the product. Then add a comma, and after adding the comma from the responses of Google Forms, select the response of quantity and map it. And after mapping the price and quantity, in operations from the drop down below, select multiply and click on save. So in this way guys, we have performed this math operation, and in this math operation we can see that we have the value. So we have multiplied the price of the product by the with the quantity which customer has ordered, and we have received the total amount. Now at last, we have to send all of these details, all of this data which we have received to Google Docs, so that the template invoice which we have created in Google Docs, using this invoice, we can generate new invoice for every new order using this automation. Now to do so, just scroll down and for the one last time click on this Add Action Step button over here. And here in Choose App, search for Google Docs. Google Docs it is. And then in action event from the drop down, select create document from template. So we have the template and we want to create a new invoice document. So select action event as create document from template and click on connect. Select add new connection and click on connect with Google Docs. Select your Google Docs account, the same account in which your invoice template is created, or you have created your invoice template. And then here in a new tab, it is asking us to authorize. Just click on continue. And now we can see that our Google Docs account gets connected with Pabbly Connect. After making this connection, the first thing it asks us is to select the template document. So in the drop down below, we can see a list of all the documents which we have created in Google Docs can be seen over here. And out of all of this document, we have to select the template invoice document which we have created. So the name of this document is invoice template. So we will be selecting this template over here. And after selecting our template, the next thing it asks us is new document name. That the new document, new invoices which we are going to generate, what will be the name of that invoice? So I want the name of the newly generated invoice to be the name of the customer who has placed the order. We have received the name of the customer from Google Forms. And after that, I want the date of the date at which, what date and time the customer has ordered the response. So on Google Form submission, here we have received the timestamp, that at what timestamp or at what date and time we have received the order, we have received the form submission. So we will be mapping both of these details, the name of the customer and the timestamp, to generate a new name for the new document. So we'll just scroll down. We'll click here in this new document name field, and from Google Form responses, select the response of customer name, add a hyphen, and after that map the timestamp. Then it is asking us new document location, that what is the location of the new document which we are willing to create. So the newly generated document will be stored on the Google Drive of our account, the same account which we have connected in Google Docs account. On the Google Drive of that same account, the newly generated document will be stored. So here it is asking us in which folder, particularly in which folder this new document we want to be stored. So let's go to my Google Drive first. This is Google Drive. And here guys, I have a folder named as new files. So I want that whatever new invoices we have generated, that new invoices should be stored in this new files named as folder. So here in Pabbly Connect, from the drop down, from the list of all the folders which we have created in our Google Drive, select that particular folder. And after that, now we can see a list of all the variables, all the curly braces which we have added in our Google Doc can be seen over here. Now guys, the details, or like the customer name, address, email address, mobile number, invoice number, and all of these details are basically going to be a dynamic text, a variable for every new invoices. All of these details are going to be changed for every new invoice. And to add these kind of text, these kind of variables, body fields, or some dynamic text which are going to change for every new invoice, I have added some text in double curly braces. So this is basically a variable, a dynamic text, a body field should we say. And guys, here we can see a list of all of these body fields, all of these text which I have added in double curly braces. We can see different fields for all of these text over here in Pabbly Connect workflow. So one by one, what text we want to place or insert in place of these body fields, we have to enter that text over here. Like here in this invoice, new invoice, in place of this customer name body field, customer name dynamic text, I want that name of the customer who placed the order should be entered. So here in customer name, from the drop down from Google Form responses, we will map the name of the customer. Then in place of customer address, we will be mapping the name of address of the customer which we have received from Google Forms. So this is the delivery address. Then in place of email, we will be mapping the email of the customer. This is it. And one by one, in this way, we will be mapping all of the data. Let's map the mobile number. Now after that, here it asks us for the invoice number. So all the invoices which I am generating using this automation, I want the invoice number to be that INV dash, and after dash, I want to mention the row number. So this is the row index of the row which we have received from Google Sheets. So here after Google Form submission, the data which we have received from form submission from Google Sheet, we have the row number that at what row number this data is present. So I want to add this row number over here in this invoice number. So I'll be mapping the row index over here. Then let's map the delivery date and time which we have received from Google Forms. So this is delivery date and time, just map it. Let's map the name of the product, the flavor of the product or flavor of the cake which customer has ordered. Let's map the quantity. So we have also received the quantity over here. So to map the price, we will be mapping the response from lookup table from where we have received the price of the product which customer has ordered. And at last, the total amount. So here in total amount from the drop down, after using number formatter, we have multiplied the price with quantity and received the total amount. So this is the total amount which customer has ordered. So in this way, guys, we can see all the data which we have mapped over here. Basically, all the data which we have received from Google Forms, lookup table, and after using number formatter and all the calculation, making all the calculation of amount, we have mapped all of that data over here. And now just click on Save and Send Test Request. And after clicking on Save and Send Test Request, we can see that we have received some response over here. And this response seems to be a positive response to us. This response shows using all this data which we have mapped and this template, a new document is been generated, a new invoice has been generated. The name of the new document is this which we have entered and it is stored on our Google Drive in this particular folder. So let's check. We will go to Google Drive and this is the folder. And yes guys, here in this folder we can see there is a new document. Let's open this document. So this is the same document name, the name of the customer who placed the order and the date and time of receiving the order. Then we have this invoice and in this invoice we can see this is the same invoice generated using this template which we have created. And all the details are the same in this invoice. Like we have the same name of the customer who placed the order using Google Form. We have the same address, same email address, same mobile number of the customer. We have the invoice number and delivery date and time. Also guys, we have the description of the product, the quantity, price and amount which customer has ordered. So in this way guys, we have created an automation, a simple automation by which you can receive online orders using Google Forms, and using this automation, automatically an invoice will be generated in using a Google Docs template of invoice and it will be stored in our Google Drive. So guys, after setting up this automation, let's test this automation once in real time. So we are going to place another order. Let's refresh this Google Form. And this time, let's enter the details for some new user. For example, the name of the user is test name. Let's add some different email address. Let's enter a different mobile number as well. A different delivery address. And now let's add a date and time. For example, 30th of September 2022. The time should be 12 p.m. Name of cake is, for example, test. Flavor of cake, this time we will be ordering the butterscotch cake and for 4 kgs. Let's select this and click on submit. So as we submit the form guys, we will see instantly, automatically within seconds, a new invoice is generated using this automation which we have created, and that new invoice file is stored or created in our Google Drive. So in Google Drive, we can see just now a new document is created. The name of this document is test name and the date and time of form submission. Let's open this document and we will see this is the same invoice which we have just now generated using the data from the form submission. We have the same customer name, same address, same email address, same phone numbers, same product description, same product butterscotch cake, 4 kg, 700 was the price, and the total amount is 2800 rupees. So using this automation guys, we can say that the automation which we have created is working perfectly fine. And every time when you will receive an online order using Google Forms, and this automation will automatically create an invoice for that order and it will be stored into a Google Drive. So now guys, further in this automation, if you want to send the invoice to your customer or update your team, or whatever you want to do, just keep on adding action step over here. Like if you want to send the invoice via WhatsApp, just add the WhatsApp step next to it. If you want to send the invoice via email, send the email step next to it, or whatever you want to do, you can do this using this automation. So if you want, you can just keep on adding steps according to your choice in this automation as well. So not just these applications, you can connect plenty of other applications using Pabbly Connect. And guys, one more important thing. You will find the clone link of the same workflow in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can clone this same workflow into your own Pabbly Connect account. And also, Pabbly Connect offers you a forever free plan. And in this plan, you will get free tasks every month into your own Pabbly Connect account. So if you want to try and test this automation, you can do it for absolutely free.
Hey everyone, in this video you will learn how you can automate your whole business process right from taking the orders to receiving the payments from your customers using Google Forms, Google Docs, Google Sheets and Gmail applications. So this will be the flow of this automation, guys. Here we are using Google Forms to take orders from your customers. So we are connecting Google Forms as our trigger application, and the trigger event is the form submission. So as and when you are going to receive the order from Google Form, the action towards that trigger event would be to create an invoice in Google Docs application, and then the same invoice will be shared from your Google Drive in PDF format, and a confirmation email will be delivered along with the payment link to your customer automatically. So all this is going to happen automatically with the help of our automation. So you can set up this automation very easily without any coding or programming and can save immense amount of your time and manual efforts. Let me show you how. So guys, first of all, you need to reach this link pabbly.com/connect. We have pasted the same link in the description as well. From here, you can set up your free Pabbly Connect account by clicking on the sign up free button, and you will get free automation task to test your automation. Okay. So sign up, then log in to reach here on this dashboard of Pabbly Connect. Here you have to create a workflow of automation. For that, just click on this create workflow button, and here you can give any suitable name to your workflow. So I am giving the name as automate your business or business automation using Google applications. Right, so after giving the name like this, you just have to click on this create button, and you can see your workflow page started loading up here. And this is the workflow page. Here you will find the building blocks of this automation, which are trigger and the action. So here trigger is that event which is going to trigger this workflow. So it is saying when this happens, and action is the response towards the trigger. It will make Pabbly Connect perform any action. Okay. So here in the trigger, we are going to connect the form first by which we are taking the order. That is the first step for any business, that first of all we are going to take orders from the customer. So as the order has been received, I want that this workflow should trigger and run in the background and do our work. So here select the trigger application as Google Forms. Google Forms, where it is? Here is Google Forms, select it. And in the trigger event, select this new response received option. Okay. So with the help of these instructions and this webhook URL, we are going to make a connection with our form. After that, we are going to capture the response of that connection. So let me show you my form. This is the form I have created for medicines business. I just have taken the example of medicines. You can create this form for any kind of business using Google Forms application. So here we have attached a spreadsheet with this form to collect the responses or the orders from the customers. So this is a spreadsheet. Let me show you. This is a spreadsheet I have connected with this form named as medicine order form final. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to make a connection. So by reading the instructions, you can do that. Let me show you directly how you can do that. So guys, I have opened my same form in incognito mode also, because when you connect Google Forms or Google Spreadsheets with Pabbly Connect, and if you are using multiple Google accounts, there can be some issues in connection. So it is better to open your form or your sheet in incognito window, right? And here, this is my collection spreadsheet in which I am collecting the responses from the form. So guys, here what you have to do in this spreadsheet, you have to click on extensions, and you will find this add-ons option. From here, click on get add-ons, and you have to install an add-on here from Google Workspace Marketplace. Search for Pabbly Connect webhooks add-on, Pabbly Connect webhooks. Okay, and you have to install this add-on here. So it will just take 2 minutes to install it. As you can see, as I have already installed it, so I do not need to install it again. But once you install it, you have to refresh your spreadsheet. This is an important step. After installing Pabbly Connect webhooks add-on, refresh the spreadsheet, and after refreshing, when you click on extensions, you will find Pabbly Connect webhooks option available here in the drop down only. So from here, you have to click on initial setup, and under initial setup, you will find two fields here. First is the webhook URL field and the trigger column field. So in the webhook URL field, you have to paste this webhook URL that you got here in the workflow. You have to copy this and paste it here in the initial setup webhook URL field. And in the trigger column field, you have to mention the name of the final data entry column that you have in your spreadsheet. So final data entry column means the column in which when you enter the data that is going to trigger the workflow. That is called final data entry column. So our H column is the final data entry column. So as the data submitted here in this H column, the workflow will be triggered. So H our final data entry column. So first let me copy this webhook URL from my workflow, guys. Just click on copy from here. Go back to the spreadsheet, extensions, Pabbly Connect webhooks, initial setup. All right, and here a webhook is already pasted. Let me remove this and let me paste this new webhook URL. And the trigger column is our H column only. Okay, and here you can see as I have copied this webhook URL, it started showing waiting for the webhook's response. This means our workflow started listening to the data, and now what we are going to do, we are going to capture the data of the form response that we have in our spreadsheet here in this workflow. So that will act as a test data for us to set up this automation further. Okay, so here you can see we have this send test button in this initial setup. So guys, when you click on this send test button, the data of the first row or the first response that you have collected in this spreadsheet will be delivered to your workflow as the test data. Okay, let me show you. I'm clicking on send test here, and you can see it is written here test data sent successfully. Okay, and this is the data that is sent. Let me show you in my workflow. Here you can see in this response section, we got the data. The full name is showing demo person, the phone number, the email address, and all the things that we have in our spreadsheet. You can see here got collected here in the workflow, right? So according to the form, we have received the medicine's name, we have received the address of the person, we have received the email address of the customer, we have received the quantity ordered. Okay, so that these are the things that we have asked from our customer via this form: full name, phone number, email address, medicine name, mode of payment, and the quantity. And these are all the things that we have received here, you can see, right? And that's how we can capture the test data. Now go back to your spreadsheet, and from this initial setup, click on submit. So we are done making the connection. Now we have to do one thing more here. Click on extensions, and from this Pabbly Connect webhooks option, check this send on event button also. Check send on event option. So when you check send on event option, what will happen? Whenever there is a new response in this spreadsheet, the workflow will be triggered and your workflow will run. Okay. Now guys, what I want after taking the order, I want that invoice will be created automatically using my Google Docs application. So in Google Docs, I have created a template of invoice. Here you can see in this template, I have created this kind of invoice. You can create your invoices or bills accordingly. I am just showing you the demo. And in this invoice, you can see we have this order number here in double curly braces, name of the customer, medicine's name, quantity, price, total value, email addresses, date. So I have put these things in double curly braces here. So this means these are the variable tags I have added here. So this means these are the things which are going to change with every new invoice. With every new invoice, the customer's name, the order number, the medicines, the quantity, the price, the total, everything is going to change. Okay, so that's how you have to create a template with these variable tags. Okay, now here you can see we have this price and total fields here. Here I want to mention the unit price of the medicine and the total price according to the quantity. So to place these values here, we have to calculate these values. So guys, to calculate these total prices, we are going to use this data that we have received in our workflow. But guys, here you can see we have just received the quantity and the product's name. We do not have the price mentioned here anywhere. But we do have the price list here in my spreadsheet. You can see in this spreadsheet, here I am collecting responses, and here I have another sheet named as price list. So here I have the list of the prices of these medicines. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to use a feature of Pabbly Connect which is called lookup table, and with the help of lookup table we are going to create a table by which you can create labels like the quantities and their prices, and you can pass those labels later on in next steps. Okay, let me show you what exactly I mean to say this. Here search for lookup table module, lookup table. Okay, and the action event select lookup table only, then click on connect, and here it is asking for the lookup key, the fallback value, and here you can create labels and pass on values. Okay, so guys, what I want here, first of all let me show you how to create labels. I want to pass the values of the medicines and their prices. Just like I have entered the data here, I want to create same entries here. So here you can just put the name of the medicine like this. I have Corflam. Okay, and here in the value you can put the price like this. Okay, then you can add another column or row here by clicking on this plus icon, and here it will create another label. Here I am going to mention another medicine's name. Just copy this value from here, put the value here, and then put the price. What is the price? 110. Okay, similarly I am going to create two more labels because we have given 4 options here in our form. We have 4 options here. So next medicine is this Novamax. So guys, here you can see I have created this a kind of table here in which in the first column I have mentioned the medicines names label, and here are the values of the price of these medicines. Okay, and here now what I'm going to do here, it is asking for the lookup key. So it is asking which value you want to look up for from this table that you have created. So I want to look up for this medicine whose name we have received here in the first step. So here I am going to look up for this medicine's name, aspirin 5 mg. Okay, and here I am going to look up for this value from this table. Okay, so we do not have the name of this medicine here, so let me create another label. I am clicking on plus icon. So guys, I have created another label here and put the price. Now let's look up for this value here in the lookup key field. Just click here and it will show you the previous step in the drop down, that is the trigger step, and when you click on it, it will show you all the data that you have received in the first step. So from here I am mapping the medicine's name, and let's search for this value here in our lookup table. So I am clicking on save and send test request, and here you can see we got this result label in which it is showing you the medicine's name and the result value in which we got the price. Now we got the respective medicine's name and the price according to our form submission. Now what we can do, we can calculate the total amount by multiplying this price with the quantity we have received here in the first step. Okay, so to multiply that, what we are going to do, just click here on this plus icon, and from another action step I'm going to use number formatter feature of Pabbly Connect. Search for number formatter and in the action event we have this perform math operation. So you can perform mathematical operation by this, select it. Okay, then click on connect. And here it is asking for the numbers on which you want to perform the mathematical operation. So guys, I am going to map this result value in which we got the price of this medicine and the quantity label from the first tab. So to map the data, just click here, and from the first tab, map the quantity label, then put a comma, and from this lookup tables tab, map the result value label. Okay, and then select the operation as multiply. Okay, and then click on save and send test request. And here you can see in the result label we got the total amount. Okay, multiplied. Now we can use this data to put the value here in your invoice in the total field. Now guys, it is time to create the invoice, to generate the invoice from our template, and for that just click here on this plus icon, and from this actions tab search for Google Docs application. Here is Google Docs, and in the action event you have to select create document from template option, then click on connect, and from here select add new connection. If you're making the connection with Google Docs for the very first time, select this option, and this connection that you're making here by selecting new connection option is going to be saved in your account. So if you want to make the connection again in future, you can use the saved connections also by selecting the existing connection option. All right, right now let me show you this process. Just click on connect with Google Docs. So from this window you have to select that Google account by which you have created that template. Okay, then you have to provide some additional access to Pabbly Connect. So just click on continue from here, and you can see we are getting connected. All right, so we are now connected, and here it is asking for the template document's name. So guys, this is my template document. The name is Invoice Medicine Template. So I'm going to select this template's name from this list. Okay, here you can see all the documents that you have in Google Docs. From here I'm selecting this one, the medicine invoice template. Okay, and here it is asking for new documents name and the new documents location. So guys, from this location field you have to select that Google Drive's folder in which you want to save this created invoice. So guys, this is my Google Drive, and here I have this med invoices named folder. So here I want to save the newly created invoices. Okay, and so I'm going to select this med invoices folder from this folders list. Okay, and to give a name to this newly created invoice, I'm going to use the data of the customer. So from this first step, I'm going to map the person's name. Okay, and here I'm going to put the name as this person's name and an underscore and invoice. So on this name, the invoice will be created. Now it is asking for the order number, name, medicine, quantity, price, total, email, address, and date. What are these things? These are nothing but the variable tags that you have placed in your invoice. Okay, you can see order number, name, med, quant, price, total. These are the fields that are here. So to get these things changed automatically with every new invoice, we need to map the values of these things here in your workflow. So to map the data, I'm going to use the first step. So for order number, I'm going to use the Google Forms tab, and I'm going to map the sheet ID as the order number, and along with sheet ID, I'm going to place an underscore, and I'm going to map the row index as well. Okay, so to create a unique order number. Now for the name, use the first step only and map the name, and for the medicines, use the first step. This is the medicine's name. For the quantity, use the first step, map the quantity. And for the price now, we are going to use the lookup table step or the number format. No, the lookup table step. From the lookup table, we have fetched the price. So here is the result value. This is the price of this medicine, map it. And here in the total field, I'm going to use this number formatter step where we have multiplied and got the total value. So map this result label here. For the email, use the same way. The first step. This is not an email. This is the email. For the address, use the first step. and for the date use the first step only, right? And this is how you can map the values. And guys, we are mapping these values from previous steps because after setting up this automation, whenever you are going to receive any order, these mapped labels are going to be updated automatically, and a new invoice will be created with new details according to the mapped labels. Okay, so to check your connection with Google Docs, you can click on save and send test request, and a new invoice will be created and will be saved here in this mad invoices folder. Let me show you. I'm clicking on save and send test request. So this is the response we have received here. Let's check in our folder in Google Drive, and you can see a new invoice is created here with this name demo person underscore invoice. And let me open this for you. And here you can see, guys, it is showing thank you for your order. The order number is this. In place of this variable tag, we got the order number placed automatically. Hi demo person. Okay, in place of the name tag, we got the name. And you can see in the description, we got the medicine's name, the quantity, the unit price, and the total amount. And all the things are placed here automatically because we have mapped the values of these things here in our workflow. All right. Now, guys, we got this invoice saved in our Google Drive, and I want to share the PDF format of this invoice with my customer. For that to happen, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on this plus icon. And here I am going to connect Google Drive now. And with the help of an action event of Google Drive, we are going to create a PDF link of this document that we have created. So search for Google Drive here. Okay. And in the action event, select this share a file with anyone option. Share a file with anyone. Okay. Then click on connect. And from here, select add new connection option. Then click on connect with Google Drive. And from this window, select the Google account by which you have the access of the drive. Okay. And then give the additional access to Pabbly Connect. Just click on continue. And you can see we are connected with the drive now. And here it is asking for the files ID. So guys, here you can see in the previous step where when you have created the document with the help of template, it has given us a document ID here. This is the document ID. So I'm going to map this document ID label here in this step. So just toggle this map button to on first. Okay, then erase this field. And from this fourth or the last step, map the document ID label like this. Okay. Then click on save and send test request, and you will get the shareable links of the file. Here you can see we got these links, and here we have this PDF link also. Let me show you. This is the PDF link of our file or the invoice, right? Now we can send this link to our customers via email. But before this, what I want to create a payment link for my customer to collect the payment for this medicines that the customer have ordered. For that to happen, just click here on this plus icon, and here I'm going to connect a payment gateway application, which is Razorpay. Okay, so in place of Razorpay, you can select Instamojo or PayPal or Stripe. I'm selecting Razorpay to show you the demo. And in the action event, we have this create payment link option. Select create payment link, then click on connect. And from this window, select add new connection. And here it is asking for the key ID and the key secret of Razorpay. So to get these two things, you need to reach the settings of your Razorpay account. Then you can generate the key. So let me show you my Razorpay account, guys. This is my Razorpay applications dashboard. Here you can see we have this settings option on the bottom left hand side. Under the settings page, we have this API keys tab. Click on API keys, and here you can regenerate a test key for yourself. So click on regenerate test key. Okay, I'm deactivating the old one. And here we got the key ID and the key secret. So you just have to copy this key ID and paste it here. And similarly, copy the key secret, paste it here, right? And click on OK. And from here, click on save and you will be connected with Razorpay. So we are connected now, and here it is asking for the amount. So here it is asking for the amount of which you want to create the payment link of, and the currency and the type and all these things. So I'm going to use the previous steps. So for the amount, use this number formatter step where you have calculated the total amount. This is the result label, map it. For the currency, so I am residing in India, so my currency is INR, Indian National Rupees. So I'm just copying this INR and pasting it here. You have to find your codes from this list of supported currencies page. Here you can see the codes, and you can just enter the codes here in the currency field. The type of my payment link is link. Okay, here you can provide a description also of which thing you want to collect the payment of. So I am giving the description as payment link for the order of medicines, right? Here you can map the customer's name, the customer's email from the first step, the contact number if you have. All right, so if you want to expand your link, you can select expanded option, or if you want to make it in show more option, you can select show more. Here it is asking a receipts number, so if you want to put a receipt number, you can put it here. These are not compulsory things, so I'm leaving these things blank. So here it is asking for the expiry timestamp of this payment link. So every payment link have some expiration date. So let's say you want that your payment link that you are sending to your customer should be expire in 24 hours. So you want to give the time of 24 hours to your customer to collect the payment. So you have to put the timestamp here. So guys, you can see we have received this data from our form, from the trigger. And in the data from the trigger, you can see we have this timestamp in which we have the time and the date in the value field. Okay, but guys, we want the timestamp in Unix format here. Okay, in Unix format. So to convert this time and date in Unix format, what we are going to do, what we just are going to add some action steps here in between these two steps, or before Razorpay step. Just click here on this plus icon, and from here I'm going to use a feature of Pabbly Connect which is called date time formatter. So guys, we are going to put the timestamp which is 24 hours ahead in the future, so that our customer can get the time span of 24 hours to complete the payment. So first I am going to add one more day or 24 hours to the date and time at which we have received the form response. Okay, so I'm going to add one more day to this date, then I'll convert it into timestamp. Okay, so first of all, just come here. So from this date time formatter, select the action event as modify current date option. So it is going to modify the date on which you have received the form submission or the order. So click on connect here. And here it is asking for the dates format. So you can select any date format, let it be as it is. And here it is asking for the time zone. So my time zone is Asia, Kolkata. All right, and here it is asking for the operation. So I want to add one more day to the current date. So select the unit as days and put the value as 1, and then click on save and send test request. All right, and here you can see we got this date time label here like this, right? So this is the date ahead and future, one day after. So now I want to convert this date into timestamp. So just click here on this plus icon, and from this action step, search for date time formatter again. All right, and now select format date with time zone as the action event. Then click on connect. So here it is asking for the date. So I'm going to use the previous step, and I'm going to map this date time label, but you have to map the date time in this format. Okay, but we have the date in this format, so let me change the format here one more time. you have to select the date format accordingly. Select this one, this option, YYMMDD, a T in between, then hours, minutes and seconds. Okay, let me click on save and send one more time. Now we got the exact date format that we can convert it into timestamp. So map this date time label now here in this date field. So just click here on this field, and from the last step, the sixth one, map the date time label like this. Okay, here it is asking for the from format, so we got the date in this format only. So you have to select the date format in this format. You have to select this format in which you have mapped the date here. So this is the same format, no need to do anything here. And in which format you want to convert, you have to select here in this to format option. So I want to convert this date into timestamp. Here we have timestamp option, select it and select the time zone as Asia Kolkata. So my time zone is Asia Kolkata. You have to select your time zone. Okay, so I am selecting Asia Kolkata one more time. Okay, then click on save and send test request. And here we got the result label in which we got the timestamp. Now we can map this timestamp here in this field in razor pay step, where it is here in the expiry timestamp. Okay, it is not showing the previous steps because we have added two more steps in between the steps. So now you have to refresh the connection with razor pay. So just click on connected button, and from here keep this select existing connection option selected, and now click on save one more time and your connection will be refreshed. Okay, and now when you click here on this field, it will show you the previous steps, and from this last or seventh step, map the result label. All right, and if you want Razorpay to send a notification SMS to the customer, you can select this option. Or if you want Razorpay to send the email, you can select this option. But I want to send the email, so I'm selecting you send the email option. Okay. Now we are done setting up this Razorpay step, and now you can check your you can just click on save and send test request to get the link of the payment. Just click on save and send test request here, and here you can see this is the response we have received, and in this response only you will find the link of the payment. So here is the customer ID, the description, and here is the short URL or the payment link. So let me show you the payment link here. So you can see a payment link is created for the order of the medicines. Now from here person can pay you the amount. So here you can see it is showing the payment amount as 1 rupee, but actually we have put the amount here as 100 rupees. We have put the amount here as 100 rupees, but it is showing us the amount as where it is 1 rupees, because it has added this decimal point before these two zeros. So it will happen in every payment link, guys. So you have to add 2 more extra zeros to get the corrected amount here in your payment link. So what you can do, you can just put 2 extra zeros. You can just read here, to pass to pass value of 10 rupees, you have to put 1000 here with 2 more extra zeros. So I have just added 2 more extra zeros manually here. Now let me click on save and send test request one more time to get the correct payment link. Right, so we got another short URL here. Let me show you now. And here you can see we got the corrected amount as 100 rupees. Okay, so we are done creating the payment link. Now the last thing left was to send a confirmation email with this payment link to the customer on email. So just click here, and here I am going to connect Gmail application to send that email to my customer. Now in the action event, select send email option, then click on connect. From this window, select add new connection, then click on connect with Gmail. And from this window, you have to select that Gmail account by which you want to send those emails. Okay, then click on continue from here. All right, and you can see we are getting connected with Gmail. Here it is asking for the recipient's email address. So here I'm going to map the email address of my customer from the first step. Okay, I do not want to put anyone in CC or BCC, so I'm leaving these things blank. Here it is asking for the sender's name, so you can put the name of your your firm or your business's name. So I'm putting here the sender's name as Medicine Store only. Okay, or you can put the name of any person as well. Here it is asking for the email subject, so the subject of this email is for sending the confirmation. So here I'm writing order confirmed for medicines. Okay, here you can select the email content type. I'm selecting plain, and here you can type the email for your customer, so I'm typing the email here. So guys, I have written this standard email for all my customers. So here you can see I have written dear, and after dear I'm going to mention the name of my customer, and here I'm going to mention the order details, and here I'm going to place the link of the payment, and also in this attachment field I'm going to attach the invoice that I have created. So I'm going to use the previous data, the data from the previous steps. So after dear, I'm going to map the name of the customer from the first step. So when you map the details here like this, what will happen with every email, the labels are going to change and the new email will be delivered with the new data. So for the medicine's name, I'm going to use the first step only. For the quantity also. For the price, I'm going to use the lookup table step. For the total amount, I'm going to use the number formatter step. And for the payment link, I'm going to use the razor pay step, where we have created the payment link. So this is the short URL. Okay. Here in the file name of the attachment, I'm going to use the Google Drive step, where we have created the shareable links. This is the file's name, and from the same Google Drive step, I'm going to map the PDF link of the file. Right, so we are done mapping the whole data. Now I can show you how the email is going to look like. By clicking on save and send test request, you can send a test email to this particular email address. So I have the access of this email address. Let me show you how the email is going to look like. So this is my demo customers inbox or test customers inbox, and here I am going to click on save and send test request, and you can see this is the response we have received here. Now let us check in the inbox if we got a new email, and we have received a new email from the medicine store, you can see, and the subject is order confirmed for medicines. And here you can see, dear demo person, thank you for your order. The order details are this: medicine's name aspirin, quantity 10, total amount is this. This is the payment link, and this is the same payment link that I have created, and here is the invoice, and you can see this is the same invoice in the PDF format that we have created and have here in the Google Drive. So this is how it is going to work, guys. So we are done setting up this automation. Now you don't have to do anything manually here. So we are done here, and you have to set up this automation only once. After that, you don't even have to touch this workflow. After that, as and when you are going to receive any order from your Google Forms, the invoice will be created automatically, and the same invoice along with the payment link will be delivered to your customer like this automatically. This workflow is going to run in the background. You don't have to do anything. Okay, so you can use the same workflow that I have created, because I'm going to paste the link of this same workflow in the description so that you can clone it in your own free Pabbly Connect account and start automating your business today.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our channel Pabbly. So in this video, we are going to learn how we can send the Google Form images to WhatsApp in real time. So the idea here is that whenever you receive some images through Google Form submission, automatically those images should be sent on the WhatsApp number of the form owner. But the question here is how to do this, because there is no direct connection between Google Forms and WhatsApp. For that, we need to create a link between Google Forms and WhatsApp, so that whenever a new form is filled and the image is received through the form submission, automatically those images should be sent on the WhatsApp number of the form owner. So in this use case, we are using Google Forms to receive the form responses. So in place of Google Forms, we can even use paper form, jot form, type form, or any other form building software application to capture the form responses. And we can create the integration with WhatsApp. So how we can create an integration between Google Forms and WhatsApp, that we will be learning in the further steps of the video. First, let us check this in the real time, that how this complete process works automatically. So this is my photo competition form, where I have asked for the full name, email address, mobile number of the participant. Along with that, upload image option. Okay, and this is the WhatsApp number of the form owner. So now I want that whenever this particular form is filled and the response is received, automatically the form owner should receive a WhatsApp message on his mobile number. So let us fill this form first. I'm just going to give the full name as Adam Smith. Let's add the email address as adamsmith11@gmail.com. I'm just going to add the mobile number over here. And I'm just going to upload the file. Select files from your device. Okay, and I'm just going to select the image. And let us select this real photographer image. Click on upload. Okay, and let's click on submit. Thanks for submitting your contact info. Okay, so here we can see that the form has been filled. So now let us check the WhatsApp number of the form owner. And here we can see a new message. New submission received. You have received a new form submission. Details are name Adam Smith, email address and the contact number. So now here you might be wondering that I just filled the photo competition form over here and automatically the details of the participant along with the image are sent on the WhatsApp number of the form owner. So how did I manage to do this? Let me tell you, this has become possible just because of the automation and the integration process. So in order to create an integration between Google Forms and WhatsApp, we are going to use a software application named Pabbly Connect. So basically, Pabbly Connect is an automation and integration software which will help us in integrating Google Forms with WhatsApp automatically. The best part here is, it doesn't require any coding skills or programming knowledge. Even a non-technical person can use this software application very easily. So first we have to create an integration between Google Forms and Pabbly Connect. Then Pabbly Connect is going to capture all the details through the form submission along with the image. And using all those form submission details, automatically a message will be sent on the WhatsApp number of the form owner along with the image. And in this way, we are going to learn that how we can create an integration between Google Forms and WhatsApp using Pabbly Connect. So let us learn the integration process now. For this, let us type Pabbly, pabbly.com in our browser. This is the website of Pabbly. Here we have to come to products and click on Pabbly Connect. This is the landing page of Pabbly Connect. As you are the first time user, you have to click on sign up for free option. You can create your own account in just 2 minutes by clicking on this option. As I already have an account with Pabbly Connect, I'll simply click on sign in. In the all apps section, come to Pabbly Connect and click on access now. This is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. Here we have to create a workflow. For that, come to this plus sign and click on create workflow. Now here we have to give a name to the workflow. So let us give the name as send Google Forms images on WhatsApp. Here you can give the workflow name as per your requirement and simply click on create. Now here we can see a trigger window and an action window. So Pabbly Connect works on the concept of trigger and action. Trigger means when this happens, action means do this. So in this use case, we want the form details or the form responses to be captured from Google Forms. So open this trigger window. Here in the choose app, let us find Google Forms. In the trigger event, we have to select new response received. Now here we can see a webhook URL and some instructions. So let us read few instructions. Google Forms responses are collected in Google Sheets. So follow the below steps in order to get the new response. Go to the form on which you want to take the submission and make the last question as required for the trigger. Then switch to Responses tab and click on Create Spreadsheet icon. So I'll just take you to the form which I have already created. So this is my Google form named Photo Competition Form, where I have asked for the full name, email address and mobile number of the participant along with an option to upload the image. So I'll just open this particular field. Here we have allowed the specific file types to upload the images only, okay, and the maximum file size can be 10 MB over here. And here we have to make this particular question as required for the trigger. Here we can find a view folder option. So this is the drive folder where the particular images are going to get saved. So I'm just going to click on this view folder. So all the images which we are going to receive via form submissions will be saved over here. Okay. So I'll just go to the folder, that is the photo competition form. And here we are going to make this particular folder shareable. So we are going to make a right click and just click on the share option. Here we can see restricted. Only people added can open with this link. So we are just going to change the restrictions from here. Okay. And here we have changed it to anyone with the link. So anyone on the internet with this link can view. So I'm just going to click on done. So we have shared this particular form now. Let's move back to the form. Okay. When we come to the responses tab, here we can find 0 responses. So in order to capture the responses, just we are going to click on this preview button. It will get open into a new tab. And here we are just going to fill the form details on the name of some participant. So I have given the full name as Shikha Arya, email address as shikhaarya25@gmail.com. Along with that, I have added the mobile number also. Now let's upload the image. Select files from your device. And here let us select this best click image. Let's click on upload. Okay, the file is getting uploaded. Okay, and let's click on submit. Thanks for submitting your contact info. Okay, so the form has been filled. So now let's move back to the Google form. And here we can find in the responses tab, 1 response is captured. So now we have to come to this 3 dots. Click on it. And here we can find select response destination. Simply click on this. Now here it is asking create a new spreadsheet or you want to select the existing spreadsheet. So we are going to create a new spreadsheet right now. The spreadsheet name would be photo competition form responses. If you want to change the name of the sheet, you can change it from here. And let's click on create. Linking to spreadsheet and the spreadsheet is linked. Now we have to access the spreadsheet. For that, I'm just going to click on this green sign, view responses in sheets. And here we can see that the details of the participant is captured over here in this particular Google Sheet named photo competition form responses. Here we can find the timestamp, full name, email address and mobile number of the participant along with the image URL. Okay. So now we have to create a link between this particular Google Sheet and Pabbly Connect in order to capture the response. For that, we have to come to the Google Sheet. Here we have to come to the extensions and click on add-ons and now click on get add-ons. It will take us to Google Workspace Marketplace. Okay. Here in the search apps, we have to find Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Now here you have to install Pabbly Connect Webhooks on your system. As you can see that it is already installed on my system. So I'm just going to close this window. But remember, after installing Pabbly Connect Webhooks on your system, you have to refresh your Google Sheet. I repeat, after installing Pabbly Connect Webhooks on your system, you have to refresh your Google Sheet. Okay. Now once the Google Sheet is refreshed, again come to the extensions. And this time come to Pabbly Connect Webhooks option and click on Initial Setup. Now here it is asking for the webhook URL and the trigger column. So this is the same webhook URL which we have seen in Pabbly Connect. So let's move back to Pabbly Connect. We are simply going to copy this webhook URL from here. We'll go back to the Google Sheet and we are going to paste the same webhook URL over here. Okay. Now here we have to give the trigger column. Let us read the instructions. The trigger column will be a final data column on which if the data is added, the whole of that row data will be sent to the webhook URL. Okay. Here you can see that I have the data in column A, B, C, D and E. So I want the data to be captured till column E. So I'm just going to give the trigger column as column E over here. Say if you have the data till column G and you want the data to be captured till column G, then you have to give the trigger column as column G over here. Okay. And let's click on send test. Test data sent successfully. Okay, let's click on submit. Okay, now again we have to go to the extensions. Again come to Pabbly Connect webhooks and this time come to send on event option. Simply click on send on event. So why we are selecting send on event option? Just because next time whenever a response is received in this particular Google Sheet, Pabbly Connect is going to capture the response automatically. We are not going to make a link again and again between the data and the Pabbly Connect. Okay. So make sure you have a tick mark on send on event option. Okay. Now let's move back to Pabbly Connect and I'll just scroll down and here we can see that the response is received and all the details of the form submission are captured over here. Timestamp, full name, email address, mobile number along with the image URL, spreadsheet name, spreadsheet ID and all other details. Now here I'll just open this particular upload image URL. So now we want to make this particular URL shareable. So I'll just split this particular URL. For that I'm just coming to this action window. Here in the search application, let us find text formatter. In the action event, let us select split text. Click on connect. Now here we have to map the text to be splitted. So I'm just going to map the image URL from here. That is upload image here. Okay. Here we have to give the separator, enter the character. Special characters are allowed or word separator to split the text on. For space as a separator, use space. So here I am just going to separate this particular URL from is equal to sign. So I am just going to give the separator as is equal to. Okay. Now here we have to select the segment index. So I am just going to select the segment index as the last over here. Just because I want the last data after the equal to sign. Okay. And let's click on save and send. Test request. Okay, and here we can see the response is received and the last part of the URL is segmented. Okay, I split it over here. So now we want to send a WhatsApp message on the mobile number of the form owner. For that, come to this plus sign and click on add action step. Here in the choose application, let us find 360 dialog. In the action event, we have to select send template message. Click on connect. Click on add new connection. Now it is asking for the API key and domain. So let us read the instructions. Enter API key here. You can create API key in your 360 dialog account. Log into your 360 dialog account. Move to WhatsApp account page from the left sidebar and click on generate API key button. So I'll just take you to my 360 dialog account. So this is the dashboard of 360 dialog account. I have added the link of 360 dialog in the description box. By clicking on that link, you can reach to 360 dialog application and get 360 dialog service at a very affordable price than the actual price. Here we have to come to WhatsApp accounts. And here we can find generate API key option. So simply click on generate API key, generate the key, copy that API key, go back to Pabbly Connect and paste the API key over here. Now once the API key is generated, the same API key can be used for various different connections and workflows. We don't have to generate the API key again and again. Now the domain is required. Enter the domain here which you will get while generating the API key. Example. So here an example is given. So we are going to simply copy this example from here and we'll paste the same example over here. Now whenever our account is approved, we get this particular domain by default. So in your case, if you get some other domain, please paste that domain over here. After pasting API key and domain, simply click on save. As I have already created a connection, I'll just choose this option, that is select existing connection, and I'll just click on save. Okay, and now the 360 dialog account is connected to Pabbly Connect. Now here we have to select a template. So you might be thinking, what is a template? So template is simply a message that we want to send on the WhatsApp number. As we cannot send the messages directly on WhatsApp, first we need to create a template. We have to get it approved from Facebook, and once the template is approved, then only the same template can be used for sending the messages on WhatsApp. That is the reason we have to select a specific template over here. So I'll just take you to my 360 dialog account once again, and here we can find manage templates option. Simply click on it. Now here you can see I have created several templates and got it approved. If you want to create a new template, come to this plus sign and click on add template. Now here you can give the template name. From here, you can select the category as per your requirement. Various categories are available. Okay. From here, you can select the language of your choice. From here, you can select the template type. Here, you can give the template body text, that is the message you want to send on the WhatsApp number. Then click on preview and submit. Then it will be going for the approval. And once this template is approved, you can use this template for sending the messages on WhatsApp. Okay. So I'll just close this window. And I'll just open the one which I have already created and got it approved. So I'm just finding the template, that is image submission receive. Let's open it. Now here you can see a template, new submission received. You have received a new form submission. Details are name, email address and contact number. So this is the message the form owner is going to receive on his WhatsApp number. Here you can see 1, 2, 3 numbers in the curly braces. So these are the body fields and the values of these body fields are going to change every time. Okay. And along with this particular message, an image will also get shared. Okay. So let us select this template, that is image submission receive, here in Pabbly Connect. So I'm just going to find the same image submission receive. Now here we can see that the namespace and the language code is automatically captured. So we are not going to make any changes over here. Now here recipient mobile number is required. So recipient will be the form owner who is going to receive the WhatsApp message. Here we have to map the WhatsApp number of the form owner, and here the instruction is also mentioned. Enter the recipient mobile number with country code. So along with the country code, as we are in India, I am adding +91 to the number, and then I am just adding the WhatsApp number of the form owner. Okay. Now here we have to map the header image URL. Now I'm just going to add the direct link generation of Google Drive files over here. And then after that, I'm just going to map the image URL that we have already splitted, this image ID. Okay. So I have already added this particular direct link generation of Google Drive files URL in the description box. So you can access this particular URL from there. Okay. Now here the body field 1 is required. That is the full name of the participant. So let us map the full name from Google Forms, and the full name was Shikha Arya. Body field 2, example email address. Let us map the email address. And in body field 3, the mobile number is required. So let us map the mobile number. Now we have mapped all the details over here. So let's click on save and send test request. Okay, and here we can see the response is received. So now let us check the WhatsApp number of the form owner. I'll go to the WhatsApp. Okay, and here we can find a new message. Let us open it. New submission received. You have received a new form submission. Details are Shikha Arya, email address and the contact number. So here in this way we can see that the image as well as the messages received on the WhatsApp number of the form owner. Things to note are the body fields and their values. So the first body field was the name of the participant. Second was its email address, and the third value was the mobile number. Here we can see that all the values are correctly displayed along with the image also. In this way our integration is working fine. So let's move back to Pabbly Connect and let us save this workflow first. Data saved successfully. Okay. Now we have to check this in the real time. For that we are going to create one more form submission. So I'll just go to the form and I'll just open it in a new tab by clicking on this preview button. And let us give the details of a new participant over here. I'm just going to give the name as Avi Gupta. Email address as avigupta11@gmail.com. And let's add the mobile number over here. And let us add the file, that is the image. So I'm just going to select the image from my system once again. Okay, and let us select this image, that is new image. Click on upload. The image is getting uploaded. Okay, and let's click on submit. Okay, thanks for submitting your contact info. So the form has been filled. Now let us check the WhatsApp number of the form owner. I'm just going to the WhatsApp number. Okay, and I have given the same WhatsApp number because the form owner will be the one person who is going to receive the messages again and again. So here we have received the message, new form submission received. You have received a new form submission. Details are Avi Gupta, email address and the contact number. And here we can find the new image. So in this way we can see that our integration is perfectly working fine. Okay. So let's move back to Pabbly Connect. I'll just minimize all these windows and let us see in a nutshell whatever we have done till now. Okay, I'm just going to minimize this trigger window also. So first we have created an integration between Google Forms and Pabbly Connect. Then Pabbly Connect has captured all the details of the form submission. And then we have used the text formatter by Pabbly just to split the image URL. And then we have used 360 dialog for sending the messages on WhatsApp. And in this way, we have created a successful integration between Google Forms and WhatsApp using Pabbly Connect.
Hello everyone, so welcome back to Pabbly Connect. So in this video we will learn how to generate e-certificates in Google Forms for quiz, seminar, webinar or workshop. So imagine this, you have conducted a seminar and you have the details of your participant using Google Forms. So let's say there is a guy called as John. You have the details of John because he had submitted his details in Google Forms. So what you really want to do here is, you want to send John a participating certificate on his email address. Now this participating certificate will be made using a template that is present in Google Slide. Now the certificate is made, it will be stored in Google Drive. Now after the certificate is stored in Google Drive, it will be sent on Gmail to John. So the problem here is, this process can work manually for 1 or 2 people, but imagine doing this for let's say 50 people. You have to create certificates, you have to store them, blah. So here I would suggest that you bring in some automation so that whenever there is a new form submitted in Google Forms, it will automatically create a certificate in Google Slides. At the same time, the certificate will be stored on your Google Drive, and furthermore, the certificate will be emailed on Gmail. Now the problem here is, there is no active connection between Google Forms, Google Slides, Google Drive and Gmail. So in cases like these, we have to bring an integration and automation software called as Pabbly Connect that will integrate Google Forms, Google Slides, Google Drive and Gmail. The best part of using this process is a person without any technical background can perform this integration very easily. Now before I show you the steps, how about we begin with a real-time example.
Okay, so as you can see, this is a form that I've built in Google Form. It has been titled Certificates for Participation. Now, a person called as Michael Karas is going to fill in the form. Now, once the form is submitted, we will see whether he has received a certificate from me. So this is the email profile of this person called as Michael Karas. So Michael Karas is going to fill the form. Okay, Michael Karas. Okay, so these are the details. The name of the person is Michael Karas, and how would you like your name to appear on the certificate? It's again Michael Karas. This is the email, and of course this is the phone number of Michael Karas. Let me just click on submit. Okay, so the form submission has been made by a person called as Michael Karas. So let's have a look. Did he get a certificate from me? And this is the inbox of Michael Karas. Let me just refresh this inbox. Okay, so as you can see, this is the email that Michael Karas has received from me. And as you can see, it is saying, hello Michael Karas, congratulations. Now you are a warrior to fight climate change. So this seminar was actually about climate change, and please find your certificate in the attachment below. Best regards. And this is the certificate of participation. Let us download it. Okay, so this is the certificate that the guy called as Michael Karas has received. So as you can see, this is the certificate. It has been titled Certificate of Participation presented to Michael Karas for participating in the seminar on climate change. Keep up the great work. And this is the date when the certificate was awarded. And then we have the Institute for Climate Change. So you must be thinking, how did I do it? How did I manage to send the data from Google Forms to the email profile of the form submitter? So basically what you're going to do here is you're going to integrate Google Forms, Google Slides, Google Drive and Gmail in just 5 easy steps. So we are going to begin with the step 1, that is connect Pabbly Connect to Google Forms with help of webhook URL. Okay, so what we are going to do here is, first of all, we are going to log into Pabbly Connect. And afterwards, you are going to integrate Google Forms and Pabbly Connect with help of webhook URL. Now we have step 2, that is collect the data from Google Forms in Pabbly Connect. So we are going to make a form submission in Google Forms. The details of that particular submission will be automatically captured in Pabbly Connect. Now we have step 3, send the same data to Google Slide for creating a certificate from a template. So we will have a template in Google Slide. Using the data from Google Forms that we have collected in Pabbly Connect, we are going to create a new certificate from a template that is present in Google Slide. Afterwards, you are going to save the same certificate in Google Drive. Now in the step 5, send the same data to Gmail for sending an email to the form submitter. Now using Gmail, you are going to send an email, and this email will contain the attachment that is basically the certificate. So this integration is very easy, and let me show you the process in detail. Okay, so to begin the process, in the new tab, just type pabbly.com, 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 press enter. Okay, so this is the website of pabbly.com. All you have to do is just hover on products, and here you will find connect. Just click on connect. Okay, so when you click on connect, you will be brought to the landing page of Pabbly Connect. So this is the landing page of Pabbly Connect. Now just click on sign up for free. Here you can create your own account in just 2 minutes. In my case, I have already created an account. So I will be brought to the app section of Pabbly. So this is the app section of Pabbly. Let me just scroll down, and here you will find connect. Just click on access now. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, create workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. I'm going to give it as Google Forms to Google Slides to to Google Drive to Gmail. Okay, so basically we are integrating the whole Google suite. Okay, so we have Google Forms to Google Slides to Google Drive to Gmail, and let me just straight away click on create. So when you click on create, you will find 2 windows in front of you. So these are the 2 windows. The windows are the trigger window as well as the action window. So I want to receive the data from Google Forms. So that is why in the choose app, I'm going to add Google Forms. Google Forms it is. Okay, so now in the trigger event, how about we make it as new response in spreadsheet. So these are the steps that we have to follow to integrate Google Forms and Pabbly Connect. So what we are going to do here is, first of all, this is the form, okay, certificates for participation. Let me just cancel all of these. Okay, so we are basically going to integrate this particular Google form to Pabbly Connect. Now this particular certificate form is for climate change seminar, those who have participated in the climate change seminar. Okay, so let me just scroll down, and here at the bottom you will find the last field, that is the phone number. I'm just going to click here and just going to toggle this to the right. Okay, so basically we are making sure that this field is mandatory. So what we are going to do here is, first of all, we are going to create an associated Google Sheet for this particular form, and then we are going to integrate that Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. So you must be thinking, what is exactly going on? Why Google Sheet? So here's the thing. The form submission data, okay, the form submission data from this Google form will be sent to a Google Sheet, and from Google Sheet it will be sent to Pabbly Connect. It is pretty easy. Let me just click on responses, and here you will find the option, the icon to create spreadsheet. Click on create spreadsheet. So here we have 2 choices, create a new spreadsheet, select existing spreadsheet. We are going with the new spreadsheet, and by default it is already giving the name certificates for participation. Let me just straight away click on create. Okay, so a new spreadsheet has been created. Okay, so we have basically the same columns that was for the fields. For instance, we have your name. How would you like your name to appear on the certificate? Your email, and as well as the phone number. So your name, how would you like your name to appear on the certificate, your email, as well as the phone number. Also, we have the timestamp, basically the time at which when the form submission was made. Okay, so what's next? So basically, we are going to integrate this particular Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect, and these are the steps you have to follow. Click on add-ons. Okay, and in the add-ons you will find an add-on called as Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Now since you are beginning fresh, you won't find this add-on. So first you have to install this add-on, Pabbly Connect Webhooks. That is why just simply click on Get Add-ons. So basically when you click on Get Add-ons, Google Workspace Marketplace opens up in front of you. In the search, just type Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Okay, Pabbly Connect Webhooks it is. As you can see, Pabbly Connect Webhooks is already installed in my system. Now, all you have to do is just click on this button, and Pabbly Connect Webhooks will be installed in your Google Sheet also. Now remember this, after installing Pabbly Connect Webhooks, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. I repeat this again, after installing Pabbly Connect Webhooks, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. So let me just cancel this. Okay, going back to add-ons, clicking on Pabbly Connect Webhooks, just click on Initial Setup. Okay, so this is the window of Initial Setup. Here we have to fill 2 fields, the webhook URL as well as the trigger column. So what is the webhook URL? Now before we deal with the webhook URL as well as the trigger column, let me just show you the trigger column. Okay, let me just give you an idea about the trigger column. As you can see, column E is our last data entry column. Remember this, column E is our last data entry column. Okay, so going back to add-ons, Pabbly Connect webhooks, just click on initial setup. The reason I'm telling you this because column E actually gets hidden behind this window, so that is why I have told you. Okay, so the webhook URL. So this is my webhook URL. I'm just going to simply copy this. Okay, and afterwards I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so now we have to mention the trigger column. Now remember this, the trigger column is always the last data entry column. In our case, the last data entry column is column E. So that is why we are going to mention the trigger column as column E. Okay, so at this point, all you have to do is just straight away click on submit. Okay, so basically we have integrated this Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. So what I'm going to do here is, let me just go back to add-ons. There's a small minor thing you have to do. Pabbly Connect webhooks, just click on send on event. So this will ensure that anytime the rows are filled and column E is filled, it will keep on sending the data to Pabbly Connect. And Pabbly Connect is ready to capture the data. So what we're going to do here is, we are going to make a submission. So let me just straight away click on preview. Okay, so this time we are going to work with a person called as Darius Moravik. Okay, so this is the name of the guy, Darius Moravik. I'm just going to copy the email address. So this is the guy who is going to submit this form for participation. I think this is the form. Okay, the name of the guy is Darius. Okay, Darius Moravik, and this is once again the name that has to appear, Darius Moravik, and then we have the email address, and let me just add some phone number. Okay, so we have added the phone number. So these are all the details that has been filled by Darius Moravik. So let's have a look what will happen when the submission is made. So the form has been submitted by a person called as Darius Moravik. So let's have a look what is the data that is collected in Pabbly Connect. So as you can see, we have the data in Pabbly Connect. We have Darius Moravik, okay, the name of the person, the email of the person, and of course the phone number. Excellent. So we have got all the details. So on this Gmail address, we will be sending the email containing the certificate. Okay, so we will deal with that later. So what's next? So as you can see, let me just take you to the certificate. Okay, let me just take you to the certificate. So where was the certificate? Okay, so yeah, so this was the certificate that was sent to Michael Karas. And it is showing the date for today, okay, when the certificate was sent, the current date. So what we have to do here is we actually have to make sure that the system knows the current date. So that is why what we are going to do here is in this action window, we are going to establish the current date. Okay, this is because we have to make sure that it mentions the date when this certificate was awarded. So what I'm going to do here is in the choose app, let me just add date time formatter. I have clicked it. Now in the action event, how about we go with current date? Okay, simply just click on connect. Now the format that we want is simple day, month and year. We do have a lot of formats, but I'm interested in, let's say, this format, day, month and year. And should we include time in the response? No, we don't want to include time in the response because it will really look ridiculous if we add time in the response. Okay, so that is why we are just keeping it as false. So when I click on save and send as request, it will show the date time as this, that is 15th of September 2021. Today is 15th of September 2021. Excellent. So what's next? So now what we are going to do here is this particular certificate was created with the help of Google Slide. So what I'm going to do here is, let me just first open Google Slide. Okay, Google Slide, I'm sorry. Okay, so let's go with Google Slides here, and let me just click here. Go to Google Slides. Okay, so let's go with this one only. Okay, the student certificate template. So you can actually create the certificate with any kind of template. So this is the template that I'm interested in. Okay, so this is the template. So what I'm going to do here is, first of all, let's make sure we name this template as certificate template 00. Okay, template, I'm sorry, certificate 00. Let's go with certificate 00. Okay, so this will be the template name, certificate 00. Using this particular template, we are going to create the certificates. Now we have to make some changes. Okay, for instance, it is showing congratulations 5th star grade of the week, so we don't want that. So I'm just going to remove this. Instead of that, I'm just going to add certificate of participation. Certificate of participation. Okay. So I think we should bring it at the middle. Okay, so I think it's ready. Now let me just also increase the size of it. Okay, it's actually looking small. Okay, now we of course don't want the student name like this, and furthermore we have to also make more changes. Okay, first of all, let me just remove this ridiculous thing. Okay, and let me just remove this. Here I'm going to add the name of the institute that is awarding it: Climate Rescue, Climate Change Prevention Organization. Okay, so this is the institute that is conducting the seminar as well as awarding the certificates. Okay, and what I'm going to do here is next, it actually doesn't look a certificate at this point. Certificate of participation, and here we can also add awarded to or presented to. Okay, so that is why I'm just going to bring presented to. Okay, presented to, and let me just make it italicized. Okay, so I think it's ready, and let me just bold this. I think the student name is taking a lot of space, so we have to fix that. Okay, so I'm just going to reduce it to 50 would be great. Okay, presented to certificate of participation. Actually this size can also be increased a bit more. Okay, I think now it's ready. Okay, so what's next? So we have the organization name. We have okay, so for volunteering to for participating in climate change awareness seminar. Okay, for participating in climate change awareness seminar. Keep up the great work. Okay, so that would do. Okay, and what's next? Now it should have that ribbon thing. Okay, I don't know what it is called, so I'm just going to add the ribbon thing. Okay, so I think this will work. So this is the same ribbon thing. So this is something that I have downloaded from the internet. Okay, so this is the ribbon. Okay, I think we are ready. So this is the name of the template, certificate 00. Okay, so we have to make sure that this particular template is made available in Pabbly Connect. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on the plus sign. Okay, and in the choose tab, let me just add Google Slide. Google Slide it is. Why Google Slide? Because we are going to create a certificate from the template that is certificate 00. Now in the action event, how about we make it as create presentation from template, this one. Okay, that's the idea. Simply just click on connect. We are going with a new connection. Just click on connect with Google Slides. Okay, so these are the series of email accounts I have, and my Google Slide is present in this particular email account. Let me just show you that. It's just vanished. In this account, this particular certificate template is present. Again, it just vanished. Okay, so I'm selecting this one. Okay, so now it is trying to authorize. So before you give access to Pabbly Connect, let me just remind you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. So on the basis of that trust, let me just press continue. Okay, so I think the authorization is successful. Brilliant. Okay, so by default, it is showing the template presentation as certificate 00. Okay, now these are all the certificates that I have in my all the templates, all the slides that is present in my Google Drive or in my Gmail account. Out of all these, I'm interested in working with this one. Let me just give you a perspective and you will understand it better. Okay, so these are all the slides we have. All the slides that is present here is being now reflected here. Okay, So out of them, I'm interested in working with this particular template, that is certificate 00. Okay, so what's next? So let me just show you a magic. Although we have something else to discuss, that is title of the new presentation's location. So we will discuss that later, but for the timing, let me just show you a magic. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and here I'm just going to add 2 pairs of curly bracket. Inside the 2 pairs of curly bracket, I'm just going to add something like this name. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, once again, let me just go to Pabbly Connect. Okay, and let me just refresh this. Okay, so as you can see, we have the field called as the name. Okay, so as you can see, we have the field called as the name. So this is because we've made some changes here and now it is being reflected here. Okay, so here we are going to insert the name of the student. Okay, and if you are still interested, let me show you one more magic. So what I'm going to do here is, let me just insert the text box, and here let me just add date colon, and after that, let me just correct the color. So color is blue, white, and inside it, let me just add once again 2 pairs of curly bracket, and inside it, let me just add date. So as you can see, we have added date. Okay, and inside the 2 pairs of curly bracket, we have added date. So let me just show you the magic once again. So once again, let me just refresh this. Okay, so it has been refreshed, and as you can see, we have one more field, that is the date. Okay, so we are going to add the current date here. Okay, today's date. And what is this? Title of the new presentation. So, well, the title of the new presentation basically means the title of the new certificate that will be created. Now, it is also asking where should be the new presentation should be stored, or where should be the new certificate should be stored. So, as it happens, what I'm going to do here is, let us begin mapping. Now, I'm going to give a very unique name for the certificate that is going to be created. For instance, let me just go to Google Slides, and as you can see, these are all the certificates that has been created. Okay, for instance, this was given to the person Michael Karas, this was given to Deris Moravik, and what I actually did is I inserted the name of the person and their phone number. So we have a unique name for the certificate. Okay, the certificate that will be created, and this particular certificate that were created was actually stored in my Google Drive. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, first of all, we are going to make sure that when a certificate is created, it will have a unique name. So I'm just going to add the name of the person. Okay, dash. So if you're wondering where this data came from, the data came from here. Okay, from our Google Forms, Deris Moravik. And also, if you want, you can also add the time or the date. This time I'm going with this one, the time, or let's go with the phone number only. Okay, so Deris Moravik, and then we have the phone number. So this will be the title of the certificate. So what is the new presentation location? What is the meaning of this? So when a certificate will be created, it should be stored somewhere, and I prefer to keep it in my Google Drive. So this is my Google Drive, and as you can see, these 2 certificates were created and it was stored here. Now this is my actual homepage of Google Drive, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a folder to store all these newly created certificates. So the name of the folder will be, let's say, new certificates folder. Okay, let me just straight away click on create. So a new folder called as new certificate folder has been created. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to refresh this. Okay, so in this particular folder, we are going to store the certificates, and this is the name of the folder, new certificates folder, and we have selected it. So right now this particular folder is empty. Okay, right now this particular folder is empty. So let's make sure that we create a new certificate now. Now we have to enter the name. So the name of the guy is Deris Moravik. Okay, oh, I'm sorry, this is the data that we want, Deris Moravik. Okay, so we have added the name Deris Moravik because this is the name that he wants to make sure that this name appears on the certificate. And then we have the date. Now if you remember, this is the data that we have created, okay, by using this action window, that is date time formatter. We have established today's date, that is 9th or 15th of September 2021. Okay, so what's next? So what I'm going to do here is when I click on save and send test request, it will create a certificate from this particular template, and it will insert the name of the guy here and also the date here. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so as you can see, the response is a positive one. So we have already mentioned that the name of the certificate will be Darius dash and the phone number, and it will be stored in this location, new certificates folder. So what I'm going to do here is, let me just take you to my drive, and this is the folder, new certificates folder. I'm clicking it, and as you can see, you have the certificate, Darius Moravik, and the phone number. So let's explore this particular certificate, and as you can see, this is the certificate. Okay, certificate of participation presented to Darius Moravik, and this is the date. So a certificate has been created in Google Drive. Oh, I'm sorry, in Google Slide. Now this certificate is in a slide form. We actually want it PDF, and more importantly, as you can see, the present status of this particular slide or the certificate is private to only me. Okay, as you can see, we have a lock here. So basically we have to remove the lock. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, this particular certificate is stored in my Google Drive. So what I'm going to do here is, we have to first make sure that this particular certificate is a shareable one. Now remember this, when this certificate was created, okay, it established a unique ID. So this is the unique ID for this particular certificate. So this is something that will come handy. So let me just introduce Google Drive. Why Google Drive? Because our certificate is stored in Google Drive and it is only private to only me. But since it is private to only me, it doesn't make any sense because we have to share it to the person, that is Darius Moravik. Okay, so we are going with this one, share a file with anyone. That makes sense because we want to share this file with Darius Moravik. Let me just straight away click on connect. We are going with a new connection, just click on connect with Google Drive. Okay, so once again we have the choice. So I'm going with this one because the certificate is stored in the Google Drive of this email account. So I'm selecting it. Okay, so now Pabbly Connect wants access. Before I click on continue, let me remind you something once again, that we don't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. So on the basis of that trust, we have signed in and the authorization is successful. Brilliant. Now by default, it is showing the file ID as Darius Moravik this. Now this is a static ID because as you can see, this won't be removed. So what I'm going to do here is, I'm just going to toggle this to the right. I'm going to remove this. Okay, we don't want this. Now this is the file ID we want. Okay, this is the file ID for this particular certificate. Okay, so I'm sorry, not this particular certificate, this particular certificate. So what I'm going to do here is, we have to make sure that we have this data here. It's actually pretty easy. Just click here, and we have mapped it. Okay, now remember this, the lock, as you can see, there is a lock already. Okay, that's the reason we can't share it. So when I click on save and send test request, we will see one more magic. Okay, and the log gets removed, and it is now showing the icon as anyone with the link. Awesome. So basically anyone with a link can actually access this certificate. Okay, so what's next? So now that we have the link, so as you can see, these are all the links, the different file links we have. We can actually share it as a PDF. We can actually share it as open XML format or like plain text, open document, anything. But I'm interested in sharing it as a PDF. So what's next? So what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to email this certificate to Darius Moravik on his email address. So let me introduce Gmail to send the email. So I promise you, this is the last window. And here I'm going to introduce Gmail. So we have selected it. Now in the action event, how about we make it as send an email with attachment? Okay, because we are going to send the certificate. And let me just click on add new connection. Just simply click on connect with Gmail. Okay, so it is asking through which email account you will be sending the email. So I will be sending the email through this account. So this is the one I'm interested in. Okay, so now Pabbly Connect wants access. Just straight away click on continue. Okay, so it is showing the authorization successful. Now we have some field, that is the recipient email address. And all these fields has to be filled, but we are going to fill only the important ones. So what is the recipient email address? Now, if you are still wondering what is the recipient email address, this is the recipient email address. This is the data that Darius has given us. Okay, so we are going to map this particular detail here. We click here, and we have mapped the email address where we'll be sending the email. CCC and BCC can be ignored. The sender name is, what was the name of our organization? Climate Change Prevention Organization. So I'm just going to There is no such organization. Maybe there is an organization, but for the time being, we are just going with this name, dummy name. Okay, the sender name is Climate Change Prevention Organization. And the email subject is certificates. Okay, and the reply to can be ignored. Email content type can be just plain. Email content. So what will be the email content? So let me just straight away type some details. Okay, so I have added the email content. Okay, so this will be the message that will be sent along with the attachment. Now I could have actually manually typed it, but I felt that it will take a lot of time. So that is why I have just copied and pasted it. Now here after hello, we can just add the name of the person. Hello, Dennis Moravik. Congratulations, you are now a warrior to fight climate change after this seminar. Please find your certificate in the attachment below. Best regards. Okay, so the file name will be certificate for fighting climate change. Certificates for participating, that would make sense. Certificates for participation, that would make sense. Okay, certificates for participation. Okay, so that will be the name of the file that will be given. Now in the attachment, we basically have to map this particular attachment. We want to send it as a PDF. Okay, so that is why we are going with this one. Now, if you're wondering where this data came from, this data came from here, application/PDF. Okay, so this is the same link. So when I click on save and send test request, it will definitely send this mail to this guy, that is Teres Moravik. So as you can see, the response is a positive one. So let's have a look into the inbox of Teres Moravik. So this is the inbox of Teres Moravik. So let me just refresh this. And as you can see, this is the certificate that he has received. Okay, and let's explore the certificate of participation presented to Teres Moravik, and the date, and then we have the ribbon as well as the gold medal. Excellent. So the presence of this particular certificate indicates that we have a successful integration between Google Forms, Google Slides, Google Drive, and Gmail. Now before you leave, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So let me just go to Pabbly Connect, and let me just minimize this action window. 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 And let me just minimize the trigger window. So basically, this is the whole process in a nutshell. First, you integrated Google Forms to Pabbly Connect. And afterwards, you have established the current time. You have created a certificate using the template. After that, you have stored that template in Google Drive and make sure that this template or this certificate is shareable with anyone with a link. And after that, you have emailed the certificate to the form submitter. So now we have a perfect flow of data between Google Forms, Google Slide, Google Drive, and Gmail. Awesome. Hello everyone. So in this video, we will learn how to send and receive form responses on form submission automatically. So the idea is that if a new form is submitted by a respondent in Google Form, the same respondent will be receiving an SMS from me. So basically this will be a confirmation type of SMS. Not only that, I will be also receiving an alert notification on my mobile phone as an SMS. But the problem here is there is no direct connection between Google Forms and SMS sending apps like Twilio. So that is why we will be using an integration and automation software called as Pabbly Connect that will integrate Google Forms and SMS sending apps like Twilio. The best part of using Pabbly Connect is a person without any technical background can perform this little integration very easily. Now before I show you the steps, how about we begin with a real-time example. So basically these are the steps that you have to follow to integrate Google Forms to Pabbly Connect and Twilio. Now in the first step, you are going to integrate Google Forms and Pabbly Connect with the help of the webhook URL. So basically you are just going to copy the webhook URL from Pabbly Connect and paste it into Google Forms. Technically you are going to paste it into Google Sheets, but we will deal with that later. Now after that, you are going to collect the data of the form responses from Google Forms into Pabbly Connect. Now using the same data, you are going to send two SMS, one to the respondent and one to yourself. So after this integration is built, all you have to do is just sit back and relax, because whenever a new form is submitted in Google Forms, automatically a message will be delivered to you as well as the respondent. Awesome. Okay, so this is my Google form. It has been titled library form. So the idea is that a person is going to fill in the form. Once the form is submitted, the same person will receive an SMS from me. Not only that, I will also receive an SMS containing the data of this particular form submission. So let us do the experiment. So we have a guy called as Tommy, and this is Tommy's phone number. And the preference he is selecting is science book. Okay, he doesn't want book cover. Okay, the form submission has been made by a person called as Tommy. So let me just show you the SMS that he has received. So this is the SMS that Tommy has received. Now let me show you the SMS that I have received about this form submission. So let me just show you the SMS. Okay, so this is the SMS that I have received. New form submission by Tommy, who want a copy of science book. So you must be thinking, how did I do it? How did I manage to send the data from Google Forms to SMS sending app like Twilio? So we are using an integration and automation software called as Pabbly Connect that has integrated Google Forms and SMS sending apps like Twilio. Now before I show you the steps, how about I show you a small perspective how this integration is going to work. Okay, so to begin the process, in the new tab, just type pabbly.com, 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 press enter. Okay, so this is the website of pabbly.com. All you have to do is just click on sign up for free. Here you can build your own account in just 2 minutes. In my case, I have already built an account, so just scroll down and here you will find the app section of Pabbly. Let me just click on access now. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, create workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. I'm planning to give it as Google Forms to Twilio. Now you have a question, why the hell are we working in incognito mode? Well, the answer is very simple. If you're working with the Google form, which involves the creation of Google Sheet, it is always advisable that you work in incognito mode. Otherwise, there will be a problem of authentication. Okay, so when you click on create, you will find 2 windows, the trigger window as well as the action window. So I plan to send the data from Google Forms. So that is why in the trigger window, I'm going to select the app as Google Forms. Now in the trigger event, how about we make it as new response in spreadsheet? Now you do have an obvious question. Why the trigger event is new response in spreadsheet? It should be something like new response in a form, new response in Google Form. So the answer is very simple. The integration of Google Forms involves creation of Google Sheet. Let me show you how it's done. So this is my new form, okay, new library form. Let me just cancel this old form, okay. And this is my new form. So I plan to integrate this particular form to Pabbly Connect. So the integration will involve the creation of Google Sheet. Okay, so I'm talking a lot about Google Sheet, but first of all, what you have to do is you go to the last part, okay, this is the last field. And I'm just going to make sure that this field is mandatory. Okay. Later, let me just click on response and just click on this icon. So this icon will create a Google Sheet. Now the idea of this Google Sheet is whenever a new form submission is made in this form, the data of the responses will be available automatically in Google Sheet. And from Google Sheet, it will be sent to Pabbly Connect. So it is asking a question, create a new spreadsheet and the default name will be new library form responses. Just simply click on create. Okay, so the form is created. Excellent. So we have the details like your name, your phone preference, and do you want book cover. So basically we have all the form details. Okay, so we have your name, your phone preference, and the book cover. So when the form submission is made, the details of that form will be available in this Google Sheet. Now what we are going to do here is we are going to integrate this particular Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. Okay, so imagine this. The form submission is made, the data arrives here, and from here it will be sent to Pabbly Connect. And from Pabbly Connect it will be sent to SMS sending apps like Twilio. So we are going to integrate this Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. So let me just click on add-ons. So when you click on add-ons, you will find an add-on called as Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Now Pabbly Connect Webhook is an add-on that I have installed in my Google Sheet. Now since you are beginning fresh, Pabbly Connect Webhooks might not have been installed. So just click on Get Add-ons. Okay, so when you click on Get Add-ons, Google Workspace Marketplace opens up in front of you. In the search, just type Pabbly Connect webhooks. This one. Okay, so as you can see, Pabbly Connect webhook is already installed in my system. All you have to do is just click on Pabbly Connect webhooks and Pabbly Connect webhooks will be installed in your Google Sheet also. Now remember this, after installing Pabbly Connect webhooks, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. I repeat this again, after installing Pabbly Connect webhooks, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. So let me just cancel this. Okay, so I'm assuming that you have installed Pabbly Connect webhooks and also refreshed your Google Sheet. So that is why let me just go to add-ons, Pabbly Connect webhooks, just click on initial setup. So this is the window of initial setup. Here we have to fill two fields, the webhook URL as well as the trigger column. The trigger column is always the last data entry column. In our case, the last data entry column is column E. So that is why I'm going to mention the trigger column as column E. Now this is the webhook URL. Let me just go to Pabbly Connect and copy this. This is the webhook URL you want. Copy this and simply paste it here. Okay, so we have entered the webhook URL. Just straight away click on submit. Okay, so there is one minor thing you have to do. Go back to add-ons, Pabbly Connect webhooks, just click on send on event. So this will ensure that anytime column E is filled, it will keep on sending the data to Pabbly Connect. And Pabbly Connect is ready to receive the data. Awesome. So what I'm going to do here is we are going to make a dummy submission. So let me just straight away click on preview and let me enter some details. Okay, so this time a person called as John is filling the form. This is the name, this is the phone number of John, and he has selected history book. Does he want cover? Let's keep it as yes and submit. So the form submission has been made. The details of the form submitter will be available in Google Sheet. As you can see, we have the name, the time at which when this submission was made, the phone number, the preference, and the book cover. Yes. So as you can see, column E is filled. So let's have a look whether Pabbly Connect, since it is integrated with this Google Sheet, has it captured the details. So as you can see, it does have the details. This is the name, that is John. Then we have the phone number. Then we have the preference, that is history book. And then the book cover. Then there is most important thing, that is the row index. So this is the row index, that is 2. That is why it has returned 2. Now what we are going to do here is, first of all, we are going to send an SMS to John confirming that his form submission is done. And after that, I'm going to send an SMS to myself to know that John has submitted the form. Okay. So we are going to use Twilio. So this is how it's done. So you just go to the action window and select the app as Twilio. Now in the action event, you just simply want to send an SMS message. Simply just click on connect. In the new connection, you have the account SID, authorization token, and once again account SID. So to get all these details, let's have a visit to Twilio. So this is my Twilio account. All you have to do is just click on settings. Okay. Okay, so this is the settings page. Let it load, give it 1 or 2 seconds. Okay, so it is demanding authentication. So let me just enter my password. So this is my password. Obviously, I'm not going to show you my password. And let me just press enter. Okay, so as you can see here, we have two choices in API credentials, the live credential as well as the test credentials. So this is the account SID. We are going to work with the live credentials. This is the account SID. You just copy this and you're just going to paste it here. Okay. Now, once again, you have to enter the account SID here. So I'm just going to paste it here also. Now let's figure out our authorization token. So this is the authorization token. Remove the privacy, copy this and paste it here. Okay, easy. So we have entered the account SID, authorization token, and once again the account SID. Just click on save. So when you click on save, you will find 3 fields: the body of the SMS, the sender number, and the recipient number. So let's start with the easy one, the recipient number. Now we want to send the SMS to this guy, John, and this is his phone number. So let me just add his phone number. I'm just going to click here, and this is the phone number, and we have mapped it. But this is not complete. As you can see, it is demanding format. Okay, it's demanding a format, that is +91. So this is the country format. I'm working from India and we follow +91. Okay, so this is the country STD code, +91. So now we have to enter the sender number. So I'm just going to enter the sender number. So this is the sender number. I'm just going to show you the sender number that Twilio has provided me. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, then I have to figure out, and then I'm going to enter the body of the SMS. The body of the SMS will be something like, thanks for submitting the form. Submitting the form. And let me just enter the name. John, thanks for submitting the form. You will receive the book was history book soon. Okay, so we have entered the sender number, the recipient number, and we have also composed the body of the SMS. Just click on save and send test request to send this SMS to John. So as you can see, SMS has been sent. It is saying the SMS has been sent, and let me just show you the screenshot of the SMS that John has received. So this is the SMS. Now what we're going to do here is I'm going to send myself an SMS that John has submitted the form. So this will be like an alert. So basically we have to do the same thing once again. Okay, what we have done with this action window has to be done once again. Now in place of recipient number, I just add my number. In place of recipient number, if I add my number and make some changes in the body of the SMS, the process is just the same. So what I'm going to do here is to avoid this menial task, I'm just going to clone this step. Okay, clone it. Okay, as you can see, a new clone has been created. Basically, it's the copy of this window. Okay, as you can see, we have the same copy. Now, the sender number will remain same. The body of the SMS would be something like new form submitted by. New form submitted by. And here I'm going to map the name which is already mapped, John. Okay, and he will receive and he has chosen history book. Okay, he has chosen, not choosed, he has chosen history book. Okay, a simple small SMS. Now in the sender number it will remain same. Now let me just add my own phone number. Okay, so this is the recipient number, this is the sender number, and this is the body of the SMS. At this point, all you have to do is just click on save and send test request to send the SMS. So let me do that. Okay, so the response is a positive one. So let me just straight away show you the screenshot, and let me just show you the SMS that I have received. Okay, so this is the SMS. Let me just show you the SMS. Okay, so this was from Tommy and this is from John. Okay, history book and John. So the presence of this SMS shows that we have a successful integration between Google Forms and Twilio. So before you leave, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So that is why I'm just going to minimize all my windows one by one. Okay, so basically this is the whole process in a nutshell. First you integrated Google Forms to Pabbly Connect, and then you have integrated Twilio to Pabbly Connect. You have sent the SMS to the form submitter. After that, you have cloned this basic step so that you can just enter your own phone number and send a message to myself. Okay, so that you will be alerted whenever a new form is submitted in Google Forms. So now there's a perfect flow of data between Google Forms and SMS sending apps like Twilio. Awesome.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Pabbly Connect. So in this video, we will learn how to create items in mundane.com on new Google Form responses. So the idea is that if a new submission happens in Google Forms, automatically the details of that forms will be used to create an item in mundane.com. But the issue here is there is actually no connection between Google Forms and mundane.com. So in cases like these, we are going to use an integration and automation software called as Pabbly Connect that will integrate Google Forms and mundane.com. The best part of using Pabbly Connect is a person without any technical background can perform this integration very easily. Now, if you are still interested, let me show you with an example.
Okay, so this is my Google form and this is my Monday board. So the idea is that I'm going to make some dummy entry in this particular Google form, and we will see whether we have an item created in Monday or not. So let me just perform the experiment. So we have a guy called as Thomson Grease. So this is the name Thomson Grease. This is the email address. And this is the number of words he can write per minute. That is, let's say 30. So basically this is a content writing placement form. On the basis of this form, I will be sorting out some content writers. So the age of this guy is 23 and he is, let's say, male. Okay. And he is interested in writing on science. Okay. And let me just click on submit. So the submission has been made by a guy called as Thomson Grease. So let's have a look. Do we have the details of Thomson Grease in monday.com? And as you can see, the details of Thomson Grease has appeared in front of you. We have the name, we have the age, the sex, the words per minute, and the preference, that is science. So you must be thinking, how did I do it? How did I manage to send the data from Google Forms to monday.com? So basically, as I mentioned earlier, we are using an integration and automation software called as Pabbly Connect that integrates Google Forms and monday.com. Now, before we begin, let me just show you how this integration will work. A small perspective. Okay, so this is how this integration is going to work. So first of all, you are going to integrate Google Forms with help of Google Sheets. So technically what you're going to do here is you're going to create a Google Sheet associated with this particular Google form. And you are going to integrate Google Sheets and Pabbly Connect. And this integration can be done with help of webhook URL. You are basically going to copy the webhook URL from Pabbly Connect and paste it into Google Sheets. Now in the second step, what you're going to do here is you're going to send the data from Google Sheets to Pabbly Connect. Now remember this, the data that came from Google Sheets is technically the form responses from Google Forms. Now in the third step, you're first going to create an item from the data that you have collected from Pabbly Connect. And after that, you're going to update the columns for that particular item in monday.com. So we will have a perfect integration between Google Forms, Pabbly Connect and monday.com. Now the importance of creating this workflow is all you have to do is just create this workflow for once and then you just sit back and relax. Because every time a new form submission is made in Google Forms, automatically an item will be created in monday.com. At the same time, the columns of that particular item will be automated, updated individually in real time. Awesome, isn't it? Okay, so to begin the process, in the new tab, just type pabbly.com, 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 press enter. Okay, so this is the website of pabbly.com. All you have to do is just click on sign up for free. Here you can build your own account in just 2 minutes. In my case, I have already built an account, so I'm just going to get into the account section of Pabbly. So this is the account section of Pabbly, and here you will find connect. Just click on access now. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, create workflow. Click this, a dialog box appears in front of you. It is now asking you to give a name to this workflow. So I'm planning to give it as Google Forms to monday.com. Of course, you can give any name according to your choice. It's totally on you. Let me just correct the spelling. Okay. And let me just straight away click on create. So when you click on create, you will find 2 windows, the trigger window as well as the action window. Now we want to send the data from Google Forms. I'm just going to add the choose app as Google Forms. So the idea is that when a new form is submitted in Google Forms, the data will be sent to Pabbly Connect. But actually, as you can see, the trigger event is mentioning new response in spreadsheet. So what's the deal with new response in spreadsheet? Why it is new response in spreadsheet? It should be something like new response in Google Forms or something. Now, to explain you better, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to take you to a newly constructed Google form. So basically, it has the same fields that we have earlier. Okay, so let me just cancel this old form. We don't want this. So this is the form that we plan to integrate with Pabbly Connect. Now, what we're going to do here is when a response is submitted by a person, the details of that particular response will be sent to Google Sheets. Okay, and from Google Sheets, it will be sent to Pabbly Connect. Okay, so first we are going to integrate Google Forms. First, we are going to send the data from Google Forms to Google Sheets and then to Pabbly Connect. So what we're going to do here is, let me just scroll down, click here. Okay, so this is the last field, that is genre of writing. I'm going to make sure this field is required. Okay, so scroll up and here in the response, you will find an icon for creating the spreadsheet. You click here. Okay, so here you have 2 choices, create a new spreadsheet and select existing spreadsheet. Now I want to create a new spreadsheet, so let me straight away click on create. So a new spreadsheet is being created for this particular form, And as you can see, it has the same fields: timestamp, your name, your email, number of words, age, sex, genre of writing, and so on. So the last field is for genre of writing. Okay, as you may remember, the last field was for genre of writing. All the fields that is present here is now present as columns. So what we are going to do here is we are going to integrate this particular Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. So the idea is that when the response is made by a person in this particular Google form, the data of that response will come here, and that response data will go to Pabbly Connect. So to begin the integration process of this particular Google Sheet and Pabbly Connect, all you have to do is just click on add-ons. So when you click on add-ons, you will find an add-on called as Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Now since you're beginning fresh, you won't find Pabbly Connect Webhooks in your Google Sheet. So first of all, you just click on Get Add-ons. Okay, so when you click on Get Add-ons, you will find Google Workspace Marketplace in front of you. In the search, just type Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Just click this. Okay, so as you can see, it is showing Pabbly Connect Webhooks is already installed in my system. So all you have to do is just click on Pabbly Connect Webhooks, and Pabbly Connect Webhooks will be installed in your system also. Now, after installing Pabbly Connect Webhooks, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. Okay, in my case, this is already installed. I repeat this again. After installing Pabbly Connect Webhooks, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. So I'm closing this. So as you can see, column G is our last data entry column, because after column G, there is no sign of any data entry or any columns. Column G is our last data entry column. So go back to add-ons. I'm assuming that you have inserted this particular add-on into your Google Sheet, that is Pabbly Connect Webhooks, and also you have refreshed your Google Sheet. So let me just click on Initial Setup. So this is the window of initial setup, and here you have to fill two fields, the webhook URL as well as the trigger column. So this is the webhook URL. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Easy. Then we have to mention the trigger column. The trigger column is always the last data entry column. In our case, the last data entry column is column G. So let me just make it as column G, and straight away just click on submit. Okay, so we have mentioned the trigger column, that is column G. Now what's next? Now what we are going to do here is we are just going to make a minor adjustment. Go to add-ons and just click on send on event. So this will ensure that anytime column G is filled, it will keep on sending the data to Pabbly Connect. So let me just go to this particular Google Sheet. Let me just click on preview, and we are going to make a dummy submission. So we have a person called as Selenia Gomez. The name is Selenia Gomez. This is the email address, and she can write 20 words per minute. Her age is, let's say, 16, and she is a female. Genre of writing is, let's say, current affairs. Let me just click on submit. So the submission has been made, and the data has eventually arrived in this particular Google Sheet. And we have all the data in Google Sheet. As you can see, column G is also filled. So basically this means the data will be available in Pabbly Connect, because Pabbly Connect is integrated with Google Sheet, and we do have the data. We have the name, that is Selenia Gomez. This is the email address. This is the words per minute. This is the age. This is the sex. This is the genre of writing. And of course, this is the row index 2. Basically, this is because this is row index 2. So we have got all the data. Now we are going to create an item in mundane.com. So what we are going to do here is, first of all, we select the app as mundane.com. Okay, mundane.com it is. Now in the action event, how about we make it as create an item? Simply just click on connect, going with the new connection, and we have to fill the token. So this is how you get the token. You go to mundane.com, click here, go to admin, and click on API. So this is the token you want. Copy this and simply paste it here. Easy. Just click on save. So when you click on save, you will find a set of fields. Now what we are going to do here is, I want to work with this particular field. Okay, let me just take you to the workspace. So I want to work with this particular port first, that is my first port. So I'm just going to change it to my first port. Okay, so these are all the ports that is present in my mundane.com account, and my first board has some groups also. So these are all the groups that is present in my mundane.com account. So I'm interested in working with this group, that is content writers. So I'm selecting this group, content writers. Now we have to fill in the item name. So I'm going to create an item name in place as a name, as the name of the person that has submitted the form. In our case, that's Selenia Gomez. So we have entered the name. Now if you're wondering where this data came from, this data came from here, Selenia Gomez. Okay, so we have mapped the details. At this point, all you have to do is just click on save and send test request to create our item. Okay, so let's have a look. As you can see, a new item has been created. But as you can see, we don't have the details such as age, sex, words per minute, preference and all those things. So we are going to deal with that now. But before that, what we are going to do here is, in a bulk, we are going to send the data such as age, sex, word per minute and preference into this part. So let me just introduce one more time monday.com. Monday.com it is. Okay. Now in the action event, how about we make it as create. I'm sorry. Let me just scroll down. Okay, let me just scroll down. Create and update. This one. Simply just click on connect. Okay, so this time we are not going to enter the token. I'm just going to go with the existing connection. And in the existing connection, we are going to work with the recent one. So this is the recent one. So let me just click on save. Okay, so now we have to mention the item. So this is the item, okay. This is the item ID we want. So we want to map this particular detail here. So I'm going to toggle this to the right. I'm going to remove this. And I'm going to map this particular detail here. So this is the item ID. So when an item was created, it also generated an item ID. So this is that particular ID. So we have mapped it. Now in the body, we are just going to enter all the details one by one. We have the name, that is Selena Gomez. Now to insert a new line, I am just going to add /n, okay. And then we have the email address, /n. And then we have the number of words per minute, /n. Then we have the age, /n. And then we have the sex, /n. Okay, and then we have the genre of writing. Okay, so I don't think there is need for /n. At this point, just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the response is a positive one. So let's have a look what are the details in this particular list. Okay, we have all the details. We have the name, we have the email address, we have the age, I think. This is the number of words per minute. I'm sorry, this is the number of words per minute, and this is the age, this is the sex, and of course this is the preference or the genre. So we have got all the data. Now what we are going to do here is we are going to disseminate all this data into these individual columns one by one. Age, sex, words per minute, and preference. So let's start with age. Okay, so I'm just going to introduce one more window. Monday.com it is. Okay, now in the action event, how about we make it as update, create an update item column value. Simply just click on connect. Okay, so we are not going to go to the new connection. We are just going to go with the existing connection and just click on save. We are going to change the board as first board, my first board. And the group was some content writing or something. Okay, content writers. Okay, so this is the parent item. It is already showing Selena Gomez. I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and let me just add the original ID. So this is the ID, the dynamic ID. And here I'm going to change it to age. Okay, and in the age, we are just going to map it as age, that is 16. Let me just click on save and send test request, and age will appear. Okay, so we have the age as 16. Excellent. Now we are going to deal with sex. So we just click here and we are just going to add monday.com. Okay, so now in the action event, again we are going to update the column. Click on connect. Okay, so I hope you get the gist, because I'm going to do this process at least 3-4 times. Okay, because we have to fill this age, sex, word per minute, preference and all those details one by one. So it will take some time, but overall I hope you get the gist. So we have the board as first board. Okay. Now we have the group item as content writers. Okay, so the parent item, I'm just going to toggle this to the right, remove this. Once again, I'm just going to map the ID. So this is the ID. And then let me just add the column. So the column is, I'm just going to click here, and the column this time will be on, I think, sex. Okay, sex it is. Then we have to map the column value. So the column value I'm just going to add is female, and we have mapped it. Now if you're wondering where this data came from, the data came from here. Okay, so the data came from here. Okay, so this was the sex of the respondent. Just click on save and send test request. Okay, so as you can see, we have the sex as female. Now we are going to work with the capacity she has. That's how many words she can type in a minute. So let me just click here. Monday.com it is. Okay, so I get it. It's a routine now. We're just doing the same thing over and over again for each column. But the important thing is once we create this workflow, all you have to do is just sit back and relax, because if someone makes an entry to your Google Forms, automatically that data will be used to create an item as well as a new column. So let me just click on save. Okay, so we have board as my first board. Okay, so now we have the group as content writers. Okay, so I'm just going to toggle this to the right. I'm just going to remove this. Click here and let me just map the item ID. Okay, so this time we are going to work with words per minute. Okay, so we are going to click here, words per minute. The column value is, okay, so what's the column value? The words per minute is 20. Just click on save and send test request. Okay, so we have words per minute as 20. Now we want to work on the preference. So her preference was current affairs or something. We click here, go to monday.com. Okay, so I hope this is the last one, okay, because I'm also bored doing the same thing over and over again. Update item column value. Just click on connect. Okay, we click here and we click here and we have clicked on save. Okay, so the board is my first board. The group is content writers. Okay, so the parent ID, I'm going to toggle this. I'm going to remove this and I'm going to map the ID. Okay, the ID of the item when it was created. Okay, so we have the column as preference, right? And the column value was, I think, current affairs. Okay, just click on save and send test request. And we have the preference as current affairs. So we have created an item and we have entered all the details one by one. So how about we make one more experiment? Okay, so let me just click on submit one more response. And this time a person called as Lijam O'Reilly is making the submission. The name is Lijam O'Reilly. This is the email address. The number of words per minute he can write is 56. The age is, let's go with 90. Okay, so he's very old. And the sex is he doesn't want to say. And he want to work on editorials. Just click on submit. So let's have a look. Do we have an item as well as their associated columns? Okay, as you can see, we have got the details one by one. So the presence of this data shows that we have a successful integration between Google Forms and monday.com. Now there are a few things I have to mention. Now in case if this integration doesn't work in a normal window, you can try this also in incognito mode. Because if you're working with Google Sheets, it's always advisable that you work in incognito mode. Here I have worked in normal window, but it is always advisable that if you have an integration involving Google Sheets, do work in incognito mode. Now the second thing I have to mention is before you leave, actually I have to show you all the steps one by one. So it's also actually a lot of steps. Okay, so let me just minimize all these steps one by one. Okay, so I'm just minimizing all these windows. Okay, so I have minimized this. Okay, I've minimized this. Okay, and finally we have the trigger window. So first you have integrated Google Forms to Pabbly Connect and then you have created an item. After that you have updated that particular item and introduced all these cells such as the name, the email, then we have the age, then the number of words to be written, and then we have the preference, the number, the sex. So we have all the details here. Okay, and after that you have updated each cells, each column. For this one was for the name, I'm sorry, this one was for the age, then this one was for the preference, this one was for the sex, this one was for the number of words that can be written. So one by one we have updated all the columns. Okay, so now what we are going now before you leave, I'm just going to tell you one more thing, that the interesting thing that if you have integrated or created this workflow that has integrated Google Forms and monday.com, all you have to do is just sit back and relax, because whenever a new form submission is made in Google Forms, automatically a new item will be created in monday.com. Awesome. Hello everyone. So in this video, we will learn how to create Asana tasks for new Google Form responses. So imagine this, you are using Google Forms to get feedbacks about your product. So once a feedback is received, you are going to allot this feedback as a task in Asana to your team members. So here you have two choices. The first choice is copy all the details from Google Forms, sort it out, and manually create a task in Asana. Now the problem with this approach is it's actually very repetitive and tiresome. So here I would suggest that you bring in some automation so that whenever a new response is submitted in Google Forms, automatically create a task in Asana. So in this video, we will be using Pabbly Connect to integrate Google Forms and Asana. The best part of using Pabbly Connect is there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. It can be done easily. Let me show you with an example. Okay, so as you can see, this is my Google form and it has been titled Task for Members. So basically the idea is that a respondent is going to fill in this form, and when the form is filled, it will be reflected as a task in Asana. So let me just fill in this form. So the task name is Upgrade Macintosh. Okay, so the task note is C line is slow. Upgrade to mountain line. Operating system. Okay, so now we are going to select the due date. So the due date, how about we make it as 31? Okay, so basically a respondent is asking to upgrade the Macintosh, and the problem he's having is because the C line is slower and he wants it to upgrade to mountain line. Now we have set the due date as 31st of May 2021. So let me just click on submit. Okay, so the form has been submitted by a person. So here I'm just going to look into Asana. Okay, so basically here, as you can see, we have the task that is upgrade Macintosh. So let's explore. Okay, so this is the task, C-line upgrade Macintosh, and this is the description. C-line is slower and upgrade to Macintosh line operating system. And this has been assigned to a person, that is Bill Gates. Okay, and this is the due date. Excellent. So basically this is the gist. You get a response from Google Forms and it will be added as a task in Asana. Now to begin the actual integration process, in the new tab, let me just type pabbly.com. Okay, so first of all, your obvious question is why are we working in incognito mode and why pabbly.com? Well, the first answer is the integration of Google Forms and Asana involves creation of Google Sheets. Okay, I repeat again, the integration of Google Forms and Asana involves creation of Google Sheet. Now, if you're working with Google Sheets and have multiple Gmail accounts, there will be problem of authentication. So it is always advisable if you're working with Google Sheets and have multiple Gmail accounts, always work on incognito mode. Now, the second question is why Pabbly Connect? Why Pabbly.com? Well, its answer is very simple. We have an app called as Pabbly Connect that will integrate Google Forms and Asana. So this is the website of Pabbly.com. Let me just click on sign in. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. As you can see, I already have made an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also build your own free account in just 2 minutes. So let me just scroll down and here you will find Connect. Just click on Access now. Okay, so basically we are going to create a new workflow that will integrate Google Forms and Asana. Now before I create a new workflow, there is something I have to do. So let me just scroll down, and as you can see, there is already a workflow that is Google Forms Asana. Now I'm going to switch off this workflow. The reason I'm switching off this old workflow is because we are going to create a new workflow. And this old workflow, if it is running in parallel to it, it will create the problem of duplication of result. Basically, if there is a response submitted in Google Forms, there will be 2 tasks created in Asana. So we don't want this double task. Okay, so that is why I have switched off this workflow. It is actually none of your concern because we are going to start from scratch by clicking on create workflow. Now I'm going to give a name. How about Google Forms? Google Forms to Asana. And let me just click on create. Okay, so when you click on create, a window appears in front of you. This is called as the trigger window. So in the choose app, how about we make it as Google Forms? Google Forms it is. This one. Now in the trigger event, how about we make it as new response in spreadsheet. Okay, so basically new response in spreadsheet is a trigger event. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger event? And there is something else you should know, that we are going to create a new workflow. Now, if you directly want to access this workflow, you can clone the template using the link which I have shared in the description box. Okay, so what is a trigger event? So basically, trigger event is a if statement. It asks a question, if this condition is met, what should be done? For example, if a new response is generated in Google Forms, then what action should be taken by the system? Now, at present, we only have one trigger event, that is new response in spreadsheet. Now, in case if you want more responses, just approach the help section. Okay, and you can just make a request that you want so and so trigger events. So basically, you will be directed to Pabbly forums. Okay, so here you can make a request that you want this trigger event. So let me just take you back to Pabbly Connect. Okay, and so your obvious question is why it is showing new response in spreadsheet. It should be something like new response in Google Forms. Why it is new response in spreadsheet? Well, the answer is very simple. The data from Google Forms directly goes into Google Sheets. And from Google Sheets, we will be using Pabbly Connect to get that data. And from Pabbly Connect, we will be sending it to third-party apps like Asana. Okay, so if the conditions are clear, so what I'm going to do here is, first of all, I'm just going to show you the newly created Google Forms. So this is basically the same Google form, okay? And this is the old form. I'm just going to cancel this. For your consideration, I have built a new form because I practically want to start basically everything from scratch. Okay, so this is the form. The name is new task assign, and these are the fields we have, the task name, the task node, and as well as the due date. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click here and I'm going to toggle this to the right. So this will ensure that the data will be sent when this field is filled. So basically data will be sent to Google Sheets. Okay, so your obvious question is, I'm talking a lot about Google Sheets. So what's the deal with Google Sheet? So let me just take you to responses. And let me just click on this icon. So this is the icon for creating a new spreadsheet. So basically the idea is that once a response is filled, it will straight away go to Google Sheets. So let me just click on create. Okay, so it is showing it is going to create a spreadsheet for this particular Google Forms. Yes, so as you can see, we have the same fields that is present in Google Sheets, Google Forms. The task name, the task node, the due date, and of course we have the name as new task assigned responses. So basically these are all the same fields that we have in our Google Forms, task name, task node, and due date. And as far as the timestamp is concerned, the timestamp basically means the time at which the response was generated. So basically it will show the time at which the response was generated. Easy? Okay, so basically from this particular Google Sheet, we are going to send the data to Pabbly Connect. So what I'm going to do here is, first of all, let me just click on. Okay, so it is still working on the Google Sheet. Give it 1 or 2 seconds. Okay. Okay, so our spreadsheet is ready. So let me just click on add-ons. So basically we are trying to integrate Google Sheets to Pabbly Connect. So let me just click on this button, Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Now, as you can see, Pabbly Connect Webhook is already installed in my system. Now, since you're beginning fresh, Pabbly Connect Webhooks might not be installed yet. So first of all, go to this place, that is Get Add-ons. Click this. Okay, so when you click on Get Add-ons, Google Workspace Marketplace opens up in front of you. So here all you have to do is just click on Pabbly Connect, click on the search and just type Pabbly Connect Webhooks. This one. Okay, so let it load. Okay, so as you can see, this webhook, this button is already installed. All you have to do is just click on this button and Pabbly Connect Webhooks will be installed in your Google Sheet also. So since it is already installed, I'm just going to cancel this, but there is something you should know. After installing Pabbly Connect Webhooks, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. I repeat again, after installing Pabbly Connect Webhooks, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. So let me just close this. Go back to add-ons, clicking on Pabbly Connect Webhooks and just click on Initial Setup. Now, before I click on Initial Setup, there is something I have to show you. So as you can see, column D is the last data entry column. I repeat again, column D is the last data entry column. Now, there is something I actually have to show you. So let me just click on Initial Setup. Okay, so this is the window of Initial Setup. Now, as you can see, we have 2 fields to fill, the webhook URL as well as the trigger column. Now, this is my webhook URL. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. So this is the webhook URL you want. Easy. Now coming to the trigger column. Trigger column in my case is column D. Okay, so let me just tell you something. The last data entry column is always the trigger column. I repeat again, the last data entry column is always the trigger column. In my case, the last data entry column is column D. That is why the trigger column is D. Let me just click on submit. Okay, and once again go back to add-ons, clicking on Pabbly Connect webhooks and just click on send on event. So basically it will ensure that anytime column D is filled, it will keep sending on the data. Now since Pabbly Connect is integrated with this particular Google Sheet, it has to ensure that whenever Google Sheet sends this data, it has to capture it. So as to ensure that Pabbly Connect captures this data, let me just click on this button, capture webhook response. Click this. Okay, so it is showing it is waiting for the data. So basically we are ready. So let me just go to the form. So this is the form. Okay, I'm just going to click on preview and we are going to fill in the details. Okay, so update Windows Vista. Okay, Vista is slow and Windows 10 is better. And this is the response, and the person is giving time up to 19th of May. So let me just click on submit. Okay, so the form has been submitted by the person. So he just wants to update his Windows Vista. So let's have a look. Have we got this data in our Google Sheets or not? Okay, so give it 1 or 2 seconds. Yes, we have the timestamp when the data was captured. And then we have the task name, the task notes, and the due date. Excellent. So basically the trigger column is also filled. This means that it must be sending this data to Pabbly Connect. So let's have a look. Yes, we also have got the data here. So this is the timestamp, this is the task name, this is the task node, this is the due date. Excellent. We have got all the details to create a task in Asana. So to create a task in Asana, all you have to do is just click on this plus button. Okay, so when you click on this plus button, another window opens up. This is called as the action window. Now in the choose app, how about make it as Asana? Asana it is. Now in the action event, how about we make it as create a task? Okay, so create a task is an action event. There are of course many more action events like delete a project, edit a project, create a project. All of them are a bunch of action events. Now in case if you want more action events according to your choice, just go to Pabbly forums and make a request that you want so and so action event. Okay, so the action event is create a task. Let me just click on connect. So just click on connect with Asana. It is trying to authorize. The authorization is successful. Okay, excellent. So when you click on OK, a set of blanks has appeared in front of you. The purpose of these blanks is very simple. We are going to create a task in Asana from the data that we have received from Google Forms via Pabbly Connect. So as you can see, we have the first name. So we are just going to map the first name. So this is the name. Okay, so the task name is all the task name. Basically the name of the Google Forms is now the task name. We have mapped it. Now in the notes, a small description that is Vista is slow, Windows 10 is better. We have mapped it. Now in the due it, we are just going to map in the due date. Okay, that is 5th of May 2021. I think it is 18th of May 2021. I'm sorry. Now in the due on, we are just going to ignore it because we have already entered the due date. Now in case of assignee, we are just going to map someone, let's say Elon Musk. Okay, so basically these are all the assignee that is present in my Asana account. Now if you want more assignee other than this, you just add them here and it will be reflected in Asana also. It will be reflected in Pabbly Connect also. So the assignee is Elon Musk. We are just going to ignore the follower. The project is IT request. So basically I have a ton of projects. Let me just show you. So these are all the projects I have. So the idea is that all the projects that is present here is being reflected here because Pabbly Connect is integrated with Asana. So these are all the projects we have. Now out of all these projects, I personally prefer this one, IT request. So I have selected this one. Now there is only one workspace, that is IT. Now in case of tags, I'm just keeping it as TA. Now there are 2 or 3 more tags. Now if you want to add more tags, just add them into Asana and it will be reflected in Pabbly Connect. So all I have to do at this point is just click on save and send test request to create a task in Asana. So let me do that. Okay, so the API response is showing the data has been sent. So what I'm going to do here is, this was the project, okay, IT request. So I'm just selecting this. So we are going to explore, do we have the data? Yes, update Windows Vista. And it has been assigned to Elon Musk and the due date is May 19th. Yes, and this is the tag. Excellent. So the presence of this tag shows that we have successfully integrated Google Forms and Asana with help of Pabbly Connect. Now before you leave, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So I'm just going to minimize this action window and I'm going to minimize the trigger window. So basically this is the whole process in a nutshell. First you integrated Google Forms to Pabbly Connect and then you have integrated Pabbly Connect to Asana. So now there's a perfect flow of data between Google Forms and Asana. So in this video we will learn how to add Google Form responses to MySQL database. So imagine this. You're using Google Forms to collect data of your customers. So now the idea is that the same data should be entered in MySQL for safekeeping. So here you have two choices. The first choice is copy all the details of the customer from Google Forms, sort them out, and manually add each data into MySQL. Now the problem with this approach is, it's actually very repetitive and tiresome. So here I would suggest that you bring in some automation, so that whenever a new response is created in Google Forms, automatically add that data in MySQL. So in this video, we will be using Pabbly Connect to integrate Google Forms and MySQL. The best part of using Pabbly Connect is, there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. It can be done easily. Let me show you with an example. Okay, so this is my newly created Google Forms. So the idea is that once a respondent fills in this form, the details of that customer or that respondent will be entered into MySQL. So let me just enter some details. So let's say a guy called as Lijem O'Reilly is filling on the form. So the name is Lijem O'Reilly. And this is the email of Lijem, lijem123word@gmail.com. And then we have the status. How about we make the status as on hold? And this is the phone number. Let me just click on submit. Okay, so the form has been submitted by a person called as Lijem O'Reilly. Now the idea is that the details of Lijem O'Reilly will be entered in MySQL. So let me just take you to MySQL and let me just refresh this. Okay, so it is getting refreshed. MySQL is getting refreshed. Okay, so as you can see, we do have the data. So at the bottom, you will find the data that is Lijem O'Reilly. This is the email, this is the status, and this is of course the mobile number. So basically this is the gist. A respondent fills in Google Forms. The details of the respondent will be saved in MySQL. Okay, so to begin the actual integration process in the new tab, let me just type pabbly.com. So here you have two questions. Why pabbly.com? And the second question is, why the hell are we working on incognito mode? Well, the first answer is, the reason we are working with the Pabbly.com is we have an app called as Pabbly Connect that will integrate Google Forms and MySQL. And the second question is, why are we working on incognito mode? Well, here's the thing. The integration of Google Forms and MySQL will involve the creation of Google Sheets. Now, if any integration involves Google Sheets, it is always advisable that you work on incognito mode, because there will be trouble of authentication issues if you have one Google Sheet and multiple Gmail accounts. Always advisable that if you have multiple Google Sheets and multiple Gmail accounts, work on incognito mode. Okay, so this is the website of pabbly.com. Let me just click on sign in. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. As you can see, I already have made an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also build your own free account in just 2 minutes. So let me just scroll down and here you will find Connect. Just click on access now. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, create workflow. So basically we are going to create a new workflow that will integrate Google Forms and MySQL. Now, before I integrate Google Forms and MySQL, there is something I have to do. So as you can see, I already have integrated Google Forms and MySQL. Now, I have to switch off this workflow. The reason I'm switching off this workflow is because if we create a new workflow and if this old workflow is running parallel to it, we will find the duplication of results. So basically, if you create one response in Google Forms, there will be a set of 2 datas in MySQL. So to avoid this double results or duplication of data, we have switched off this old workflow. It is actually none of your concern because we are going to start from scratch by clicking on Create Workflow. Okay, so we are going to give a name to this workflow. How about Google Forms to MySQL? And let me just click on Create. Okay, so when you click on Create, a window appears in front of you. This is called as the trigger window. So basically, we are going to create a new workflow. Now, if you want to access this workflow, the template of this workflow is added as a link in the description box. So you can basically clone it. Now, in the Choose app, how about I make it as Google Forms? Google Forms it is. Now, in the trigger event, how about we make it as new response in spreadsheet? New response in spreadsheet is a trigger event. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger event? Trigger is basically a if statement. It asks a question, if this condition is met, what should be done? For example, if a new response is made in Google Forms, then what action should be taken by the system? Now at present, we only have one trigger event for Google Forms, that is new response in spreadsheet. Now in case if you want more trigger events, all you have to do is just approach the help section, click here. So when you click on the help section, you will be directed to Pabbly Forms. So in Pabbly Forums, you can just ask for the request that you want so and so trigger events. So let me just take you back to Pabbly Connect. So your obvious question is why the trigger event is new response in spreadsheet. It should be something like new data captured in Google Forms or new response made in Google Forms. Why it is a new response in spreadsheet? So let me explain you. So basically, when a response is made in Google Sheet, Google Forms, the whole responses will be added into Google Sheets. And from Google Sheets, using Pabbly Connect, we will get all the data into third-party apps like MySQL. If you don't understand this, let me just take you to the Google Sheet, Google Forms. So this is an old form that we were working with. And since I want to show you from scratch, I have created the exact same replica of the form. So this is a new form, that is new customer form. And it has basically the same fields. Okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click at the last field. So the last field is phone number, and I'm going to toggle this to the right. So essentially, I have made that without filling off this field, the form would not be submitted. So basically, this will act as a trigger. When this part is filled, it will send the data to Google Sheets. Okay, so I'm repeating Google Sheets a lot. So let me tell you what's the deal with Google Sheet. So let me just scroll up. Let me just take you to responses. And as you can see, we have an icon. So basically, we are going to create a new spreadsheet for this particular Google Forms. Let me create this. Okay, so basically here we have two options. Create a new spreadsheet, select existing spreadsheet. So I'm going with this one. I'm happy with a new spreadsheet. And by default, it has already given the name, new customer form. So let me just click on create. Okay, so it is loading responses. Excellent. Okay, so basically this is my Google Sheet associated with this particular form. Okay, so as you can see, basically it has the same fields that we have in our Google Sheet. For example, let me just take you to the questions. Okay, so we have name, email, status, and the phone. So basically when a respondent fills all this data, the data will be collected here. And of course, we have the timestamp. Timestamp is basically the time at which the data was collected. So the idea is that once a respondent fills a form in Google Forms, the responses will be collected here. And from here, it will be directly sent to Pabbly Connect. Okay, so basically what are we going to do here is we are first of all going to integrate this particular Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. So let me just take you to add-ons. Click here. Now in the add-ons, you will find an add-on called as Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Now since you are beginning fresh, Pabbly Connect Webhooks might not have been installed yet. So first of all, just click on Get Add-ons. Click this. So when you click on Get Add-ons, Google Workspace Marketplace opens up in front of you. Just click on this search and just type Pabbly Connect Webhooks. This one. Okay, so as you can see, this is the button. You just click this and Pabbly Connect Webhooks will be installed in your Google Sheet also. Now there is something you should know. After installing Pabbly Connect Webhooks, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. I repeat again, after installing Pabbly Connect Webhooks, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheets. So let me just cancel this because I have already installed it. Going back to add-ons, now there is something you should know. So as you can see, the last data entry column is column E. Okay, I repeat again, the last data entry column is column E. Okay, so let me just go back to add-ons, Pabbly Connect webhooks, just click on initial setup. Okay, so we are going to work with the initial setup. So here you will find two blanks, two fields, the webhook URL and the trigger column. Now, the trigger column is always the last data entry column. I repeat again, the trigger column is always the last data entry column. In our case, the last data entry column is column E. Okay, we have mentioned it. The last data entry column is column E because after that there is no need for data to enter. Okay, then we have the field for the webhook URL. So this is how you get the webhook URL. Go to Pabbly Connect and let me just copy this. This is the webhook URL you want. We have copied this. So basically when you copy this, it will directly show waiting for the webhook data. So let me just go back to our sheet and let me just paste it here and let me just click on submit. So essentially it basically means we have integrated this Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. So basically it means that when this particular column E is filled, it will send the data to Pabbly Connect. So before we do that, let me just go to add-ons once again, Pabbly Connect webhooks, and just click on send on event. So this will ensure that not just this row, anytime any row is filled in this particular column, it will keep sending on the data. Okay, so how about we make some entry? So what we are going to do here is, this is the form. I'm just going to click on the preview and we are going to make some entry. Okay, so these are the details you have to fill. So let's say a guy called as Tom Cruise is filling in the form. The first name is Tom Cruise. This is the email. The status, I'm keeping it as paid. And this is the phone number of Tom Cruise. Let me just click on submit as Tom Cruise. Okay, so our form is getting submitted. So the idea is that first the data will be entered into Google Sheets. And when the data is entered in Google Sheets, the trigger column will be rigged. And this will make sure that Pabbly Connect will capture the data. So let's have a look first in our Google Sheets. Okay, so give it 1 or 2 seconds. Yes, the data has arrived in Google Sheets. So as you can see, the column E, that is this column, the trigger column has been filled. This means that Pabbly Connect has captured or may or will capture this data because the trigger column has been triggered. So let me just have a look in Pabbly Connect. Okay, so yeah, the data has been captured. So basically we have entered the details, the name as Tom Cruise, the email as tomcruise1234@gmail.com, the status as paid, and this is the phone number. So basically we have got all the details. Now we are going to create a database of Tom Cruise in MySQL. So to do that, let me introduce one more window. Okay, so in the Choose app, how about we make it as MySQL. MySQL it is. Now in the action event, how about we make it as insert a row. Let me just click here, insert a row. Okay, so basically insert a row is an action event. We do have some more action events like get row, update row, delete row, and so on. All of them are a bunch of action events. Now in case if you want more action events according to your choice, all you have to do is just approach Pabbly forums and make a request that you want so and so action event. Okay, so let me just click on connect. So as you can see, we have to fill some fields. The database username, the database password. So obviously you know these things because without them you can't really access your MySQL account. And I have filled my username and I have filled my password. So basically this is my database DB builder. Okay, and this is the associated password with it. Then we are going to fill the host, the database, and the port. So these are the details I have. Now this is something you already know. This is something you already might have got when you created the MySQL account. And this is the database. Let me just enter my database. Okay, so this is the database. I have copied it and I'm going to paste it here. And this is the host URL. So this is the host URL and I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. And let me just click on save. Okay, so as you can see, a set of fields has appeared in front of you. The purpose of these fields is very simple. We are going to create a data row in MySQL from the data that we have received from Google Forms via Pabbly Connect. Now, in the table name, it is showing the status. Okay, as the table name, this is because as you can see, we have the tables, that is status, table 1 and table 2. So basically these are all the fields we have and that is why it is being reflected here. Now I'm going to select this particular table, that is status. Now in this field, that is the ID, we are just going to ignore that. This is something that Pabbly Connect will auto generate. And then we have the name. So we are just going to start mapping. So this is the name and we have mapped it. Similarly for the email, we are just going to click here and we are just going to map the email. Then we have the status. So this is the status and we have mapped it. It is paid. Then we have the mobile number. So this is the mobile number. Okay, so let me just scroll down and let me just show you the mobile number, the phone number. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so we have filled it. So all we have to do at this point is just click on save and send test request to send or create a field or a row in MySQL. So let me do that. Okay, so it is showing the API status as success. The data has been inserted. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to refresh my SQL fields. Okay, so let me just refresh this. Okay, so as you can see, we do have the name, that is Tom Cruise. This is the email, this is the status, and this is the mobile number. Excellent. So we have got the data in MySQL. Now before you leave, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So let me just minimize this action window and let me just minimize the trigger window. So basically this is the whole process. First you integrated Google Forms to Pabbly Connect, and then you have integrated Pabbly Connect to MySQL. So now there's a perfect flow of data between Google Forms and MySQL. Excellent. Hello everyone. So in this video, we will learn how to create leads on form submissions. So imagine this, you have generated a new response called as John in Google Forms. So you have John's name, email address, and all those details. Now you want to create a lead in Salesforce using John's data, maybe for backup or further analysis. So here you have two choices. The first choice is copy all the details of John from Google Forms, sort it out, and manually create a lead in Salesforce. Now this approach is very repetitive and tiresome. So I would suggest that you bring in some automation so that whenever a new response is created in Google Forms, it will automatically add a lead in Salesforce. Now there is something you should know, not just Salesforce, this method will work on similar apps like HubSpot, Zoho CRM, Pipedrive, etc. So in this video, we will be using Pabbly Connect to integrate Google Forms and Salesforce. The best part of using Pabbly Connect is there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. It can be done easily. Let me show you on my screen. Okay, so we will begin with a small example. So this is a Google form that I have built. Okay, so the name is essay competition. So imagine a guy called as Aaron Manuel is filling the form. Aaron Manuel is a respondent. So he's filling the details. So he has filled the first name, the last name, the company. So let me just enter a good company name. Okay, Tesla it is. And then we have the job profile. So he's a cook in Tesla. Okay, and this is his phone number. This is his email, this is the street where he lives, and this is the city where he resides. So basically a guy called as Aaron Manuel has filled in the form. So what Aaron Manuel is going to do here is he's going to make a submission. Okay, so the form has been submitted. Okay, so this was about essay competition. So I'm just taking you to my Salesforce. Okay, so this is my Salesforce account, and as you can see, there is a lead called as Aaron Manuel created. So these are the details, Aaron Manuel, Tesla, and this is the address, and of course this is the phone number. So basically this is what we want to do. Anytime a new submission happens in Google Forms, it will be reflected as a lead in Salesforce. Now to begin the actual integration process, in the new tab, I'm just going to type pabbly.com. Pabbly.com it is. Okay, so your obvious question is why are we working in incognito mode? Well, the integration of Google Forms and Salesforce includes the integration of Google Sheets. Now, if you're working with Google Sheets and if you have multiple Gmail accounts, there will be trouble with authentication. So it is always advisable, if you're working with Google Sheets and have multiple Gmail accounts, always use incognito mode. Okay, so let me just click on sign in. Okay, so now your next question is why are we using Pabbly Connect? So Pabbly Connect is an integration software that will integrate Google Forms and Salesforce. So as you can see, this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect, and I have created an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also create your own free account in just 2 minutes. So let me just scroll down, and here you will find Connect. Just click on Access Now. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, Create Workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. I'm going to give it as Google Forms to Salesforce. And let me just click on Create. Okay, so when you click on Create, a window appears in front of you. This is called as the trigger window. So in the Choose app, how about we make it as Google Forms? Okay, Google Forms it is. Okay. Now in the trigger event, how about we make it as new response in spreadsheet? New response in a spreadsheet is a trigger event. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger event? Trigger is basically a if statement. It asks a question, if the condition is met, what should be done? For example, if a new response is made in Google Forms, then what action should be taken by the system? Now at present, the trigger event, it is showing it as new response in spreadsheet. Now your obvious question is why it is new response in spreadsheet. It should be something like new response in Google Forms or new lead generated in Google Forms, something related to Google Forms, not spreadsheet. Well, the answer is very simple. So when there is a response in Google Sheet, the response gets straight away added to the respective Google Sheet, and from that Google Sheet we will be getting the data. Okay, so to explain you that, let me just go to my newly created Google Forms. So this is my Google Forms called as dance competition registration, and these are nearly the same fields we have: the name, the last name, email, phone number, job profile, city, and the company. Okay, so basically the same fields. So what I'm going to do here is we are just going to integrate this particular form to Pabbly Connect. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to toggle this to the right. So this will ensure that this particular field has to be filled, and this will basically act as a trigger. Okay, so let me just scroll up. Okay, just go to the response and click on this button. So basically this is the button to create the spreadsheet for this Google Forms. So let me do that. Let me just click on this button. Okay, so it is giving me two choices: create a new spreadsheet, select existing spreadsheet. So I'm happy with this, create a new spreadsheet, and this is the default name it is giving, dance competition registration. So let me just click on create. Okay, so it is showing it is linking to the spreadsheet. Yes, we have created the associated spreadsheet for this particular form. Okay, so this form has these fields: first name, last name, email, phone number. So basically all these fields are now arranged as rows: first name, last name, email, phone, job, city, and street. Okay, so basically all the same fields that is present in my Google Forms is being shown here. Now there is one more additional column we have, that is for timestamp. So basically timestamp is the time at which the response was submitted. Okay, so basically what we're going to do here is when the respondent fills in this form, the data will be automatically entered here, and from this particular sheet, the data will be sent to Pabbly Connect. So essentially we are going to integrate this particular form, this particular Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. So to begin the actual integration process, let me just click on add-ons. Okay, so here you will find an add-on called as Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Now Pabbly Connect Webhook is an add-on. Now since you're beginning fresh, Pabbly Connect Webhooks might not be installed yet. So first of all, you have to just click on initial setup. So first of all, you actually have to go to this part called as get add-ons, because you want to install this add-on. So let us go to this part called as get add-ons. Okay, so when you click on get add-ons, Google Workspace Marketplace opens up in front of you. So basically all you have to do is in the search, just type Pabbly Connect Webhooks, this one. Okay, easy. So as you can see, the button is showing it is already installed in my system. So all you have to do is click on this button, and Pabbly Connect Webhooks will be also installed in your system also. So after installing the system, after installing this add-on, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. I repeat again, after installing Pabbly Connect Webhooks, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. So let me just cancel this, go back to add-ons, Pabbly Connect Webhooks, and just let me click on initial setup. Okay, so before we begin with the initial setup, there is something else I have to show you. So as you can see, so let me just scroll this. So the last column, okay, so bring your attention to the last column. The last column is column I. Okay, so basically this is our last data entry column. I repeat again, company is our last data entry column. So let me just go to add-ons, Pabbly Connect Webhooks, and let me just click on initial setup. Okay, so in the window of initial setup, we have to enter the two blanks, that is the webhook URL as well as the trigger column. So trigger column is always the last data entry column. I repeat again, the last data entry column is always the trigger column. So the idea is that once this column is filled, the data will be sent to Pabbly Connect. Okay, since this is the last data entry column, let me mention the trigger column as column I. Okay, easy. Now coming to the webhook URL, all you have to do is go to Pabbly Connect and copy this. This is the webhook URL you want. Copy this and simply paste it here. Okay, so we have entered the webhook URL. So to make this window disappear, let me just click on submit. Okay, so there is one more thing you have to do. Go back to Pabbly Connect Webhooks and just click on send on event. So basically this will ensure that anytime column I is filled, doesn't matter which row it is, it will keep sending on the data. So at this point, we have integrated this particular Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. So basically this means that we have integrated this sheet and Pabbly Connect. So whenever the column I is filled, Pabbly Connect has to capture the data. So as to ensure that Pabbly Connect captures this data, let me go to Pabbly Connect and let me just click on this button, capture webhook response. Click this. Okay, so it is showing it is waiting for the data. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on this form, go to the preview, and I'm going to fill in some details. So let's say a guy called as Jerry McGuire is filling in the form. So the first name is Jerry, the last name is McGuire. So this is the email, and let me just enter the phone number. Let me just enter a bunch of numbers, that's all. So the job is he's a air pilot, okay. And this is the street where he lives in. The city is, let's say, Tel Aviv. Okay, and the company he works in is SpaceX, or let's say Intel. Okay, so we have entered all the details as Jerry McGuire. So Jerry McGuire has submitted the form. Okay, so the form submission has been made by a guy called as Jerry McGuire. He's participating in the dance competition. So let's have a look first. Do we have the data of Jerry McGuire in our Google Sheets? Oh yes, we do have the data. Okay, so we have the first name, the last name, the email, the phone number, and then we have the service, that is air pilot, and then we have the street, the city, as well as the company. So as you can see, the column I has been automatically filled. The column I, as I mentioned, is our trigger column. So basically this column has been filled. That means that the whole data will be sent to Pabbly Connect. So let's have a look whether Pabbly Connect has captured this data or not. Yes, as you can see, the data has been captured. The first name is Jerry, the last name is McGuire, and then we have the email as Jerry McGuire 123, the phone number as this. This is the job profile, air pilot. This is the street, this is the city, this is the company. So basically we have got all this data. So what we are going to do here is, from this data we are going to create a lead in Salesforce. So to do that, let me just introduce one more window. So this window is called as the action window. So in the choose app, how about we make it as Salesforce, yeah, this one. Now in the action event, how about we make it as create lead? Now create a lead is an action event. There are many more action events like create task, create contact, create account, create campaign, create load, update lead. All of them are a bunch of action events. Now just like the triggers, if you have trouble finding the action event according to your choice, you can make a request to our team at admin@pabbly.com to custom build an action event for you. But at present, I just want to create a lead in Salesforce. So let me just click on connect with Salesforce. In the new credentials, let me just click on connect with Salesforce. Okay, so now Pabbly Connect is demanding access. So before you click on allow, let me just tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. Okay, so on the basis of that trust, let me just press allow. Okay, so it is showing the authorization is successful. Just press OK. So as you can see, a set of blanks has appeared in front of you. The purpose of these blanks is very simple. We are going to create a lead in Salesforce from the data that we have received from Google Forms via Pabbly Connect. So as you can see, the first blank we have to map in the last name. So let me just introduce you to this button. This button is called as the mapping button. And as you can see in the accordion, we have the last name. So we have mapped it. Okay. Now coming to the first name. So the first name is Jerry, and we have mapped it. Now we don't have any data regarding the title, so we are just going to leave it as blank. Now company name was, I think, SpaceX or Intel. Oh yeah, so we have mapped it. Now coming to the phone number, do we have the phone number? Yeah, mapped it. Now coming to the email. Okay, so now you know the drill. Okay, so we don't have any data regarding the website or the description or the lead source. I'm just keeping the lead source as web. Okay, now in the status, I'm keeping it as open, not contacted. There are many more: working, contacted, closed, converted, and so on, but I'm keeping it as open, not contacted. The rating is warm. Okay, now coming to the street. So this is our street, and this is the city. City is Tel Aviv. We don't have any data regarding the country, so we are leaving it as blank. So basically, we have entered all the details, pretty much sufficient enough to create a lead. So let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing the message or the lead has been created in Salesforce. So what I'm going to do here is, on the Salesforce, I'm just going to refresh it. Yes, we do have the lead. Okay, so this is the lead that has been created, Jerry McGuire. And this is the company, this is the address, this is the phone, this is the email. Excellent. So a perfect lead has been created in Salesforce. So the presence of this data shows that we have successfully integrated Google Forms and Salesforce with help of Pabbly Connect. Now, before you leave, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So I'm just going to minimize this action window, okay? And I'm going to minimize this trigger window. So basically, this is the whole process in a nutshell. First, you integrated Google Forms to Pabbly Connect, and then you have integrated Pabbly Connect to Salesforce. So now there's a perfect flow of data between Google Forms and Salesforce. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we will learn how to share Google Form responses on Discord. So imagine this, you have generated a new response called as John in Google Forms. It has John's name, email address, phone number, and all those details. Now you want to notify your team members about this lead on Discord. So here you have two choices. Either you can copy all the details of John from Google Forms, compose a message, and manually send it on Discord. Now this approach is very repetitive and tiresome. Or you can bring in some automation so that when a new response is created in Google Forms, it will automatically send a message on Discord. So here I'm sending my Google Forms data to Discord. Now this approach can also work on similar apps like WhatsApp, Telegram, or even Slack. So in this video, we will be using Pabbly Connect to integrate Google Forms and Discord. The best part of using Pabbly Connect is there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. It can be done easily. Let me show you on my screen. Okay, so as you can see, this is a form that I have created in Google Forms, and it has been titled lead creation. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make some entries here. Okay, so let's say the name of the guy is Aaron. Okay, and this is the first name, this is the last name, this is the email, this is the phone number, and the education he has is he has completed Java and let's say Python. Okay, so these are the two things he has completed. I'm sorry about the spelling. Python it is. Okay, then let me just click on submit. Okay, so a form submission has been made by a guy called as Aaron. Now let's have a look in Discord. Do we have the data of this guy? Okay, so let us explore. So let me just refresh this. Oh yes, we do have the data. So it is showing new lead generated. The name is Aaron Manuel. This is the email, this is the phone number, and this is of course the education, Java and Python. Excellent. So this is what we plan to do. Anytime a new form submission is made in Google Form, it will be reflected as a message in Discord. Now to begin the integration process, first type pabbly.com in your browser. Pabbly.com. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, there is no direct data flow between or direct integration between Google Forms and Discord. So we will be using an automation software called as Pabbly Connect. So this is the website of pabbly.com. Here, just click on sign in. Okay, so this is the dashboard of pabbly.com. Just scroll down and here you will find connect. Just click on access now. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, create workflow. Click this, a dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. I'm going to give it as Google Forms to Discord. And then just click on create. Okay, so when you click on create, a window appears in front of you. This is called as the trigger window. Now, before we start building our workflow, there are actually two things I want to tell you. First of all, we are working in an incognito mode. Okay, so your obvious question is, why are we working in an incognito mode? So this is because the integration of Google Forms and Discord will involve the creation of Google Sheets. Now, anyone who is possessing multiple Gmail accounts, they will have trouble authorizing your Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. So it is always advisable while working with Google Sheets and Pabbly Connect, you should always go for incognito mode. Okay, so this is the trigger window and we are going to create a new workflow. Now, after creating this workflow, I will be attaching the link of this workflow in the description box as well. So just in case if you want to access this workflow, you can directly clone into your account by signing up for free. So in the choose app, how about we make it as Google Forms? Google Forms it is. Okay, this one. Now in the trigger event, how about we make it as new response in spreadsheet? New response in a spreadsheet is a trigger event. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger event? Trigger is basically a if statement. It asks a question, if the condition is met, what should be done? For example, if a new response is made in Google Form, then what action should be taken by the system? Now, at present, we are showing the trigger event as new response in spreadsheet. Okay, so your obvious questions should be something like, why it is not new response in Google Forms? Well, the answer is very simple. Google Forms send the data directly to Google Sheets. Now, from Google Sheets, we will be collecting all the data from Pabbly Connect and sending it to Discord. Now, in the trigger event, as I mentioned, it is a new response in spreadsheet. Let me take you to my Google Forms. Okay, so this is my Google Forms account and I have created a new form, okay, for this new workflow, a new form for this new workflow, and it has been titled data entry form notify team on Discord. And these are the same columns, these are the same fields we have, first name, last name, email, phone, and education. Now coming to the last data field, all we have to do is just toggle this to the right and make it mandatory. So basically this will act as a trigger. So when this particular field is filled along with the form, if this form is submitted, it will send all this data to Google Sheet. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to scroll up, okay, click on response, And here I'm just going to click on this button. So this is to create a spreadsheet associated with this form. So let me do that. Let me just create a new spreadsheet. So it is showing me two options, create a new spreadsheet and select existing spreadsheet. I'm going with this one, okay, create a new spreadsheet. And the default name is data entry form notify team. I'm not changing the default name, I'm happy with it. And let me just click on create. Okay, so a new spreadsheet is being created. Excellent. So basically it has the same data fields. Okay, so as you can see, it's the same data fields, first name, last name, email, phone, and education. All the data fields that is present here is being represented now as a column. Of course, there is one additional column, that is timestamp. Rest all of them are same. So the idea is that first the responses will be collected here, and from here we will be sending the data to Pabbly Connect, and from Pabbly Connect to Discord. It's easy. So to begin the actual integration process, just click on add-ons. Now in the add-ons you will find an add-on called as Pabbly Connect Webhooks. Now since you are starting fresh, Pabbly Connect Webhooks might not be installed in your Google Sheet. Now to get that add-on, just click on Get Add-ons. So when you click on Get Add-ons, Google Workspace Marketplace opens up. So in the search, how about we just type Pabbly Connect Webhooks, Pabbly Connect Webhooks, this one. Okay, just click this. Okay, so as you can see, there is a button showing Pabbly Connect Webhook is already installed. So all you have to do is just click on this button and Pabbly Connect Webhooks will be installed in your Google Sheets also. Now remember this, after installing this particular add-ons, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. I repeat again, after installing this particular add-on, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. Okay, so I'm just going to close this, going back to add-ons, clicking on Pabbly Connect Webhooks, and here I will find initial setup in the drop-down. So I'm just going to click on initial setup. Okay, so as you can see in the initial setup, this is the window of initial setup. We have two blanks, the webhook URL as well as the trigger column. So basically we have to fill these two blanks. Now coming to the trigger column, we will deal with trigger column first. So the trigger column is always the last data entry column. Now our last data entry column is column F. Okay, as you can see, the last data entry column is column F. I'm mentioning the trigger column as F. Okay, so the idea is that when this particular column will be filled, it will send the data to Pabbly Connect. Now coming to the most important part, the webhook URL. So to get the webhook URL, let me go to Pabbly Connect and copy this. This is the webhook URL you want. Copy this and simply paste it here. Okay, so we have entered the webhook URL. We have also mentioned the trigger column. So when I click on save, when we click on submit, the window will disappear. So basically at this point, we have integrated this particular Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. So basically this means that anytime column F is filled, it will send the data. So as to ensure that Pabbly Connect captures this data, let me just click on this button, capture webhook response. Click this. Okay, so it is showing it is waiting for the data. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going back to my Google Sheet, clicking on add-ons, Pabbly Connect Webhooks, and click on send on event. So this will ensure that anytime the column F is filled in adjacent rows, okay, in the adjacent rows, it will keep sending on the data. So what I'm going to do here is in the form, I'm just going back to the form, okay, and I'm just going to click on preview. So this is the form, okay, and I'm going to enter some details. So let's say a guy called as Lucent William is entering the detail. The first name is Lucent, the last name is William, and this is the email and this is the phone number, and the education he has completed, let's say full stack, okay. So this is his qualification. So let me just click on submit. Okay, so the form has been submitted by a guy called as Lucent William. So let's have a look in Google Sheet. Has it captured the data of this response? Okay, so this is the response. The first name is Lucent, the last name is William. This is the email, this is the phone, and this is of course the education. And of course we have the timestamp. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to check whether Pabbly Connect has captured this data because column F has been filled. So let's have a look. Yes, we do have the data. The first name is Lucent, the last name is William, the email is fordmotors123@gmail.com, this is the phone number, and this is the education. Okay, excellent. So basically we have to notify our team members on Discord. Now to do that, let me just click on this plus button. Okay, so when we click on this plus button, another window opens up. This is called as the action window. So in the choose app, how about we make it as Discord it is. Okay, now in the action event, how about we make it as send channel message. Okay, so send channel message is an action event. There are many more action events like rename channel, create channel, get channel, and so on. All of them are a bunch of action events. Now at present, I just want to send a channel message. Now there is something you should know. Just like the triggers, if you have trouble finding the action event according to your choice, you can make a request to our team at admin@pabbly.com to custom build an action event for you. But at present, I just want to send a message on Discord. Okay, so let me just click on connect with Discord. In the new credentials, just again click on connect with Discord. Okay, so I'm just going to add my server and let me just click on continue. Okay, so let me just press authorize. Now before you press authorize, there is something you should know. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. Okay, so on the basis of that trust, just press authorized. Excellent, so authorization is successful, just press OK. Now when you press OK, you will find two blanks to fill, the webhook ID as well as the webhook token. So to get the webhook ID and webhook token, we have to create one more action window with Discord. So let me just introduce one more action window in between the trigger window and the action window. So in the choose app, let's again make it as Discord. Okay, Discord it is. Now in the action event, since we want webhooks, how about we make it as get channel webhook. Okay, so let me just again click on connect with Discord. So we are going with the recent settings. So this is the one. Okay, let me just click on save. Okay, so we have two blanks to fill now, the channel as well as the webhooks. Now in the channel, it is showing all the channels that is present in my Discord account. So let me just take you to my Discord account. So these are all the channels we have: Blue, YouTube, Red, Blue, GitHub, Response One. All the channels that is present here is being reflected here. This is because Discord has been integrated with Pabbly Connect. So let's say I just select this channel YouTube. Okay, so this is the associated webhook with it. So what if I create a new channel? Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to create a new channel. Okay, so the name of the channel is Google Forms. Google Forms. Okay, so this is the channel that I'm creating. Okay, so a new channel called as Google Forms has been created. Let me go to Pabbly Connect and let me just refresh this. Okay, so when I refresh this, I can expect to find the newly created channel in the drop down. So where is our, oh yes, we do have the newly created channel, that is Google Forms. So we have selected it. Now as you can see, the webhook has disappeared because we haven't created any webhook for this particular channel. So what we are going to do here is I'm just going back to this particular channel and I'm just going to create a new webhook for this channel. So let me just click on this gear button. Okay, and I'm just going to click on integrations. Okay, so as you can see, we don't have any webhook. It is showing 0 webhooks. That is why it wasn't showing any data regarding that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to create a new webhook. Let me just click on create webhook. So the name of the webhook is how about we go with Jarvis. Okay, so obviously you know who is Jarvis. Okay, so the name of the webhook is Jarvis and it has been created. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going back to Pabbly Connect and I'm just going to refresh this. Yes, we do have the webhook. So basically now we want all the details of this webhook. So when I click on save and send test request, it will fetch the data of this particular webhook. So let me do that. Let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so it is showing all the data regarding the webhooks. So we have the ID. So basically this is the ID you want. You basically have to map this ID here. Now there is something else, that is the webhook token. So we want the webhook token. So this is the token you want. Okay, so basically this is the token that we want and basically we have to map it here. Okay, so let's start mapping. But before we do that, let me just refresh this system. Going back to the recent setting, let me just click on save. Okay, so let's start mapping. So this is the mapping button. Okay, so when we click this, we will find all the data that we have received from Discord as well as Google Forms. So we want the data from Discord, so I'm selecting this one. Okay, so as you can see, this is the ID we want. We have mapped it. Easy. Now coming to the token, we are just going to select here and I'm going to map in the token. So this is the token. Now coming to the message text, we are going to compose a simple, very simple message. New lead generated. Okay, so this is going to be the message and we are going to type the message line by line. So introduce a new line and let me just type /n. Okay, and name. Okay, and I'm going to map in the name. So this is the name is Lucent and the last name is William. We have mapped it. Now I'm going to input the email in the next line. So /n email. Okay, and I'm going to map in the email. So this is the email. Now similarly, I'm going to map the phone number in the next line. So /n it is and phone. Okay, colon. And then we have the phone. Similarly /n education. Okay, so this is about the education and we have mapped it. Yes, we have mapped it. Now coming to the bot name, I'm keeping my name, that is Michael. Okay. Now we don't have any data regarding the bot icons, nor we are going to give an avatar or a DP to that. So I'm just ignoring that. So when I click on save and send test request, it will send the data to Discord. So let's have a look. So let me just do that. Let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing the data has been sent. So let me just remove this. Okay, so this is the message, new lead generated. Name is Lucent, the email is this is the phone, and this is the education. Excellent. So our integration is working absolutely fine. This means anytime a new response is created in Google Forms, it will be reflected as a message in Discord. Now, before we end this, let me take you back to Pabbly Connect and let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So I'm going to minimize all my action windows, and I'm going to minimize my trigger windows. So basically this is the whole process in a nutshell. First you integrated Google Forms to Pabbly Connect, and then you have integrated Discord, and then you have received all the information about the webhook, and of course you have again integrated Discord to send the channel message. So now there's a perfect flow of data between Google Forms and Discord. Excellent. Hello everyone. So in this video we will learn how to create Jira issues on new form submission. So imagine this, you have generated a new response in Google Forms. So you want to create an issue in Jira software. So here you have two choices. Either you can copy all the responses from Google Forms, sort it out, and manually create an issue in Jira. Now this approach is repetitive and tiresome. Or you can bring in some automation so that when a new response is created in Google Forms, it will automatically create an issue in Jira. So here I'm sending my Google Forms data to Jira. Now this approach can also work on similar SaaS like Asana, Bugzilla, and Basecamp. So in this video, we will be using Pabbly Connect to integrate Google Forms and Jira software. The best part of using Pabbly Connect is there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. It can be done easily. Let me show you on my screen. Okay, so we will begin with a small example. So this is my Google form and it has been titled project creation, and these are the two blanks I have made, the summary as well as the description. So the idea is that whenever a new submission is made in this particular form, a new issue will be created in Jira. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make some submission. So the summary is Python error. Okay, Python error. And the description is the for loop has failed. The for loop and while loop has failed. Okay, so this is a small description. So let me just click on submit. Okay, so a submission has been made in Google Forms. So let's have a look in Jira. Do we have an issue created? So let me just refresh this. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, we do have an issue called as Python error, and the presence of this particular issue shows that we have an integration between Google Forms and Jira issues. So this is what we plan to do. Anytime a new submission is made in Google Forms, it will be reflected as an issue in Jira. Now to begin the actual integration process, first just type Pabbly Connect, pabbly.com in your browser, pabbly.com. Okay, so we will be using Pabbly Connect to integrate Google Forms and Jira. Pabbly Connect is an automation software. So let me just click on sign in. This is the website of pabbly.com. Let me just click on sign in. Okay, so as you can see, I'm working on incognito mode. So your obvious question is, why are we working on incognito mode? Okay, so this is because the integration of Google Forms and Jira involves creation of a Google Sheet. Now, while working with Google Sheet, it is always advisable to work in incognito mode, because while using Google Sheets, you will be working with multiple Gmail accounts. And if you're using multiple Gmail accounts to create a Google Sheet or work with Google Sheet, there must be a trouble in authorizing it. So that is why we are going to use incognito mode while we are working with Google Sheets. It's always advisable. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. As you can see, I already have made an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also create your own free account in just 2 minutes. So just scroll down and here you will find connect. Just click on access now. Okay, so at the top right corner you will find a button, create workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. I'm going to give it as Google Forms to Jira. Google Forms to Jira. And then just click on create. Okay, so when you click on create, a window appears in front of you. This is called as the trigger window. So basically, we are going to create a new workflow. Now, after creating this workflow, I will attach the link of this workflow in the description box as well.
So just in case if you want to access this workflow, you can directly clone it to your account by signing up for free. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select an app. So in the choose app, how about we make it as Google Forms, because we want to receive the data from Google Forms. Okay, Google Forms it is. Now in the trigger event, how about we make it as new response in a spreadsheet? Okay, so new response in a spreadsheet is the trigger event. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger event? Trigger is basically a if statement. It asks a question, if the condition is met, what should be done? For example, if a new response is made in Google Forms or a new submission is made in Google Forms, then what action should be taken by the system? Now at present, the trigger event is kept as new response in a spreadsheet. Now your obvious question is, why we have kept the trigger event as new response in a spreadsheet? It should be something like new response in Google Forms or new submission in Google Forms. Now the reason we have kept the trigger event as a new response in spreadsheet is that Google Forms sent the data directly to Google Sheets. From Google Sheets, using Pabbly Connect, we can send it to other apps like Jira. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to take you to my Google Forms. So there is a new form that I have created. So this is the form called as Jira issue creation. Okay, so let me just change the description as short answer type. That's the one we want. Okay, so basically this is the same, not the same, a newly created form that I have created, Jira issue creation. Okay, and these are the two fields we have, summary as well as the description. Now to begin the actual integration process, first of all, you just have to go to the last field. So this is the last field called as the description, and I'm going to toggle required as to the right. So we'll make sure that this particular field is required. So this will basically act as a trigger that will send the data to Google Sheet when a form submission is made. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on responses. Okay, and I'm just going to click on this button. So when I click on this button, it will create a particular spreadsheet for this particular Google Forms. So let me just click on this icon to create a spreadsheet for this particular Google Forms. Okay, so here we have two choices: create a new spreadsheet, select an existing spreadsheet. I'm going with creating a new spreadsheet. Now the default name it is giving it as Jira issue creation. Okay, so I'm not changing it. I like that default name, that is Jira issue creation. So let me just click on create. Okay, so a new spreadsheet is being created. Yes, and it has been created. So basically it has the same fields that we have in our Google Forms, summary as well as the description. Additional, there is a column called as a timestamp. So basically the timestamp is the time at which the submission was made. So basically let me just show you if you don't remember this. Okay, so this is the form. Okay, so this is the fields, summary as well as the description. Okay, so basically these two fields that is present here is just being reflected here. Okay, this is because this is the Google Sheet that is associated with this particular form. Okay, so basically Pabbly Connect will capture the data from this particular Google Sheet. Okay, so now to begin the actual integration process with this particular Google Sheet, let me just click on add-ons. Okay, so when you click on add-on, you can see Pabbly Connect webhooks. Now in your case, you are starting new, so Pabbly Connect webhooks might not have been installed yet. So what I'm going to do here is we will go to this part called as get add-ons. So we will get this add-on called as Pabbly Connect webhook from this place called as Google Workspace Marketplace. So this is the place that where you will get the add-on Google Workspace Marketplace. So basically all you have to do is just type Pabbly Connect webhooks, this one. Okay, so as you can see, Pabbly Connect webhook is already installed in my system. All you have to do is just click on this button and Pabbly Connect webhooks will be installed in your spreadsheet also. Now after installing it, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. I repeat again, after installing the Pabbly Connect webhook add-ons in your Google Sheet, do not forget to refresh it. Okay, so let me just cancel this, go back to add-ons, click on Pabbly Connect webhooks, and let me just click on initial setup. Okay, so it is the window of initial setup. Now, as you can see, we have two blanks to fill, the webhook URL as well as the trigger column. Now, we will start with the trigger column. Now, remember this. Always the last data entry column is the trigger column. In our case, the last data entry column is column C, okay? Because after column C, there is no entry. So last data entry column is always the trigger column. So our trigger column is column C, and I have mentioned it. Now coming to the webhook URL. So this is the most important part. So to get the webhook URL, let me go to Pabbly Connect and copy this. Okay, so this is the webhook URL you want. I have copied the webhook URL and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so I'm just going to paste it here. So we have entered the webhook URL. We have also mentioned our trigger column. So basically all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on submit. Okay, so the initial window has disappeared. Let me just once again go to add-ons, go back to Pabbly Connect webhooks and just click on send on event. So this will ensure that anytime column C is filled, it will keep sending on the data. So basically at this point, we have integrated this particular Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. This means that anytime column C is filled, Pabbly Connect has to capture the data. So as to ensure that Pabbly Connect captures this data, let me go to Pabbly Connect and let me just click on this button, capture webhook response. Click this. Okay, so it is showing it is waiting for the data. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to my Google Forms, okay, and here I'm just going to click on preview. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make some entry. So imagine this, the new entry is something like Java, or how about let's again go with Python library failed, Python library failed, and the description is something like web crawler Selenium not working. So this is the description, web crawler, okay, I'm sorry about the spelling, web crawler Selenium is not working. So when I click on submit, this will send this data to Google Sheet, and from Google Sheet Pabbly Connect will capture this data. Let me just click on submit and I will show you. So let me take you to my Google Sheet. Yes, the data has arrived. So this is the summary, Python library field, and this is the description. Excellent. So let's have a look, since column C is already filled, whether Pabbly Connect has captured this data or not. So let's have a look. Yes. So we have the data, the summary is Python library failed, the description is web crawler Selenium not working. Excellent. So basically now using this data, we are going to create an issue in Jira. Now to do that, let me just click on this plus button. Okay, so when you click on this plus button, another window opens up. This is called as the action window. Now in the choose app, how about we make it as Jira? Jira it is. Now in the action event, how about make it as create an issue? Okay, so create an issue as an action event. There are many more action events like update issue, add issue watcher, add comment, get user by ID, and so on. All of them are a bunch of action events. Now just like the triggers, if you have trouble finding the action events according to your choice, you can make a request to our team at admin@pabbly.com to custom build an action event for you. But at present, I just want to create an issue from the data that we have received from Google Forms. So let us make us create an issue. Then click on connect with Jira software. Then again in the new credentials, connect with Jira software. Okay, so Pabbly Connect is demanding access to my account. Now before you click on accept, there is something you should know. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. Okay, so on the basis of that trust, let me just click on accept. Okay, so the authorization is successful. Just press OK. Okay, so when you click on OK, a set of blanks has appeared in front of you. The purpose of these blanks is very simple. We are going to create an issue in Jira from the data that we have received from Google Forms via Pabbly Connect. So as you can see, we have a project called as Black Hole. When we just expand this list, in the drop down, you can find all the projects that is present in my Jira account. Let me just take you to my Jira account. So this is my Jira account, and these are the projects that we have in my Jira account. Okay, Black Hole, bug tracking, Motorhead, Pabbly 2, Red Draft, stack issues, all of them. So basically all the projects that is present here is being simply reflected here. This is because Jira is now integrated with Pabbly Connect. So what if I create a new project? So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to create a new project. Okay, so the name of the project is error fixing. Just a random name that's popping in my head, error fixing. And let me just click on create. Okay, so a new project called as error fixing has been created. Now since Pabbly Connect is integrated with this particular Jira software, let us explore whether this particular project is available in the drop down. So here I have refreshed it, so it is trying to refresh. Okay, so let us have a look in the drop down. Do we have a newly created project that is error fixing? Yes, we do have this project called as error fixing. This is because the Pabbly Connect is now integrated with Jira. So let us select this. So the idea is that we are going to create an issue in this particular project, that is error fixing. Now in the base URL, it's already has been mapped https pabbly.altation.net. So basically it's the same domain that is showing, URL showing. Okay, so you don't have to do anything. Now in the issue type, I'm going to make it as a task. Okay, and in the summary, let's start mapping. So this is the mapping button. When we click this, we will find all the data in this particular accordion, that is Google Forms new response in spreadsheet. And this is the summary, and we have mapped it. Okay, so the summary was Python library failed. Now coming to the description, let me just again click here, and this is the description. The priority, I'm keeping it as medium. Now we are not going to mention any kind of label. We don't have the data regarding the same. Now the assignee, we have 2 or 3 assignee in my Jira account. So I'm going to assign this particular task to this guy called as Satish. So when I click on save and send test request, it will create an issue in Jira. So let me do that. Let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing the data has been sent to Jira. So let's have a look. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to refresh this. So this is the newly created project error fixing. So let's have a look. Yes, we do have a project called as, we do have an issue called as Python library failed in the project called as error fixing. Excellent. So this means our integration is working fine. So we basically have successfully integrated Google Forms and Jira with help of Pabbly Connect. Now before you end this, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So I'm just going to minimize this action window, and I'm going to minimize this trigger window. So basically this is the whole process in a nutshell. First you integrated Google Forms to Pabbly Connect, and then you have integrated Pabbly Connect to Jira. So now there is a perfect flow of data between Google Forms and Jira. Excellent.
Hello everyone. So in this video, we will learn how to notify your team members on Slack when a new response is created in Google Forms. So imagine this, you have generated a new response called as John in Google Forms. It has John's name, email address, phone number, and all those details. Now you want to notify your team members about this lead on Slack. So here you have 2 choices. Either you can copy all the details of John from Google Forms, compose a message, and manually send it on Slack. Now this approach is very repetitive and tiresome. So I would suggest that you bring in some automation so that when a new response is created in Google Forms, it will automatically send a message on Slack. Now here I'm sending my Google Forms data to Slack. Now this approach can also work on similar apps like WhatsApp, Telegram, etc. So in this video, we will be using Pabbly Connect to integrate Google Forms and Slack. The best part of using Pabbly Connect is there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. It can be done easily. Let me show you on my screen. Okay, so we will start with an example. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to mention that this is our Google form and it has been titled data collection for drip emailing. And I'm going to fill in this form as a dummy person. So imagine this, the person that is filling this form is, his name is Johnny. Okay, Johnny it is. And the last name is Matthew. Okay, and this is Johnny's email. Johnny123@gmail.com. Okay, so Johnny has filled his email and this is Johnny's phone number 9131323916. Okay, so this is Johnny's phone number. So let me just click on submit. Okay, so a guy called as Johnny Matthew has submitted a form in Google Forms. So let us have a look in Slack. Do we have the data of this guy? Okay, yes, this is the message that is present in Slack. Newly generated, named Johnny Matthew. This is the email johnny123@gmail.com and this is the phone number. Excellent. So basically this is what we want. Anytime a new form submission is made in Google Forms, it will be reflected as a message in Slack. So to begin the actual integration process, first of all, just type pabbly.com in your browser. Pabbly.com, press enter. Okay, so this is the website of pabbly.com. Here, just click on sign in. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. As you can see, I already have made an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also build your own free account in just 2 minutes. So just scroll down and here you will find Connect. Just click on Access Now. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, Create Workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. I'm going to give it as Google Forms to Slack. Google Forms to Slack. And then just click on create. Okay, so when you click on create, a window appears in front of you. This is called as the trigger window. So here we are going to build a new workflow. So after I have created this workflow, I will attach the link of this workflow in the description box as well. So just in case if you want to access this workflow, you can directly clone into your account by signing up for free. So this is the trigger window, and in the choose app, how about we make it as Google Forms. Google Forms, okay, this one. Okay, so in the trigger event, how about we make it as new response in spreadsheet? New response in a spreadsheet is a trigger event. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger event? Trigger is basically an if statement. It asks a question, if the condition is met, what should be done? So if a new response is made in Google Forms, then what action should be taken by the system? Now at present, we only have one trigger event, that is new response in spreadsheet. Now your obvious question is why we have kept the trigger event as new response in spreadsheet. It should be something like new response in Google Forms. So this is because Google Forms sends the response to Google Sheets. So we will be collecting the data from Google Sheets and send it to other apps like Active Campaign, Slack, MailChimp using Pabbly Connect. I repeat again, so what we are going to do here is we are going to send the Google Form response to Google Sheet. And from there, we are going to use Pabbly Connect to send it to other apps like MailChimp or Slack. Okay, so let me just take you to Google Forms. You will understand all of it. So this is a Google form that I have made for this particular purpose. So this is the Google form called as registration form, and we have the same fields, the first name, the last name, email, and the phone number. So here we have to make some changes. So I'm just clicking here. Okay, and I'm just going to toggle this to the right. So basically it will ensure that anytime this particular field is filled along with the form submission, it will send the data, because it will act as a trigger to send the data to Google Sheet. So we have set this field as mandatory. So basically after this field has been filled and the form has been submitted, the data will go directly into Google Sheet. Okay, so let's start with the Google Sheet. So I'm taking you to responses. Okay, so here you will find an icon. So this is for Google Sheet. So when I click this, it will create a spreadsheet. So let me do that. Let me just create a spreadsheet. Okay, so here we have two choices, create a new spreadsheet and select existing spreadsheet. So we are going with this one, create a new spreadsheet. So as you can see, it is giving the default name, that is a registration form. So all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on create. Okay, so a new spreadsheet is being created. Yes, in the new tab, the spreadsheet appears. So this is the newly created spreadsheet, registration form responses. And these are the columns I have: timestamp, first name, last name, email, and the phone number. So basically you already know these fields, the first name, last name, email, and the phone number. This is because these are the same fields that we have in our form. Okay, now coming to the timestamp is basically the time at which the response will be filled. So basically anytime a new response is filled here, the data will arrive here. Okay, so we want to send the data from here to Pabbly Connect. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on add-ons. So in the add-ons, you will find a webhook add-on called as Pabbly Connect webhooks. So in your case, since you are starting new, Pabbly Connect webhooks will not be installed yet. So what you have to do is you have to just click on get add-ons. Click this. Okay, so when you click on get add-ons, Google Workspace Marketplace opens in front of you. So in the search, how about you just type Pabbly Connect webhooks, this one. Okay, so as you can see, in my case, Pabbly Connect webhook is already installed. All you have to do is just click on this button and Pabbly Connect webhooks will be installed in your spreadsheet also. Now, after installing this particular webhooks, particular add-on, do not forget to refresh your system. I mean, when you have installed this particular add-on, do not forget to refresh your Google Sheet. So let me just cross this, okay? And let me just go back to add-ons. Now, before we go back to add-ons, let me tell you something. This is the last data entry column. As you can see, the phone number is the last data entry column. Now, basically, when this particular when this particular column is filled, the data will be sent to Pabbly Connect. So E is our last data entry column. So let me just go back to add-ons. Click on Pabbly Connect webhooks, and here you will find the option called as initial setup. Click this. Okay, so this is the window of initial setup. So here we have two blanks to fill, the webhook URL as well as the trigger column. So we will start with the trigger column. The trigger column is always the last data entry column. As I mentioned before, the last data entry column is column E, because the last data entry column, as you may remember, is a phone number. It was the last data entry column. So the last data entry column is column E. So I have mentioned it as column E. Now coming to this part called as the webhook URL. So to get the webhook URL, let's go to Pabbly Connect. And let me just copy this. This is the webhook URL you want. Copy this and simply paste it here. Okay, so we have entered the webhook URL. So all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on submit. Okay, so we have submitted it, and let me just again go back to add-ons. Okay, Pabbly Connect webhooks, and just click on send on event. Okay, so we are finished. So basically, anytime the data will be entered in column E, it will be sending the message to Pabbly Connect. So what I'm going to do here is, at this point, we have integrated this particular Google Sheet to Pabbly Connect. So basically, we have integrated this form to Pabbly Connect. So to ensure that Pabbly Connect receives the data whenever a registration or a submission is made in Google Form, let me go to Pabbly Connect and let me just click on this button, Capture Webhook Response. Okay, so it is showing it is waiting for the data. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to this form, okay, going to preview. So this is the form preview. I'm going to copy this, open incognito mode, paste this URL and make some form entries. So imagine this, the name of the guy is Tyson. Okay, and the last name is Jerry, Tyson Jerry. And this is his email, Tyson jerry123@gmail.com. Okay, and this is Tyson Jerry's phone number, 91234, something random numbers. Okay, so let me just click on submit. Okay, so a form submission has been made by a guy called as Tyson Jerry. So let's have a look. At first, did we have this data in Google Sheet? Okay, yes, we do have the data in Google Sheet. So this is the name, first name, that is Tyson. This is the last name, that is Jerry. This is the email, and of course, this is the phone number. Now let us have a look whether Pabbly Connect has captured this data since it is integrated with this particular Google Sheet. So let's have a look. Okay, so it is showing it is waiting for the data. Give it 1 or 2 seconds. Okay, so as you can see, we have the data. The first name is Tyson, the last name is Jerry, the email is tysonjerry123@gmail.com, and of course this is the phone number. So basically we want to notify our team members on Slack. Now to do that, let me just click on this plus button. Okay, so when we click on this plus button, another window opens up. This is called as the action window. So in the choose app, how about we make it as Slack? Okay, Slack it is. Now in the action event, how about we make it as send channel message without image. So send channel message without an image is an action event. There are many more action events like send channel message with image, create channel, invite users to channel, and so on. All of them are a bunch of action events. Now, just like the triggers, if you have trouble finding the action events according to your choice, you can make a request to our team at admin@pabbly.com to custom build an action event for you. But at present, I just want to send a channel message on Slack. So just click on connect with Slack. So in the new credentials, just again click on connect with Slack. Okay, so it is showing that Pabbly Connect wants access. Now before you click on allow, let me tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. Okay, so on the basis of that trust, just press allow. Okay, so it is showing the authorization is successful. Just press OK. So when you press OK, a set of blanks has appeared in front of you. The purpose of these blanks is very simple. We are going to compose a message in Slack from the data we have received from Google Forms via Pabbly Connect. So as you can see, we have a field called as channel, and in the channel it is showing all the channels that is present in my Slack account. So let us explore that. So this is my Slack account, and these are all the channels that is present in my Slack account. Okay, so all the channels that is present here is being simply reflected here. Okay, so these are all the channels. Now how about we do some experiment? So how about I create a new channel? So let me just create a new channel. Okay, and the name of the channel is Google Forms data. Okay, and let me just click on create, and I'm going to add 3 people to this channel. So let me just click on done. Okay, so 3 members have been added to this particular channel. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going back to Pabbly Connect, and I'm going to refresh this. So when I click on refresh, I can expect to find this newly created channel in the drop down. So let me just click on refresh. Okay, so let's explore now. Okay, so we do have oh, I'm sorry, this is not the channel. So let's just search, because there are many channels. So this is the channel Google Forms data, and we have selected it. So the plan is we will be sending the leads, the information about this responses and leads on this particular channel. So in the message type, let's make it as keep it as plain text. Now how about we compose a message? So we are going to compose a simple message. New lead generated, and I want to input the data regarding that lead in the next line. So that is why I'm going to use /n. So basically it will create a new line, and /n name, okay, And here in the name, we are just going to map in the name. So we will find all the data from this accordion, that is trigger. So this is the name and we have mapped it. This is the first name, we have mapped it, and this is the last name, okay, that has been mapped. Now we are planning to input the email in the next line. So again /n, okay, email, and this is the email, okay. So this is the email and we are going to map the email and we have mapped it. Now in the phone number, again we are going to use /n, okay, so to create a new line, and this is the phone number, okay, and let me just enter the phone number. Okay, so we have mapped it. So newly generated name is Tyson Jerry. This is the email and this is of course the phone number. Now coming to this part called as the bot name. So my name is Michael, okay. So we will be sending the message in my name, Michael. Now with regards to the bot icon, I'm not going to enter anything. So let me just click on save and send test request to send the message. So let me do that. Let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing the message has been sent to Slack. So let's have a look. Okay, so this is the message, new lead generated. The name is Tyson Jerry. This is the email tysonjerry123@gmail.com, and this is the phone number. Excellent. So our integration is working absolutely fine. This means we have successfully integrated Google Forms and Slack with help of Pabbly Connect. So before we end this video, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going back to Pabbly Connect and I'm going to minimize this action window and I'm going to minimize this trigger window. So basically this is the whole process in a nutshell. First you integrated Google Forms to Pabbly Connect and then you have integrated Pabbly Connect to Slack. So now there is a perfect flow of data between Google Forms and Slack.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to show you how to add new subscribers from your email marketing application whenever there's a new form submission. Now, in this video, we are going to use and send our Google form responses to our Sendinblue application, but you can use any email marketing application like MailChimp, Aweber, etc. Now, let me tell you one thing. While working with Google Form, it was quite difficult for me to manually copy all the data from Google Form submission and then paste it to my Sendinblue application. And after that, create my contact list. And that is why I thought to bring some automation in between them, so that whenever there's a new form submission in our Google form, new subscribers will be automatically added to my Sendinblue application. But there's an issue, and the issue here is both of these applications, that is Google Form and Sendinblue, do not have any sort of direct integration between them, and that is why we are going to use automation application, that is Pabbly Connect. So with the help of Pabbly Connect, we can transfer the data from Google Forms to Sendinblue very easily, and the best part here is we do not require any knowledge of coding. So let me show you this on my screen. Okay, so this is my Google form and now I'm going to fill my Google form and check if the data or the subscribers contact details have been updated in my Sendinblue account or not. So for that, let me fill in the details. So this is my first name. Okay, email address. Moving forward to my address. Okay. So I have to mention my phone number here. So my phone number is, this is my phone number. And now I'm going to submit it. Moving to our Sendinblue account and let us refresh it. Let us see the details. So as you can see, I have recently filled a form and mentioned the name as Mary Monco and address and everything. So this data has been updated and captured by Sendinblue account. So this means whenever I am going to add a new entry in my Google form, we can see a new subscriber or new contact will be added in a Sendinblue account, and that is possible. And you can also do it. How? Let me show you. For that, you have to search for pabbly.com in your browser first. Okay, so this is basically the website of pabbly.com. Now click on products. Here, click on connect. After that, click on sign in. So since I have already signed into my account, that is why this is the screen that is appearing in front of us. You can also create your own free account in just 2 minutes. Moving down, now here you have to click on Access Now at Connect. After that, this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. Click on Create Workflow, and here we are going to name our workflow. So I'm going to name it as Google Form to send in blue. I'm going to create it. Now this is trigger window basically, and here we have to choose our first application. So we are going to choose our first application as Google Form, because firstly we want to integrate our Google Form to Pabbly Connect. Now here you can see something called trigger event is here. Now you must be thinking, what am I talking about this triggers and trigger events? So let me tell you. Basically, automation runs on two simple concepts, that is triggers and action. So trigger basically is when this happens, and action is do this. So connecting it with our use case today is whenever there's a new entry or response from a Google form, we want to add new subscribers or customers in our Sendinblue account. Moving forward, here we have to select our trigger event. Let me click here and see. Okay, so this is my trigger event. In case you want different trigger event or triggers of your choice, then you can click at this option called request integration, and here you can request any sort of integration, or if you want new trigger options, new trigger events, action events, and anything related to that. Now moving forward, let me tell you one more important thing. I will basically attach the link of this workflow in the description box as well. So just in case if you want to access this workflow, you can directly clone it into your account by just signing it for free. Okay. Now moving forward, we will now move to our new form that I have recently created, and the form name is New Contact Submission. So what are we going to do is click on Response. Here you can see the icon of Google Sheet. Let me click it for you. And now you can see our Google form is integrated with Google Sheet. And what are we going to do and why this happened? So let me tell you. Since our Google form collect response in Google Sheet, so we will be integrating our Google Sheet with Pabbly Connect, and all the response that will be entered in a Google form as well, it will be reflected here in Google Sheet. Now as you can see, details has been captured here, because someone has already filled in our form. Now what are we going to do next is click on add-ons, move to Pabbly Connect webhook, and then click on initial setup. Okay, let me tell you one thing. I have already installed my Pabbly Connect webhook. That is why this option is available for me. In case you are unable to find this option, then what you can do is click on add-ons, click on get add-ons. Now after that you can search for Pabbly Connect webhook here. This is Pabbly Connect webhook, and then you can actually install it from here. Okay, so let me repeat the step for you. So click on add-ons, Pabbly Connect webhook, and click on initial setup. Now move back to your Pabbly Connect account, copy this webhook URL, move to your Google Sheet, and actually paste your webhook URL over here. Now the next is trigger column. Here you have to add the column till which you want to add your data. Since my last column is E, so I want to mention the column as E over here. For example, if you want the data till H or G, so you can actually select H or G over here in your trigger column. After that, move to your Pabbly Connect account, click on Capture Webhook Response. After that, again move to your Google Sheets and then send the test. After clicking on Send Test, you can see the tested data sent successfully is written over here. And next is click on Submit. Now move to your Pabbly Connect account. As you can see, some data has been captured by Pabbly Connect from our Google Sheet, and which was actually present there. So as you can see, the full name, email address and phone number is already here of one form. That is why Pabbly Connect has actually captured the data here. So now you have to again move to your Google Sheet, click on add-ons. Here you have to click on Pabbly Connect webhook again and click on send on events. Why? Because now what will happen is my data was already there in the first column, that is of row 2. But now after clicking on this option and after getting new response, all the data will be attained in your next row, that is 3, 4 and so on. And this will happen automatically because we have actually set up this setting, that is send on event. And now we will actually move to a Pabbly Connect account, save it. So you can see our webhook has successfully saved. Okay, so after saving it, we have successfully completed our first step, that is we have integrated our Google Forms to Pabbly Connect. Now we will move to our second step and we will integrate our Pabbly Connect account to our second application, that is Sendinblue. For that, click on plus option, choose the application, that is Sendinblue. This one. The action event here will be create a contact and then we are going to connect with Sendinblue. Now here we have to fill in API key, data. So for that you can click on this option, that is SMTP and API. Okay, so you can see your API keys over here. Simply copy it, move to Pabbly Connect, paste it here again and save it. Now at this stage, our Sendinblue account is successfully connected with our Pabbly Connect account. Now we have to fill in the details. This is our select list ID. Now here we have to select our list ID. Whenever we create a contact in Sendinblue, so we can create a list ID in our application. That is this one. Okay, so this is my Sendinblue application. So here we can actually create and add a new list. And let me name it as new contact submission. Click on create an empty list for us. So this is basically our empty list. Now let us move to our Pabbly Connect account, refresh it. Let me see. Okay, so we have recently created a new list, that is new contact submission, and it is reflecting here. Let me select it. Now moving forward, the next is update enable status. Now here we have to set up some of the condition. Now update enable status means, do we want to actually send notification to the person who have actually filled the form that we have been generated your data or not. So that is why here I am going to keep it as false only. The next is, if you want to keep the blacklisted email, I'm going to keep it as false only. You can select other options. Here the next is the SMS blacklisted thing. I'm again going to keep it as false only. Moving forward, we have the email address. So now we have to map the email address here. So let us map from here. Go to our trigger option, trigger event, and let us search. Okay, so this is my email address. Now we have to map our first name over here. So let us map our first name. Our first name is Chris Johnson. Okay, so the next is the last name. So I have already selected my full name over here, so I'm going to skip it. The next is the SMS phone number. So here we have to select the phone number. That is this one. Now, since there's no country code added, so I'm going to actually manually write the country code before this. That is +91 for me. Moving forward, I'm going to save and send the test request. You can see the API response has been generated. Now let us move to our Sendinblue account. Let us refresh it and see if some data has been captured or not. Yes, the data has been captured by Sendinblue and the new form details has been captured here. So now what will happen is, whenever the next person will going to fill the form for us in our Google form, all the data will be captured here and the subscriber contact details will also be updated here. Now moving to our Pabbly Connect account. Closing the window. Let me show you and tell you everything in short. What we did it, first we actually connected our Google Forms to our Pabbly Connect account, and then we connected our Pabbly Connect account to our Sendinblue application. So now what will happen is whenever there will be a new entry in our Google form, we will be going to see a new subscriber or the customer details or the contact details in our Sendinblue application automatically with the help of Pabbly Connect.
In this video, we are going to learn how you can send Microsoft Outlook emails on Google Forms submission. So let's take an example that you are a business owner who has created a form using Google Forms and you have shared that form with your customers to get the form filled. Now you want that whenever any of your customer fills the form, automatically a mail should be sent to the customer via your Outlook account. But here we will be integrating Google Forms with Microsoft Office or Microsoft Outlook because there is no direct connection between these applications. So here your trigger application would be Google Forms and your action application will be Microsoft Office 365. So how you can integrate and how you can set up this automation? For that you need to come to my screen. So welcome to my screen. Here let us type Pabbly, pabbly.com in our browser. This is the website of Pabbly. Here we have to come to products and click on Pabbly Connect. This is the landing page of Pabbly Connect. As you're the first time user, you have to click on sign up for free button and you can create your own account in just 2 minutes and you're going to get free task every month. If you're already a user of Pabbly Connect, simply click on sign in. In the all apps section, come to Pabbly Connect and click on access now. This is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. Here we have to create a workflow. For that, come to this plus sign and click on create workflow. Now here we have to give a name to the workflow. So let us give the name as Google Forms to Microsoft Outlook integration. Here you can give the workflow name as per your requirement and simply click on create. Now we can see a trigger window and an action window. So Pabbly Connect works on the concept of trigger and action. Trigger means when this happens, action means do this. So in this particular use case, we want to send emails from our Microsoft Outlook account whenever a new Google form is submitted by the user or your customer. So first we have to create an integration between Google Forms and Pabbly Connect. So simply open this trigger window and here choose the application name as Google Forms. Select the trigger event as new response received. Now we can see a webhook URL and some instructions. So by following these instructions, you can set up the webhook in your Google Forms. So here let us read the instructions, a few of them. Google Forms responses are collected in Google Sheets. So follow the below steps in order to get the new response. Go to the form on which you want to take the submission and make the last question as required for the trigger. So I'll just take you to my Google form. This is the Google form which I have created, that is customer support form, where I'm asking the name, email address and the contact number of the customer along with the issue name and the issue description. So here we have to make the last question required for the trigger. Okay. So whenever this form will be filled and this particular field will be filled, the details will be captured in Pabbly Connect. Okay. Now we have to create an integration between this particular Google form and Pabbly Connect. For that, come to the responses tab and here we can see we have 0 responses. So first of all, we are going to capture the response over here. For capturing the response, click on this I button, preview. And here we are going to fill up the details. So let us give the customer name as demo name. Let's give the email address as demo@pabblytunes.com. And here I'll just enter the contact number. Okay, here we have to give the issue name. So let us give it as Equid Trigger Issue. So I'm just entering a random issue name over here. And here I'll be entering the issue description. Equid trigger, new order not capturing the response. And now let's click on submit. Your response has been recorded. So the form has been filled. Now let's move back to Pabbly Connect. Okay, and here we have to just capture the response. But before that, I'll just take you to the form once again. And here in the responses tab, we can see we have received one response. That is demo name response over here. Now to create an integration between Google Form and Pabbly Connect, we are just going to click on this 3 dots and click on select response destination. So the Google form responses are collected in Google Sheets. Now it is asking us create a new spreadsheet or you want to select the existing spreadsheet. So I want to create a new spreadsheet and the name would be customer support form responses. If you want to change the name of the spreadsheet, you can just change it from here. And let's click on create. Linking to spreadsheet. Spreadsheet is linked. Okay, now we are going to click on this green sign, view responses in sheets. Okay, and here we can see that the response is collected in the Google Sheet over here. The Google Sheet name is customer support form responses. Here we can find the sheet name as form responses 1. And here we have collected the details, that is the timestamp, the date and time at which the customer has filled the form, the name of the customer, his email address, the contact number, issue as equity trigger issue, and the issue description. So now we are going to create an integration between this particular Google Sheet and Pabbly Connect. For that, come to extensions, click on add-ons and click on get add-ons. Now it will take us to Google Workspace Marketplace. Here we have to search for Pabbly Connect webhooks. Now you have to install Pabbly Connect webhooks on your system. As you can see that it is already installed on my system, I'm just going to close this window. But remember, after installing Pabbly Connect webhooks on your system, you have to refresh your Google Sheet. I repeat, after installing Pabbly Connect webhooks on your system, you have to refresh your Google Sheet. Now again we have to come to extensions and this time click on Pabbly Connect webhooks and click on initial setup. Now here it is asking for the webhook URL and the trigger column. So here we have to paste the webhook URL that we have seen in Pabbly Connect. So let's move to Pabbly Connect. From here I'll be just copying this webhook URL and I'll be pasting the same over here. Okay. Now here it is asking for the trigger column. The trigger column will be your final data column on which if the data is added, the whole of that row data will be sent to the webhook URL. So here you can see that I have the data from column A till column F. So here my trigger column will be column F. So let's say if you have the data till column H and you want the data to be captured till column H, then your trigger column will be column H over here. Okay. Now let's click on send test. Test data sent successfully. Okay. And now let's click on submit. Now again we have to come to extensions, Pabbly Connect webhooks and click on send on event option. So why we are selecting this option? Just because next time whenever the form will be filled and whenever the data will be captured in this particular Google Sheet, Pabbly Connect is going to capture the data automatically. We don't have to link the data again and again. So make sure you have a tick mark on the send on event option. Okay. Now let's move back to Pabbly Connect. And here we can see the responses received and all the details related to the form submission are captured over here. We can find the same timestamp, name as demo name, email address of the customer, the contact number, issue description, spreadsheet name, spreadsheet ID, sheet name and the sheet ID. So all the details are captured. Now we want to send a mail to this particular customer, demo name on this particular email address. Okay. And the mail would be sent from our Microsoft Outlook account. So here come to this action step and choose the application name as Microsoft Outlook. So here we have to select Microsoft Office 365 for integrating Microsoft Outlook. Okay. Now here we have to select the action event as send mail. So send an email from your Outlook account. Click on connect. Now here we have to click on add new connection and click on connect with Microsoft Office 365. Now here it is asking me to choose an account. So I'm just selecting my account from here. From which account I want to send the mails. So let's scroll down and here we have to give the access. So let's click on yes. Authorization successful. And now Microsoft Office account is connected to Pabbly Connect. Now here it is asking for the subject. Enter subject of the mail. So what will be the subject of the mail? So here I'll be entering the subject as thank you for contacting Pabbly Connect. Okay. Now here it is asking for the content type. So here the content type will be plain text only. Now it is asking for the body content. What should be the message you want to send in the mail? So here I have added a random content. Hello. Here after hello I'll be adding the name of the customer. I am sorry to hear you're having trouble with our platform. I have addressed your. So here we'll be adding the issue description or the issue title with our technical support team. They will be reaching out soon. Let me know if I can help you with anything else in the meantime. Thank you for your patience. Regards, Pabbly team. So here we have to map the customer name that we have got from our trigger response over here. Okay. So we will be mapping the name. For mapping, simply click it over here. Okay. And I'll just take the cursor over here after hello and come to Google Forms, and here let us select the name, that is demo name of the customer, and here I have addressed your issue. So we'll be mapping the issue also, that is equit trigger issue. So in this way the message will be delivered to the customer via mail. Okay. Now here it is asking for the recipient mail address to whom you want to send this particular mail. So we have already got the mail from our trigger response. So here we have to map the email address of the customer. So again come to Google Forms and let us map the email address. And now let's click on save and send test request. Okay, and here we can see that the response is received. It means the mail has been sent to the customer. So first I'm going to check my Outlook account and we'll be checking whether the mail has been sent from our Outlook account or not. Okay, let's move to the send items option. Okay, and here we can see that a new mail has been sent. Hello demo name, I'm sorry to hear you are having troubles with our platform. I have addressed your equit trigger issue with our technical support team. They'll be reaching out soon. So here you can see that the same mail has been sent to the customer and the customer mail address is demo@pabblytudes.com. Okay, and now let us check the email address of the customer also. Okay, and here we have got a new mail. Thank you for contacting Pabbly Connect. This was the subject line. And here we can see that the same message is sent to the customer also. And in this way, our integration is working fine. Let's move back to Pabbly Connect and let us save this workflow first. Data saved successfully. Okay, now we are going to check this in the real time, that whether our integration is actually working fine or not. For that, I'll move to the form once again. Okay, and here we are going to just submit another response on the name of some other customer. So here I'll be giving the name as admin name. Let's give the email as admin@pabblytudes.com. Let's enter the contact number. Let's give the issue as GitHub issue this time. And let's enter the issue description, that GitHub trigger new issues not capturing the response. Now let's click on submit. Your response has been recorded. So the form has been filled. Now first let us check our Outlook account. We have to again refresh it. Okay, and here we can see that a new mail has been sent to admin@pabblytudes.com. Here we can find the mail address. Okay, and here we have got the same message. Only the name of the customer is changed, that is admin name. And here the issue is changed as GitHub issue. Okay, else the message is same. Now let us check the email address of the customer also. So I have shared the message over here and we have received another message. Thank you for contacting Pabbly Connect. This was the subject line, and here we can see that the same mail has been sent to the customer also. Hello admin name, and I have addressed your GitHub issues. So in this way, our integration is perfectly working fine. So let's move back to Pabbly Connect, and I'll just minimize all these windows and let us see in a nutshell whatever we have done till now. So first we have created an integration between Google Form and Pabbly Connect so that whenever the form is filled, automatically the details are captured in Pabbly Connect. And then using those details, we have sent a mail from our Microsoft Outlook account. And in this way, we have learned that how we can create an integration between Google Forms and Microsoft Outlook using Pabbly Connect. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Sonam from Pabbly team, and in this video I'll tell you how you can automatically connect your Google Forms with WhatsApp in such a way that when someone fills a Google form, you can automatically send a file to that submitter on his WhatsApp using WhatsApp Cloud API. Now the file that you are going to send automatically can be an image file, a video file, or even a PDF brochure as well. So imagine that you are running a tour and traveling agency, and whenever a new inquiry is arrived at your traveling agency, your task is to share the itinerary with each inquiry that you are receiving all the day. That inquiry may be received via email, via phone call, or via WhatsApp as well. But what if I tell you that you can actually automate this process of sharing the itinerary every time you are receiving a new inquiry? Yes, all you have to do is to just share a Google form with the people who are interested in traveling, and once they will fill this form along with their requirement and click on submit, they will immediately get an itinerary on their WhatsApp. And this is how you can actually automate the process and utilize your time in some other important task. So let's learn this process. I am assuming that you already have an account in Google Forms, and for sending WhatsApp messages, we will have to create an account in WhatsApp Cloud API. Once we set up our account in WhatsApp Cloud API, we will then integrate Google Forms with WhatsApp with the help of an automation software, Pabbly Connect. Okay, so let's log into WhatsApp Cloud API account, and then we need to create an app and generate a permanent token. Type developers.facebook.com in your browser and press enter. I will also add this link in the description box. Once you reach to the this page, you need to log in from here. Since I have already logged in this account, so I am directly clicking on this My App section. Now, as I've just mentioned, that very first thing we need to do is to create an app. So you need to click on this green button, Create App, and I will add a link in the description box of the video where a complete process of creating an app and how a permanent token can be generated is already taught. I will also add the link in the I button as well. For now, I am cancelling it, and actually this is breaking, so let's minimize it. I hope this is visible to you since I have minimized my window. So these are the several apps which I have already created in my account. Once you create an app and generate a permanent token, that means your WhatsApp Cloud API account is now successfully set up. After setting up an account in WhatsApp Cloud API, we will now integrate Google Form with WhatsApp Cloud API using Pabbly Connect. Type Pabbly pabbly.com/connect in your browser and press enter. This is how you will reach to the landing page of Pabbly Connect. Now you have to click on this blue button and create your free account in Pabbly Connect. Since I already have an account, that's why I'm clicking on signing. And from here you can select Pabbly Connect. Once you reach to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect, you have to click on this blue button, Create Workflow. And from here you can give any random name to your workflow. I am giving it as Google Forms to WhatsApp automation. Okay, give any random name. Let's correct this spelling. Click on create. Now you can see two windows are visible here. First one is the trigger, second one is action. Trigger means when this happen, action means do this. Let's understand it with an example. When a sale happen, send an email. When a sale happen, send a WhatsApp message. According to our use case, when a form is submitted, send a WhatsApp message. So in which application our form is getting submitted? In Google Forms. That is why I am going to select here Google Forms, and my trigger event will be new response received, because I want to send messages when my response is received. Okay, and here in later on I will be selecting WhatsApp Cloud API, since for sending WhatsApp messages we are using WhatsApp Cloud API. Okay, as soon as I have chosen Google Forms and new response received, you can see some set of instructions are appear here. Okay, you have to follow all these instructions one by one. So this is the webhook URL which I am going to paste in one of my Google Form. Actually not in Google Forms but in the Google Sheet, because Google Form responses are collected in Google Sheets. Now this is my form, and the idea here is I am running a tour and traveling agencies, and I'm going to share this form with the people who are making inquiring about traveling, or I'm going to embed this form on my website, on my traveling website. Once they will fill out this form and they will fill out their requirement, based on these requirements, I am going to share the itinerary on their WhatsApp. So click on responses and then spreadsheets, and from the menu here you have to click on this extensions, and then further click on get add-ons. Now here in Google Workspace Marketplace, you need to type Pabbly Connect webhooks, and here you need to search Pabbly Connect add-on. Okay, you need to install this particular add-on. Since I have already installed it, so this is showing install, so I am closing it. Now again click on add-ons, and here I can find my Pabbly Connect WebOS add-on. I need to click on initial setup, and you can see two blanks are visible, webhook URL and trigger column. I will copy my webhook URL from here and will paste it exactly here. Now the trigger column, it is the final data column on which if the data is added, the whole of that row data will be sent to the webhook URL. So basically I need to select the last data entry column of my spreadsheet, and in this sheet my last data entry column is F. So in your case it could be G, H, I, it could be anything. So here I will be adding F and I will click on submit. Once I click on submit, that means Pabbly Connect and Google Forms is now connected. Now let's check whether Pabbly Connect is capturing this form data. So I am filling the details, ashirai824@gmail.com. This is my number of people traveling to the destination where you would like to travel is Northeast, and I am submitting. Let's check whether Pabbly Connect is capturing this data or not. Yes, I have received the response, and you can see the same number is filled out. Ashira is the name, Northeast is the location, and yes, I have received the response. Now what I want is, whenever someone is going to fill this form, Pabbly Connect should always capture this data. For this, I have to go to my sheet once again, click on extension, Pabbly Connect Webhooks, and I have to click on this send on event. This should be tick mark. Okay. That means I want whenever some event is going to happen, that event should be sent in Pabbly Connect. Here I would like to give you one more tip, that whenever you will connect Google Forms or Google Sheets with Pabbly Connect, make sure that you are logged out from other Gmail accounts in the same window. Otherwise you will get an authorization error and your response won't be received. So either you log in into a single account in the same window, or you can open your Google form in incognito window as well. Now, if a person is choosing Northeast, how will I tell the system that it should send the Kerala package to the customer? Same when the person is choosing, let's say, Kulu, Manali, Shimla, how Pabbly Connect will know that which file it should send to the person on his WhatsApp? So I need to define it somewhere already in advance. For that, I will be clicking on this plus icon, and here I will search lookup value. This is an interesting feature of Pabbly Connect. I will choose the action event as lookup table and click on connect. After connecting this, I will scroll down and come to this lookup table, and I will click on this plus icon 2 times. 1, 2. Why I have created these 3 labels? Because in my form there are 3 destinations which customer is going to choose. So I will write all 3 destinations here: Kerala, Northeast, and the last one is Kulu Manali and Shimla. Okay. Now I will tell the system, if Kerala has been chosen, the system has to send this particular PDF brochure. Again with Northeast, I will select the PDF of Northeast and placed right in front of Northeast. Again, if Kulu, Manali and Shimla has been selected, the system has to send this particular file. So in this way, I have defined all 3 brochures with the respective locations. After defining this, now we just have to give an input to the system that what value customer is actually choosing. So here exactly I will map the requirement of the customer. Now what mapping is? Basically whatever the data we have captured in Pabbly Connect from Google Forms, we can see the same data here in the drop down, and we are going to map the particular value. Which value? Basically the destination. Where is the destination? Okay, here it is, northeast. So if northeast is getting selected, this particular file is going to be sent to the customer. You can also define a fallback value here. So just in case the system do not find any particular value, it will actually pick up this particular fallback value. It is also mentioned here the value to be used if we do not find a matching value in this lookup table. But for now, I am keeping it as a blank. Let's proceed further. Now we have successfully connected our Google Forms with Pabbly Connect. Now it's turn to bring WhatsApp Cloud API in the picture, as we need to send WhatsApp messages. The action event will be send template messages. Now what are template messages? So basically, if we want to communicate with customer, WhatsApp always asks you to send the template message first, then only we can initiate the communication with our customers. That is why we are going to first send template messages to our customers. I will explain this term to you in more detail. Click on add new connection and you will find 3 fields: token, phone number ID and WhatsApp business account ID. So I have to go to my WhatsApp Cloud API account for these details. So this is my WhatsApp Cloud API account and this is the app which I have created for my use. From the left side, you need to click on WhatsApp and then click on getting started. As soon as you will click on getting started, you will reach here where you can find the token, the phone number ID and the WhatsApp business ID. So let's copy all these 3 values and paste here in the Pabbly Connect in order to make the connection. The phone number ID, here it is, phone number ID. The WhatsApp business account ID is actually here. I am again going to copy and paste it here, and even the instructions are also given for your help. Now I will be clicking on save and you will see that WhatsApp Cloud API account is now connected. But here I would like to mention you one more thing, that you can see what exactly it is written: temporary access token, and this token will expire in 23 hours. So I am creating this automation just for the video purpose. I am not actually sending the messages to actual customers. That is why I am making use of temporary access token. But do you remember that initially I have mentioned that you need to generate a permanent token as well? Again, I will add the video link that how you can generate a permanent token in the I button as well as in the description. You just need to go to the My App section right from here. And whatever the app you have created, you have to click on the business name which you have given. Okay, I am clicking on this test businesses. And from the left side, you need to click on this system users. And from here, you can actually generate your permanent token. Again, you can find the process in the description below. For now, I am closing it since I am using the temporary access token in this video. Now let's jump to the Pabbly Connect again and see what are the fields appeared here. Template name, so what it is? So basically WhatsApp asks you to first create a template and send it to your customer as a first message, then only you will be able to create the communication with your customers. So first we need to create a template and then get it approved from Facebook, and then only we will be able to send this particular message. So whatever the templates which are available in my WhatsApp Cloud API account are available here, because I am now connected. A separate video on how a template can be created is given in the description box, and if you want to create it, just click on this blue button, create message template, and you just need to select some category. For example, I am sending some shipping updates, so I will choose this category. I will give any random name, let's say send shipping messages. Okay, all right. After that, you need to choose a language. Let's say I am choosing it as English and Hindi. After choosing the language, you can click on this continue button. From here you can choose your header. What is header? Header is actually optional, but let's say if you want to send text, you can select it here. If you want to send some kind of media, maybe an image, video or document, so basically this video is all about sending the file, so this is the important thing for us. And in this video I'll be sharing a document, the PDF brochure. That is why I will be selecting in my template as document in the header, and here I can actually write the name. You can see whatever I am writing is visible in the right side. So basically the message which you are going to send, you can compose it here. Again, the footer is optional, but if you want, you can add a short line of text to the bottom of your message template. Lastly, in case you want to add some kind of call to action or button, you can actually include it here. This is really interesting thing. But I already created a template and get it approved from Facebook. That is why I am cancelling it. And let me show you my template which I am going to send to the customers. So here is my template. The template name is travel brochure. And here I have selected document, as I have to send PDF brochures in the form of document. This is the body text of my template. We can read it. Hello Akash, here is the travel itinerary for your trip to Northeast. One of our team member will contact you shortly. Meanwhile, you can check our website for more details. Regards, A to Z Travels. And I have also included a link here. I have not included any footer, and this is the link which I have included in my template. So this is the template which I have created and get it approved already. Again, how you can create a template, a separate video is already attached in the description box. I am cancelling it, and let's come back to Pabbly Connect and let's select this particular template, which is brochure. This is the template, travel brochure. This is my template name. Okay, where it is, here it is. The template name is travel brochure. Okay, I am keeping the language code and selected template ID as it is. Recipient mobile number, to whom we have to send the messages. Basically we have to send messages to the people who are filling out the form. So basically I need to map that particular number. From where I can actually fill it, I can directly map it from here. What is that? This is the data which I have received from Google Forms initially. Here it is. I can show you. Let me show you. Here it is. This is the number which I need to map, and this is the special thing about Pabbly Connect about mapping, that I do not need to manually add the number. Simply I'll map it from here, and mapping means as soon as the submissions will arrive, this number will get changed automatically. Now read the instructions here. Enter the recipient mobile number with country code without plus sign. That means it is required to include the country code along with the 10-digit number. So what I'll do here is, while mapping my number, I will include my country code 91. But it is not compulsory that whoever is filling out the form is from India only. So I have two suggestions. First one is, you can mention it somewhere as a help text or maybe in your form that it is mandatory to add phone number with your country code, so that whenever your customers are going to fill this form, they will read this instruction and they will add the number along with country code. Second thing I would like to suggest to you is, always ask your users to provide their WhatsApp number. If in case they will provide any non-WhatsApp number, they won't be able to receive the brochure. That is why it is just a suggestion of mine that you should mention something like this on your Google form or anywhere. So let's come back to Pabbly Connect, and the next field is header document URL. What is that document? It is the PDF which we are going to send to our customers. From where exactly we will actually get it? I think we have forgot one step actually. We forgot to click on this save and send test request button in the lookup table. That is why we have not received any response, and no response is visible here in the drop down apart from Google Forms response. So let's click on this save and send test request and let's see whether we are getting any response or not. Okay, it is success. Now let's see whether in the drop down I am able to find the values or not. So it is actually not visible. Let's do one thing, let's save it and refresh it, or maybe let's check it once. Yes, it is now visible. So we can actually map my document URL from here. Here is the document URL. Header document file name. What name should be visible in the WhatsApp of my document? So here I would like to create the brochure name with the name of the customer. That is why I am going to write the customer name, Ashi Rai tour package. I can mention something like this. Let's jump to the next field. Body field 1. Remember our template, the body text which we have composed in place of the variables which are actually going to change every time based on the submission. We have kept those values in the form of variables. So I want that name should be changed as soon as the form is submitted. That is why I have kept this particular value in curly braces in the form of number, basically the variables. This will be changed, this will be changed, and this is the body 1 text, body 2 text. Okay, so let's map it. Here I am going to map the name of the customer, which is going to change automatically, and in body field 2 I will map the location, the destination which customer are going to choose. Now I have filled all the details. Let's click on save and send test request and see whether the message has been sent to that user or not. Test request. And yes, you can see the response has been received. That means the WhatsApp messages has been sent successfully and automatically. Let me even show you the screenshot of my mobile, the message which I have received on my phone. Here is the screenshot, and you can see it is clearly visible that the response has been received along with my name and along with the brochure which we have mapped, we have attached here. So what exactly we have done? We have integrated Google Forms and WhatsApp Cloud API with the help of Pabbly Connect. From now onwards, whenever someone is going to fill this form, the WhatsApp message will be automatically sent to that person. So let's fill this form once again and see how our automation is actually working. Ashira is filling out this form. This is the email address. This is the number. This time 4 people are traveling. The location is Kerala. I'm submitting the form and waiting for the response here. And yes, you can see the WhatsApp message has been arrived. Hello Ashirai, here is the travel itinerary for your trip to Kerala. One of our team member will contact you shortly. Meanwhile, you can check our website for more details. Regards, A to Z Travels. Here is the link to the website, and here you can see the brochure is automatically attached. Let's open this brochure. Okay, I am downloading it actually, and let's open this brochure. I have selected Kerala as a tour. So yes, I have actually got the package of Kerala only. So you have seen that how this automation is actually working, and from now onwards, whenever someone is going to fill this form, they will be getting this WhatsApp messages automatically. Alright, and not just Google Forms and WhatsApp Cloud API, one can integrate any kind of software and create several kind of automations using Pabbly Connect. In case you have any query regarding this automation, please mention in the comment section below. Also, I will attach the link of this workflow in the description box so that you can directly clone the same workflow in your account, that too for free. Thank you.